Prynawn da pawb, croeso nôl. We will begin with item 1, cwestiynau trefnydd, prif chwip a gweinidog cabinet dros diwylliant a chwaraeon. Cwestiwn 1, Christiana Emsley.
Diolch Ewydd. Cabinet Minister, how will the Welsh Government strengthen and promote Welsh culture, language and heritage and ensure that future generations take pride in Wales's distinct identity?
Wel, ym natganiad blaenoriaethau wrthos diwetha, amlinellais fy ngweledigaeth am hychelgais I weld Cymru'n dod yn bwerdi diwylliannol a chwaraeon gyda'r Gymraeg a'n treftadaeth yn ganolog I hynny. Mae sicrhau tegwch o'r amynediad, cynrychiolaeth a chyfranogiad hefyd yn rhan allweddol o'r weledigaeth.
Diolch. In 2022, Wrexham Glyndŵr University announced that it was considering removing Glyndŵr from its name, reportedly in part because it was perceived by some as too Welsh or difficult to pronounce. Regrettably, the name of Owain Glyndŵr was officially dropped from university in 2023. Now, of course, you're not in government at that time, but as Plaid Cymru spokesperson for culture, sport and international affairs, and given your long-standing commitment to promoting Welsh language and heritage, I haven't been able to find any public statement, Senedd contribution, press release or media interviews in which we expressed concern about the proposal. Looking back, do you believe that removing the name of Owain Glyndŵr from one of Wales's universities sent the wrong message about confidence and pride in Welsh identity, and with hindsight, would you support efforts to restore it?
Diolch i'r aelod am y cwestiwn hwnnw. Dwi'n meddwl chi'n codi pwynt allweddol o bwysig o ran ein treftadaeth ni, ein hanes ni, a falle'r diffyg dysgu sydd wedi bod o'r hanes a'r treftadaeth hwnnw. Y ffaith bod unrhyw un yn meddwl bod Owain Glyndŵr yn enw anodd i'w ddweud yn y genedl roedd o mor falch o'i harwain, mae o'n deud y cyfan a fedra i'n meddwl am unrhyw wlad arall lle bydde hynny'n digwydd. Dwi'n meddwl bod rhaid I ni sicrhau bod mwy o hanes yn cael ei ddysgu yn ysgolion ni. Yn amlwg mae yna amrywiadau y manifesto Plaid Cymru o ran gwarched enwau lleoedd hefyd sy'n eithriadol o bwysig. A dwi'n credu bod ni wedi gweld ers hynny nifer o sefydliadau yn ardal y Gymraeg, os da ni'n meddwl o ran Parc Banau Brycheiniog neu Eryri, lle dim ond y Gymraeg. Dwi'n meddwl bod yna angen lot mwy o gydweithio rhwng fi, a dwi'n gwybod efo'r gweinidog cabinet dros addysg ar Gymraeg I sicrhau bod pawb efo'r hyder I ddefnyddio'r geiriau Cymraeg, ond hefyd bod ganddyn nhw'r hawl I ddysgu am hanes Cymru.
Peredur Owen Griffiths.
Diolch, Llywydd. My constituency of Casnewydd Islwyn has a proud tradition of welcoming immigrants. This can be seen in the multicultural communities around Newport Docks, in places such as Maindy and Pill, and in the Basque children embraced by Cillian when they fled fascism during the Spanish Civil War. Across the coalfield communities of Islwyn, Polish families settled after the Second World War, helping to rebuild communities facing severe workforce shortages. Even further back, the National Roman Legion Museum reminds us that Wales has long been shaped by people arriving, settling and living alongside those already here. Minister, do you agree that Wales's history is a rich tapestry rooted in long traditions, but strengthened and enriched by immigrants who have made Wales their home and now proudly call themselves Welsh? And do you also agree that celebrating this history more widely would promote greater understanding and tolerance of the diversity that has long been part of our communities?
Wel, diolch i'r aelod am y cwestiwn hwnnw. Yn sicr dwi yn cytuno efo hynny. Mae hanes Cymru, mae Cymru wedi chyfoethogi o'r ffaith bod ganddo ni draddodiad o bobl yn ymgartrefu yma a wedyn yn rhan anatod o'n cymdeithas ni. Mi welish I fideo yn ddiweddar, mae gan y Welsh Refugee Council oedd yn sôn am deulu ym Mhontypridd, yr Orsis, lle maen nhw wedi bod yma ers cenedlaethau ac yn rhan anatod o gymeriad y dref rwan efo'i caffis, bracis ag ati. A mae'n wrthradol o bwysig bod ni'n cofio na nid peth newydd ydy pobl yn dod I Gymru a bod ni'n dathlu'r cyfraniad arbennig mae pobl wedi wneud. Dwi'n eithriadol o falch o'r gwaith mae Amgueddfa Cymru yn Amgueddfa Llengrifeini Cymru yn ei wneud o ran sicrhau bod stori'r bobl oedd yma yng Nghymru yn cael ei dweud ochr yn ochr ar Rhufeiniaid rwan. Mae yna gymaint o storio dyn ni dal ddim yn ei dweud yn dda yma yng Nghymru ac mae'n ymrwymiad pendant gan Plaid Cymru sicrhau bod hanes Cymru yn ei gyfanrwydd yn cael ei ddysgu, ond hefyd drwyddo fi yn cael ei ddathlu a cyfleoedd I bobl ymgysylltu efo.
Hugh Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ar y penwythnos, roedd hi'n braf cael mynychu gwyl Llywodraeth Cymraeg y ddinas Tafwyl yn dathlu i geunfer mlynedd wedi mynd o nerth i nerth a braf gweld hynny. Wnaeth y gweinidog ymrwymo nawr i barhau y gefnogaeth ariannol mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn ei roi i'r wyl honno. Wythnos diwethaf gaethon ni'r newyddion hefyd fod yna nawr fwy o siaradwyr Cymraeg yng Nghaerdydd nac mewn unrhyw awdurdod lleol arall yng Nghymru. Mae hynny yn dilyn degawd y mwy o bolisïau cefnogol, megis adeiladau mwy o dau, hybu twf economaidd y ddinas a hyrwyddo addysg Gymraeg a statws Caerdydd fel prifddinas wirioneddol ddwyieithog. Gai holi ymhellach, sut fydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn rhannu y gwersi o lwyddiant twf Cymraeg Caerdydd gyda gweddill Cymru?
Wel, diolch, Llywydd. Dwi yn ymwybodol bod nifer o'r cwestiynau hynny yn ymwneud â chyfrifoldeb efo'r gweinidog cabinet dros addysg ar Gymraeg, ond yr hyn sydd yn wahanol o ran y llywodraeth hon ydy bod ni'n cydweithio fel gweinidogion a bod fi'n bendant iawn, fel o'n i'n sôn yn fy natganiad o ran blaenoriaethau diwylliant yr wythnos diwetha, ydy bod y Gymraeg yn mynd i fod yn rhan ganolog o fy mhortffolio i ac o ran y strategaeth diwylliant newydd. Mi nes i fwynhau yn arw mynychu Tafwyl, mi oedd nifer o aelodau wedi mwynhau Tafwyl. Mae hi'n wyl bwysig dros ben. A'r hyn dyn ni eisiau sicrhau ydy bod ni fel Llywodraeth yn edrych ar y digwyddiadau sy'n digwydd ledled Cymru a sicrhau bod ni'n gweithio fy nhw i sicrhau bod nhw'n gynaliadwy i'r dyfodol. Oherwydd un o'r heriau glywson ni pan o'n i'n aelod o'r Pwyllgor Diwylliant ar Gymraeg oedd mentre iaith yn sôn am yr heriau o ran costau cynyddol, ond hefyd mynd o flwyddyn i flwyddyn o ran y cyllid hwnnw. Drwy gael strategaeth hir dymor ac edrych ar yr ystod o bethau byddwn ni yn cefnogi, dwi'n gobeithio wedyn bydd hynna'n gallu rhoi sicrwydd i wyliau bod na ddyfodol iddyn nhw, ond hefyd bod ni'n gallu bod yn strategol o ran y buddsoddiad a sicrhau'r gwaddol gorau posib a cydgysylltu efo addysg lle mae hynny'n briodol hefyd.
Cwestiwn 2, Gareth Thomas.
Diolch, Llywyd. What action is the Welsh Government taking to support and encourage participation in sport among disabled people?
Wel, ein gweledigaeth fel Llywodraeth yw i bawb cael mynediad teg a chyfle i gymryd rhan mewn chwaraeon. Drwy Chwaraeon Cymru, mi fyddwn ni'n parhau ariannu chwaraeon anabledd Cymru i helpu droi'r weledigaeth hon yn reality. Mae na ymrwymiad trawslywodraethol i gefnogi'r weledigaeth hon.
Thank you for your response. One key barrier is accessibility. Many sport facilities are not designed for disabled users, for example, lacking ramps, adapted equipment or accessible changing rooms. This means some people physically cannot take part. This reduces participation is one cause of social isolation, with 70% of wheelchair users not leaving their homes. Another barrier is attitude and confidence and feeling stigmatized by the wider population. Due to the latter, disabled people may experience negative stereotyping or feel that they are not welcome in sports clubs. This can lower confidence and discourage them from joining and leading a poor quality of life. With that said, can the government explain how it will address these ongoing inequalities, particularly in access and funding distribution, and what mechanisms are in place to guarantee that investment is delivering real, measurable change for everyday people, not just headline successes?
Yeah, thank you for the member for raising those really crucially important points. And as you will have heard last week, we've committed to a facilities review, but that is to ensure that we understand what barriers are currently in place to stop people from being able to participate, that we're clear that the investment we need to make over the next few years actually means that we're not imposing barriers with that investment, that everything is thought through so that investment is accessible to all. There's also the wider point where we have been working very closely to look at what events we can host here in Wales. So, for example, we have the para-fencing taking place later this year. I think it's really important that people in Wales see high-quality sports people, irrespective if they are disabled or not, that we celebrate sport and sportsmanship, but that also leads to others being able to participate, because there's no point attracting these sports and events to Wales and then people in Wales are inspired by them but there's no opportunity to take part. So I'm very keen that we don't just attract those events but that there's a real and lasting legacy from those events, and unfortunately that hasn't always been the case.
Sarah Crowley.
Within my first few days of being elected, I was contacted by Breakthrough Type 1D, a third sector charity supporting people living with diabetes. In light of the barriers faced by people with long-term health conditions such as diabetes, including low awareness, safety concerns and a lack of confidence among coaches, Sport England is already exploring inclusive practice guidance. What steps is the Welsh Government taking to ensure sporting bodies in Wales are properly equipped to support participation, and will it work with Sport Wales to adopt or align with the principles of inclusive practice, please?
Diolch yr aelod am godi'r pwyntiau eithriadol o bwysig hwnnw. Fel o'n i sôn yn fy mateb cychwynnol a wythnos diwetha, mae rhaid i ni sicrhau bod y buddsoddiad yn ei wneud yn gyfan gwbl gynhwysol. A mae honna wedi bod yn neges glir yn y sgyrsiau dwi wedi bod yn ei gael efo chwaraeon Cymru, ac yn sicr mi fyddwn ni eisiau sicrhau ein bod ni yn gwneud popeth o fewn ein gallu i sicrhau bod chwaraeon ag ati yn gyfan gwbl gynhwysol. Felly'n hapus iawn i ddiweddaru'r Senedd hon wrth i'r gwaith hwnnw fynd rhagddo.
Siab Taj.
We all know the power of sport, and we've been talking about how it can bring communities together, break down lots of barriers and so forth. We also know how we have lots of benefits from it, including physical, mental health and so much more. But I would also like to raise the issue of accessibility. Yesterday I spoke about transport and the need to have accessible transport, particularly in relation to our high streets. But whether you're taking part or whether you're just a fan watching, there is so much work to be done here. And of course, Cardiff is going to be hosting the opening fixture of Euro 2028. So we're going to have to do everything in our power, not only to just, really sell our amazing great city and Wales as a whole, but making sure that everyone can enjoy that tournament. So could the Cabinet Minister then please tell me how she's going to be working with colleagues, but also with organisations like Disability Wales, to make sure that everyone has that equal opportunity to enjoy the sport, not only just physically, but also actually to participate. And we're talking about people with all kinds of disabilities in the broader sense.
Ie, diolch, mae hwn yn bwynt pwysig dros ben, a dyna'r union weledigaeth o'n i'n amlinellu wrth dwytha, ydy mae'r rhaid i'r hyn dyn ni'n wneud fod yn gyfan gwbl gynhwysol. Dwi wedi herio fel pan ni'n lefaru'r yr wrthblaid o ran y digwyddiadau mawr yma, herio be ydy'r gwaddol gwirioneddol, be ydy'r byd i bobl yma yng Nghymru, oherwydd weithiau mae Llywodraeth Blaenorol wedi credu mae dim ond y niferoedd yn dod i Gymru, a dwi ddim yn meddwl bod hynny digon da, os ydy bobl yn byw yn ein cymunedau ni, yn gallu gweld digwyddiad mawr yn digwydd, yn cael ei heffeithio gan y ffaith bod digwyddiad mawr yn digwydd, ond ddim yn gallu cael mynediad. Falle bod hynna hefyd oherwydd cost mynychu. Felly, o edrych y ffordd bydd y Llywodraeth yma mynd ati'n wahanol, ydy mae sicrhau bod y cwestiynau yna o'r dechrau. Mae'n amlwg mae'r gwaith wedi dechrau fo Euros 2028, ond dwi wedi cael sicrwydd gan swyddogion bod gen i dal amser i roed fy stamp fy hun a stamp y Llywodraeth hon, a hefyd adlewyrchu'r sylwadau dwi wedi glywed heddiw yn y gwaith hynny, a byddwn ni yn gofyn i unrhyw aelodau sydd gyda syniadau o ran Euros 2028 sy'n cynrychioli Caerdydd yn benodol i rannu'r rheiniau efo fi, ond dwi hefyd eisiau sicrhau bod yna waddol Cymru gyfan o ran Euros 2028. Dwi eisiau bobl ddod i Gymru a mynd i rannau eraill o Gymru yn ystod y twrnament hefyd.
Diolch. Galwad fy nawr ar lefarwyr y plaidiau i holi'r gweinidog Cabinet yn gyntaf, Llywodraeth Reform UK, James Evans.
Thank you, Llawn. Cabinet Minister, in the supplementary budget that was announced yesterday, there was an extra £2 million given for school swimming, something that me and my party wholeheartedly support, because we need to make sure that more young people are learning to swim, especially as we're seeing the rise of cold water swimming and people, especially in this hot weather, jumping into rivers and the likes. We need to make sure people can swim. What I'd like to know, though, Cabinet Secretary, what additional money is going to go wider than the £2 million into sport? I know this is something that you've spoke on in the past, so just like to know, is there any other on top of the £2 million that will be given into the sport budget this year?
I'r Llyfarydd am y cwestiwn, a hefyd diolch am y gefnogaeth un polisi nofio ni. Elfen bwysig o honna ydy nofio, ie, ond hefyd diogelwch yn y dŵr. Oherwydd, da ni hefyd yn gwybod, nid dim ond nofio mae pobl mewn dŵr, ond mae'r gweithgareddau rwan o ran paddleboarding ac ati. Mae yna lot o gynnydd wedi bod mewn pobl yn anafu neu'n boddi ac ati drwy y math yna weithgareddau hefyd. Felly mae'r elfen yna'n eithriadol o bwysig a diolch am y gefnogaeth. O ran cyllid ychwanegol, Yr hyn ddoth yn amlwg i fi o ddod yn weinidog ydy bod yr holl gyllideb oedd gen i ddim wedi neilltuo yn barod o ran chwaraeon, bod o ddim wedi wario. Felly be dwi wedi bod yn neud ydy ailbroffilio hwnnw i sicrhau bod ni'n ceisio trio cael yr impact mwyaf posib tra hefyd mae'r gwaith yn mynd rhagddo o ran datblygu yr hyn sydd ei angen mwyn cynullideber dyfodol. Felly dyna'r ymrwymiad sydd i ddefnyddio'r hyn sydd ganddo ni fwy effeithiol o fewn y gyllideb eleni, ond mae'r gwaith trawsportffolio hwnnw eisoes wedi dechrau mwyn edrych efo cyllideber dyfodol.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister. Talk about cross-portfolio work. One thing that has become clear is actually access to sports facilities. If we want more people taking up sport and physical activity, they need to have access to good facilities. One thing I would give a little bit of government to the past credit for was the 21st century schools programme, which did actually develop good sports facilities within those schools that were built. But what we do see is that after school, those gates are closed and the communities have no access to those sports facilities. So I'd like to know what work you're doing across government with the Cabinet Minister for Education about allowing those young people access to those sports, not just young people, all community, access to those sports facilities in school so we can increase participation across our communities.
Thank you. That's exactly it, that we are having those conversations now. I've already had a bilateral meeting with the Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Language because, yes, you're right to identify that investment, but if you can't access them after hours or there's an extra burden on schools, rather than it being worked into the budget in terms of how do you resource it so that it can be open. Also, things that have been brought to my attention is lack of floodlights, so that it's an all-year-round facility. Some countries, and there are some parts of Wales where people have canopies as well, which means that it can be all weather. So in this heat, you could still participate, or when we have rain, that you can still participate. That's why we want to look at this strategically. We've been very clear that that needs to happen. We're working through how that can happen. But certainly, it's about investing every pound to have the greatest impact. My question is, why have those sporting facilities there if they can't be accessed and they're locked up during the holidays? I don't think that's an acceptable position.
No, and I'd agree, but one thing that we need to see is pace in this, isn't it? You know, when are we going to see those facilities being open to communities? Because we've had these conversations before. I know you and I have discussed this in this chamber in the past, and it's been something that the previous government talked about, I think, for 5 years, but never actually got on top of. You know, a lot of our governing bodies and sports clubs across the country are crying out for access to these facilities. You know, talking is good, but it needs to have some tangible action of when that's going to happen. So can you today outline a timetable of when you think that those clubs will have access to those schools' facilities, because we need to get this sorted sooner rather than later, or I can imagine us having this conversation in 4 years' time in the lead up to the next Senedd election?
Well, I would hope the fact that we are talking about this and I'm less than 40 days as a minister and that I've already had those discussions and been very clear on where we want to get to would provide the assurance that the member is seeking there, that this is a priority for us as a government. I cannot at this point give you a timetable because those discussions are ongoing. But the very clear steer that I've given is that I need to understand why this isn't happening and what needs to happen to change this. There's an agreement with both myself and the Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Language that this needs to happen, that our budgets can't be in silos. Obviously, some of the decisions take a while, you know, in terms of building a new school. It takes a while to go through consultation, etc. But certainly for any new decisions that we are making, we want to ensure that there is that joint-up approach. And through the facilities review that I've already kick-started, I want to understand from that what are the barriers currently in place. So one is understanding where are we lacking infrastructure. The second is understanding what infrastructure is there that isn't being utilised and how can we improve that. And I would ask any member here that is aware of a certain school where there are difficulties, please make me aware. I want to know about those examples. I can promise you that governing bodies have been in touch with me as well, including FAW and so on, because more could be done in our communities if those facilities were open all of the time. So I don't want to be here answering questions in 4 years either. I give you that assurance. I don't want to be here in a year's time answering those questions. But in terms of that timetable, There is so much to try and solve in this portfolio and to try and get right, and I am determined to get to grips with what's needed.
Llywodraeth Cymru, Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I believe in the importance of team sport as someone who used to take part. It is important for learning teamwork, improving health and developing friendships. My grandson plays both football and rugby at under 9 level in Swansea and thoroughly enjoys it. I'm involved with a large number of football and rugby teams, which I won't name here, but they are on my declaration, but you wouldn't give me enough time to read them all out. During the winter, on non-3 and 4G pitches, a lot of junior games are cancelled due to rain. Young people get out of the habit of playing on a Saturday. Many give up in their teens. How does the Welsh Government intend to promote team sports and make sure that teams can play throughout the year? And I wish you luck in getting school head teachers to allow their pitches to be used.
Well, thank you, Mike, for those questions, and I'm glad to hear you're an advocate with team sports. I have noticed your ties over the years where you support different clubs and so on and make that known, which is great to see. I think the key thing in terms of this is ensuring that there are opportunities, and as I mentioned in my response to James Evans, looking at facilities in terms of all year round. I went to the Smash Paddle and saw the Junior Paddle European Championships recently that were in Llawn Fields, and they actually have canopies there, which means that people can play all year round. They are expensive, and one of the things we need to look at is what are the opportunities to ensure that they are all year round access. I can't control the weather, unfortunately. We'll do everything as a government we can in terms of tackling climate change. But also, I know that lots of sports are looking to change the seasons and so on. Another key factor that we're looking at is the impact of a lot of sporting facilities are close to rivers, which are impacted by flooding, which has a real impact then on the ability of those clubs to survive and participate. Because we know as well, especially with children, if they don't go every week, they get out of the habit, and then it's easy to not return then once the pitches are fit for purpose. So that continuity is important. And that's why the facilities review is really crucial in all of this, to really understand what facilities are there, but also which ones are at risk, and we need to think differently about.
Well, yesterday I visited Penavowel School in my constituency, and I was talking to the children there, and they were talking about the fact from November to March you would play at best once every 3 weeks. At worst, you'll go months without playing. So it really is important that we have facilities that are available. I was very pleased when last week, during your statement, Minister, you said you were going to take an inventory of sports provision in Wales. How many 3 and 4G pitches are there now, and how many do you intend there to be in April 2030?
And unfortunately, previous ministers hadn't done that work, so I've had to begin that work from scratch, so I can't give you that exact figure. But what I will commit to is that once I have all of that information available in terms of the facilities across Wales, I will be sharing that so that there's openness and transparency, and that will help inform future funding and priorities there. Diolch.
Llywodraeth Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Paul Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, last week you set out your priorities for the culture and sports sector in Wales, and that included a list of actions you plan to take to increase cultural participation, including delivering a Welsh culture strategy, improving the infrastructure of venues across Wales, and investment in sports programmes like school swimming. Now, yesterday, the Welsh Government supplementary budget was published, which didn't see any significant shifts in funding to the culture sector. In fact, the Finance Minister didn't mention culture at all in her statement yesterday, and as has already been mentioned earlier, it only referred to the £2 million of resource funding which will support the rollout of the new school swimming and water safety programme. Therefore, further to your earlier answer, how confident are you that you will have the resources you need to start delivering on the commitments you've made to the culture and sports sectors in practice?
I would like to remind the member that this was a supplementary budget, and obviously the first full budget of a Plaid Cymru government will be later this year. And I look forward to the scrutiny from the Culture, Sports, Welsh Language and Communications Committee on that, which I'm pleased to see the member has been elected to serve on. I am confident that I have the full backing of my Cabinet colleagues in the vision that I outlined last week, and that determination to work cross-government, cross-portfolio to deliver on the power of both arts, culture, heritage and sports. We have heard for years now previous governments talk about the need to shift towards prevention, of the importance of sports and the arts, but that has followed deep, deep cuts in these sectors. So by taking that state of play approach, by being strategic and being very clear that this strategy needs to be developed at pace but be meaningful, because we've had strategies in the past that have led to no changes, that we are taking the right approach, and I am confident that we will see progress. I have been honest throughout the past year and since becoming a member that I need to understand the scale of the investments needed to be able to plan properly. The fact that we don't have those figures is a real problem for me to make that pitch towards the Cabinet Minister for Finance, because I need to have that clear understanding. What I've seen happen too often in this portfolio has been short-term approach for some headlines. That's not sustainable. It doesn't lead to change. So my commitment is to do that work properly, as quickly as possible, so that we can make informed decisions as a government, but also honour the commitments that we've made, because we believe in the power of culture, arts, heritage and sport, and we're determined to make it work.
Well, we've heard a lot of talk since the Senedd election about increasing the level of funding year on year in relation to the culture sector. Now, as you know, Minister, Wales's public spending on culture is amongst the lowest in Europe, and the Chief Executive of the Arts Council Wales has warned that if funding cuts to the arts industry continue, there will be no professional sector in 10 years' time. Therefore, what reassurances can you offer the sector that there won't be a business as usual budget in the autumn, and that the sector will receive significant investment from this Welsh Government so that there is a professional sector in 10 years' time?
Thank you again for that question. You have a minister here that is willing, unlike previous ministers, to acknowledge that there is a crisis in these sectors and that is determined to get to grips with those issues. We've been very clear. We need to understand what that need is from our arts and cultural organisations, to understand how do we get them to the point that they are sustainable, what kind of model will work. We've also reviewed, and I've discussed already with the Arts Council of Wales, how we can work in partnership to review whether the framework agreements, the remit letters and so on are actually delivering as they should. People and the impact for people in Wales is at the heart of everything we want to do. It's ensuring that people have access to high-quality arts, culture, heritage organisations. The trajectory we've been on for far too long has been disgraceful. It has led to a situation of crisis, and we're determined to have a long-term plan, a long-term view, being mindful of the constraints within the budget, but also determination to ensure no more in terms of the trajectory we've been on, and that has been a downward spiral.
Question 3, Tom Montgomery.
Thank you, Llawn. What action is the Welsh Government taking to support grassroots sport in North Wales?
Ledled Cymru, mae 34 miliwn wedi cael ei buddsoddi mewn chwaraeon drwy Chwaraeon Cymru, ond fel yr amlinellais am y natganiad blaenoriaethau yr wythnos diwetha, mae angen gwneud mwy o waith i ddeall lefel y buddsoddiad sydd ei angen i buddsoddi mewn chwaraeon ar lawr gwlad ym mhob cornel o Gymru. Mae gwaith eisoes wedi dechrau ar gymisiynu archwiliad o gyfleusterau chwaraeon cymunedol a'r rhanbarthol ac ymgysylltu â phartneriaid allweddol gan gynnwys cyrff Llywodraethu Cenedlaethol i liwio buddsoddiad cyfalaf wedi dargedu dros dymor y Llywodraeth. Mae hyn oherwydd ein bod ni wedi ymrwymo i wneud chwaraeon yn hygyrch i bawb.
Thank you, Minister. It has long been recognised how engaging people, particularly young people, in grassroots sport can benefit the individual and our society as a whole. Grassroots clubs often provide a safe and secure place for young people to socialise, learn and grow. It supports efforts to tackle antisocial behaviour and helps instill a sense of pride and purpose in the individual. Furthermore, engaging young people in sport is key to encourage them to live a more active and healthy lifestyle, critical to the prevent agenda in relation to health and reducing pressure on the NHS. Despite this, I've often found that grassroots sporting clubs tell me the difficulty that they have in securing grant support, working with local authorities or accessing Welsh Government grants. Given this, Minister, can you explain how the Welsh Government will work with partners to ensure a holistic support framework for grassroots sport in North Wales?
Wel, diolch fawr iawn i'r aelod am y cyfraniad hwnnw, a dwi mor falch bod ni'n gweld consensus ar draws y Senedd hon o bwysigrwydd hyn. Mae yna nifer o gwestiynau ynglyn â chwaraeon llawr gwlad wedi dod drwy'r sesiwn hwn, a dwi wedi fy nghalanogi bod yna gymaint o gefnogaeth i'r weledigaeth nes i amlinellu wrthos dweitha a lle da ni angen cael iddo fel Llywodraeth. Mae o'n golygu cydweithio. Mae'r ffaith bod fi ddim angen eich perswadio chi gyd o ran gwerth y gwaith hwn yn deud cyfrolau. Da ni'n gwybod bod o'n bwysig, da ni'n gwybod bod o'n cael bydd ar bobl. Ond eto, dwi ddim yn meddwl bod hynna wedi cael ei gydnabod yn ddigonol yn y gorffennol. Mae yna brosiectau anhygoel yn digwydd ledled Cymru gan glybiau ar lawr gwlad. Maen nhw nid yn unig yn trawsnewid bywydau neu pobl yn iachach, maen nhw'n achub bywydau. Ond eto, maen nhw'n gorfod trio blwyddyn ar ôl blwyddyn, am grant ar ôl grant, a ddim yn sicr os ydyn nhw'n gallu parhau. A dwi angen deall sut da ni'n mynd i gyrraedd sefyllfa lle mae hyn yn normal, lle bynnag da chi'n byw yng Nghymru, bod gynnoch chi fynediad, bod ni yn gwerthfawrogi clybiau'r llawr gwlad. Felly mae holl waith dwi'n trio wneud ar y funud ydy sicrhau bod na ddyfodol i glybiau llawr gwlad, bod ni hefyd yn sicrhau i potensial nhw'n cael ei gwireddu. Dwi yn realistig bod fi ddim yn mynd i allu datrys hyn yn syth bin chwaith, ond mae sut da ni'n amddiffyn yr hyn sydd ganddo ni hefyd yn rhywbeth dwi'n angerddol amdano fo, a os oes ganddo chi esiample o glybiau ag ati, dwi wastad yn hapus i glywed amdanyn nhw gan aelodau a gweld be di'r math o esiample gallen ni bod yn rhoi o fewn y strategaeth hon. Diolch.
Cwestiwn 4, Letitia Gonzalez.
Thank you. How is the Cabinet Minister working with the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care to support charities and the third sector organisations in the field of sport, culture and the arts in advancing the preventative health agenda?
Wel, diolch i'r aelod am y cwestiwn. Mae gwaith eisoes ar y gweill i weithio ar draws y Llywodraeth i ddadloi potensial chwaraeon, diwylliant a'r celfyddydau o ran iechyd a taliol. Fel yn fy ymateb i'r aelod diwetha, mae'r dystiolaeth yn glir. Mae yna waith arloesol yn y meysydd hyn yn barod yn achub bywydau ac mae angen i ni sicrhau mynediad a chyfle cyfartal i bawb.
Thank you. I am very conscious of the diversity within my community and that addressing the needs might need multiple avenues of support and help. I am also aware that charities have played a crucial role in the services they deliver in support of preventative health. I am keen to engage with my community and the charities involved to help identify what is currently working or not working. Would the Minister welcome the feedback and evidence I gather in support of the review she is undertaking?
Thank you to the member for that supplementary. Certainly, I welcome all examples because one of the great things that I'm able to do in this role is actually ensure that we see what the best practice is happening, that we don't try and reinvent the wheel where there are brilliant projects happening that could be at risk then of losing funding in the future because of a change or shift in policy. So, I was lucky enough to attend the Welsh Sport Association Awards recently, which celebrated a lot of grassroots and charity work in this area, and it was clear in terms of the impact. There was one in particular project that won the Guardian Ballers with Basketball Wales, which is not really about basketball, but about mental health in young people. And those kind of projects are really impactful, having a huge impact, with 88% of participants reporting an improvement in mental health, 92% saying that they began to understand themselves better just through those sessions. So the challenge, I think, is this is happening. How do we ensure that wherever you are in Wales, you have this kind of opportunity?
Jane Bryant.
A report published in January this year estimated that the financial value of health and productivity benefits through engagement with the arts in Wales is at least £588 million a year. The public health benefits and reduction in pressure on essential services is clear, in addition to wellbeing benefits for people of all ages. Now, I know the Cabinet Minister also agrees with this, but can the Cabinet Minister clarify, is the Welsh Government going to fund preventative health arts activities from the health or culture budget, or both?
Thank you for that question. I'm glad to see such unity here in terms of the vision that we've shared and the need to look at all budgets collectively to have the best impact. Because actually, in a number of health boards, arts is offered within the medical setting as treatment. I think there's inconsistency sometimes in terms of where that funding comes from. So some may come from the Arts Council of Wales through the Art and Health programmes, some is funded through the health boards themselves. And we need to understand really where does that lead to inequity, because also there are brilliant examples of social prescribing happening in Wales, but it's also not consistent. So what we would like to see is how do we shift that, and that's the work we're undertaking now, because it's not about taking away from one budget, it's actually using all budgets impactfully and ensuring that people get the best possible treatment for them. And if that is an art or sport intervention or something through social prescribing rather than traditional treatment, then surely that's what should be happening if that's the best course of treatment or support for them to have the best outcome. So what we're determined to do is not pit budgets against each other, but look cross-government at how do we ensure that every pound we spend is the most impactful, and how we integrate the power of arts and sports into health. The evidence is all there. The evidence is there. I don't need to tell you the evidence, but how do we ensure that everybody has that opportunity? That's the challenge that we're addressing right now.
Question 5, Becca Brown.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Minister make a statement on ensuring equality of access to the arts for people of all ages, backgrounds and abilities?
Mae sicrhau mynediad teg I bawb yn ganolog i'n gweledigaeth a'n uchelgais ar gyfer y celfyddydau yng Nghymru. Mae'n amlwg ar y funud bod rhai bobl yn cael eu heithrio rhag gallu cymryd rhan yn a mwynhau'r celfyddydau oherwydd pwy ydyn nhw neu ble maen nhw'n byw. Mae rhaid I hyn newid, a mi fyddai'n gweithio gyda fy nghyd aelodau ar draws y Cabinet I fynd i'r afel rhwystra sydd ar waith ar hyn o bryd.
Cymryd rhan yn y celfyddydau o fydd mawr I lesiant pobl a phlant, ac mae gwella mynediad ar draws y bwrdd yn allweddol I wneud y mwyaf o'r bydd hwn. Ond mae'r nifer o bobl sydd yn cymryd rhan yn y celfyddydau wedi gostwng ers y pandemig, gyda 64% o bobl yn mynychu digwyddiad celfyddydol rhwng 2022 a 2023 o'i gymharu â 70% cyn hynny. A gyda 15% o rieni yn deud mae tripio ysgol yw'r elfen addysgol anoddaf i'w rheoli yn ariannol, mae llawer o blant a phobl ifanc yn colli allan ar y profiadau cyfoethog sydd gan y celfyddydau i'w cynnig. Mae'n bwysig sicrhau nad oes unrhyw un yn cael ei hamddifadu o'r cyfle I ymwneud â'n diwylliant ni oherwydd I hoedran, I cefndir neu I gallu. Pa gama mae'r Llywodraeth wedi cymryd I sicrhau y gall pawb fwynhau holl fanteision a phlesera y celfyddydau?
Wel, diolch i'r aelod am godi'r pwnc eithriadol bwysig hwnnw, a tynnu sylw at yr ystadegau hynny hefyd a'r gostyngiad sydd wedi bod. Mi oeddwn ni'n gyfan gwbl glir yn fy natganiad blaenoriaethau'r wythnos dwytha, yn ganolog o hyn ydy sicrhau cydraddoldeb o ran mynediad, cydraddoldeb o ran cyfranogiad. Mae gan bob plentyn yr hawl I fod yn ymwneud efo diwylliant a'r celfyddydau. Mae ganddyn nhw hawl I ymwneud ag ymgysylltu a chwaraeon. Ond mae yna rwystrau ar y funud, a'r sialens I ni ydy sut ydyn ni yn gweithio'n traws lywodraethol, draws y Cabinet, I fod yn gwireddu yr weledigaeth honno a'r hawl sylfaenol sydd gan bob plentyn. Dwi'n ymwybodol iawn o ran tripiau ysgol. Da ni'n gwybod o fy ngwaith I pan o'n I yn yr wrthblaid yn rhan o waith plant a pwyllgor plant a phobl ifanc, bod na ddisgyblion yn peidio mynd i'r ysgol ar ddiwrnod lle mae yna drip ar adegau rwan oherwydd y gost. dydy hynny ddim yn dderbyniol. Mae'r rhaid i ni alluogi bob plentyn i gael yr hawl hwnnw. Mae ganddo ni ymrwymiad o'r amynediad am ddim, un hamgeddfeydd cenedlaethol, mae hwnna'n parhau efo'r Llywodraeth hon, ond da ni eisiau mynd yn bellach. Mae yna rhai cynlluniau lle mae yna gyfraniad y gallu mynd at gost bws, enghraifft. Dwi eisiau edrych ar yr ystod o bethau sydd ganddo ni, gwirioneddol deall y rhwystrau hynny, ond hefyd gweithio efo'r gweinidog cabinet dros addysg ar Gymraeg, yr dirprwy brif gweinidog, y ddwy'n digwydd bod yma hefyd sydd wrth gwrs yn edrych o ran tlodi plant, i sicrhau bod hon yn elfen o'r gwaith hwnnw, a sydd yn ei sicrhau bod rhywun plentyn yng Nghymru yn cael ei cau allan o'i treftadaeth, i diwylliant, i celfyddydau, i hiaith, o'i chwaraeon.
Diolch. I wanted to focus on cultural events as part of access to the arts. And a lot of the problems is around grant funding. So cultural events are often set up by cultural teams which have to access pots of grants, the Shared Prosperity Grant being one recently that Craig Conway in Conway County Borough Council accessed, had a wonderful array of cultural activities, which then comes to an end and the staff we employ then lose their jobs. So if we're going to have this accessibility to arts, we need to embed cultural activities year on year on year. So it becomes a tradition of the family. For example, we brought a Welsh language element into a town centre, Santa's Grotto, last year. We can't do that next year because the funding has gone. So I think if we're going to look at embedding culture into people's lives, we need to embed the grant funding into local authorities' general spending rather than them chasing grants. So would you please consider that, Minister?
Really important point, because we know the local authority budgets, because culture isn't one of those services that you have to deliver, it's often one of the things that have been first to go. We also, we reflect this week that it was 10 years since Brexit, and some of that shared prosperity funding and so on has shown that it's actually not the right investment, that it's actually, we haven't had those long-term gains, and it's led to this system where too many of our cultural organisations or cultural activities have been dependent on a fund that had no certainty in terms of its future. So certainly, as you will have heard me say earlier today, looking at that sustainability is really important, because if you can't build on an activity year on year and grow audiences, that's a challenge as well. And I'm very keen, I haven't had discussions yet with the WLGA and local authorities around culture and sport in particular, but given the pressures they've been under in recent years, that's a conversation I'm keen to have sooner rather than later, so that that feeds into the strategy work and facilities review as well.
Cwestiwn 6, Francesca O'Brien.
Diolch, Llywedd. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the funding for the Arts Council of Wales?
Grant craidd Cyngor Cyfarfod Cymru ar gyfer 2026-27 yw 33.6 miliwn o refeniw a 900,000 o gyfalaf. Yn ogystal, rydym wedi darparu 7.5 miliwn o gyllid cyfalaf i gefnogi rhaglen buddsoddi cyfalaf strategol sector y celfyddydau. Mae gwaith eisoes wedi dechrau ar adolygiad sy'n edrych ar gyfleoedd ar gyfer buddsoddi mewn diwylliant y celfyddydau a chwaraeon i liwio cynnydd cynyddol mewn gwariant celfyddydau, diwylliant a chwaraeon sy'n gysylltiedig a newid ehangach i weithgarwch iechyd a llell ataliol ar draws y Llywodraeth.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Plaid Cymru's manifesto acknowledged the need to review the role and the fitness of bodies including Creative Wales and the Arts Council of Wales. These bodies distribute significant sums of Welsh taxpayers' money with limited transparency. The Books Council of Wales, for example, operates as a charity and is not subjected to the same accountability requirements of a public body, despite being substantially funded by the Welsh Government. Nation Cymru holds a 4-year cultural grant from the Books Council of Wales with £25,000 per year. Now, this publication has routinely launched partisan attacks through misleading reporting and derogatory name-calling towards members of this chamber. An article still published on their website, even today, even refers to a member of this chamber in what I can describe as another word for a penis. You could argue that this is part of normal political back and forth, but the taxpayer is having to pick up the bill for this type of reporting, thanks to these funding structures. So will a minister today publish or commit to a timetable for her department to publish the terms of reference, methodology and completion date for these reviews of these bodies, and will those reviews include an assessment of whether every grant they distribute meets consistent standard of political impartiality and general public benefit?
Dwi'n meddwl bod hi'n bwysig bod fi yn glir bod y cyngor celfyddydau ddim byd i wneud efo yr cwestiwn atodol fi oedd wedyn. Dydyn nhw ddim yn gyfrifol am ariannu cyngor llyfrau, dydyn nhw ddim yn rhan o'r gwaith grant o ran Nation Cymru na unrhyw gorff arall. Felly dwi'n meddwl bod o'n bwysig i bobl ddeall. Dwi hefyd yn meddwl bod o'n bwysig i ni gyrnabod y rôl hyd braich allweddol hynny a llywodraethiant. Dwi ddim yn derbyn rhai o'r sylwadau wnaed gan yr aelod o ran y cyngor celfyddydau oherwydd mae yna lywodraethiant yna. Os oes yna unrhyw esiample lle ydych chi'n credu bod y llywodraethiant wedi bod yn ddiffygiol na mae yna brosesau o ran edrych ar hynny. Yn glir o ran, mae yna nifer o gwestiynau wedi gofyn ynglŷn â buddsoddiad y llywodraeth hon mewn yr cyfryngau yng Nghymru. Gai fod yn glir yr elfen hyd braich dyn ni yn ei gefnogi a annibynnrwydd yr holl ystod o darlledu o'r cyfryngau ag ati. Mae'n allweddol bwysig mae nifer o adroddiadau wedi danos bod yna ddiffyg democrataidd yng Nghymru oherwydd bod ganddo ni ddim cyfryngau cry. Dydw i ddim yn aelod etholedig sy'n mynd i drio ymyrryd yn rhyddid y wasg. Mae yna brosesau eraill lle mae yna god o ran ethics gan newyddiadurwyr ag ati i'w dilyn. Bydda i ddim yn deud wrth bobl be yw gyhoeddi. Mae ganddo ni'r hawl yma yng Nghymru i gael cyfryngau cry. Cyfryngau sydd yn dal ni i gyfrif fel llywodraeth. Mae hwnnw'n rhan o'n democratiaeth ni. Ac yn sicr mae'r llywodraeth hon yn barod iawn i cael ei dwyn i gyfri gan wasg gry yma yng Nghymru.
Cwestiwn 7, Carmelo Colasanto.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, what action is the Welsh Government taking to support grassroots sport in Wales?
Mae'n buddsoddi yn a chefnogi chwaraeon ar lawr gwlad yn hanfodol a bydd y chwarae rhan ganolog yn ffocws y Llywodraeth hon ar chwaraeon fel triniaeth feddygol a'r agenda ataliol. Fel dwi wedi amlinellu nifer o weithiau heddiw ym mateb i Tom yn Gymru ag eraill. Bydd yr adolygiad y gyfleusterau chwaraeon yn helpu liwio buddsoddiad yn dyfodol gan ein bod ni eisiau bawb allu cymryd rhan mewn chwaraeon, be bynnag fo'u cefndir a be bynnag maen nhw'n byw yng Nghymru.
Can I thank the Minister for her answer? As the Minister will be aware, under the current Welsh Rugby Union proposals, a regional team may be removed from the current regional setup in the future. The Scarlets Rugby Club in Llanelli represent a major force in creating, developing and nurturing grassroots rugby in the West Wales area due to their links with the communities, the town, as well as being a globally recognised brand with over 150 years of heritage. And it is this unique brand that drives the aspiration for youngsters in the area to enter into entry-level grassroots rugby from under 8 onwards. The loss of this club would ensure a weakened development pathway for young players who actually dream of pulling on that famous scarlet shirt. And it would ultimately result in reduced community engagement and a centralisation of elite rugby away from West Wales, which will lead to falling participation, a lack of funding involvement and harming grassroots development. So, Minister, what discussions, if any, are you or your government members having with the Welsh Rugby Union to ensure that regional rugby is protected and that we can ensure that continued investment in local rugby clubs and facilities ensures that our kids can aspire to dream?
Diolch yr cwestiwn hwnnw. Mi fydd yr aelod yn ymwybodol bod Undeb Rygbi Cymru yn gorff annibynnol. Mae yna drafodaethau wastad rhwng Llywodraeth a yr Undeb Rygbi Cymru a cyrff llywodraethu eraill oherwydd y pwysigrwydd cydweithio hwnnw. Yn amlwg mae yna deimladau cryfion iawn o ran rygbi. Dwi'n siŵr byddwch chi'n gwerthfawrogi bod fi ddim yn rhan o'r penderfyniadau hynny, ond yr hyn oedd yn glir o ran y trafodaethau ges i pan o'n i yn lefarydd. Ar ran y blaid, dydw i ddim wedi cael y sgwrs yma ers dod yn weinidog, ond pan o'n i'n lefarydd o ran y blaid, bod ni fel plaid yn disgwyl bod yr ymgysylltu yna gyda'r gymuned, gyda'r rhainiau sydd fel chithau yn angerddol o ran y clybiau yma, bod yna werthfawrogiad hefyd o'i pwysigrwydd nhw, o ran eu hardaloedd nhw, o ran ein trafsadaeth ni hefyd, a bod nhw'n gymaint mwy na just clybiau sy'n chwarae rygbi. Mae'r lliw Crys ydych chi'n wisgo yn cael effaith dydy, a mae o'n rhan o dîm a chymuned. Felly'n sicr, byddai ddim yn rhan o unrhyw benderfyniad, ond disgwyliadau'r Llywodraeth hon wastad ydy bod bob corff yn meddwl am oblygiadau penderfyniadau o ran dyfodol unrhyw glob. Bod ni hefyd yn edrych o ran y cydweithio hwnnw i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu fel Llywodraeth cydweithio a sicrhau bod yna gyfleoedd ar lawr gwlad o ran datblygiad rygbi hefyd. Byddwch chi hefyd yn ymwybodol o'r trafferthion buodd efo Undeb Rygbi Cymru yn o gorffennol fuodd yn wybyddus iawn ar lawr y Senedd hon o ran merched a rygbi ac yn sicr, da ni eisiau sicrhau bod bob un o'n chwaraeon ni yma yng Nghymru yn gyfan gwbl gynhwysol hefyd.
Diolch Gweinidog Cabinet. Rydyn ni'n dod nawr i eitem 2, cwestiynau Gweinidog Cabinet dros gyllid. Ond cyn i mi alw'r cwestiwn cyntaf, galwaf ar y Gweinidog Cabinet i wneud datganiad byr.
Diolch Llywydd am roi cyfle i fi yn syth i gywiro'r cofnod o'r datganiad ar y gyllideb atodol ddoe. Yn ystod y drafodaeth, defnyddiais 2 ffigwr gwahanol mewn camgymeriad ar gyfer lefel y cyfalaf heb ei ddyrannu. Yn gyntaf yn gywir y ffigwr o 29,000 ac yn ail y ffigwr o 29 miliwn. Y ffigwr cywir felly yw 29,000. Yn ogystal yr amcangyfri presennol ar gyfer ffigwr cyfalaf sy'n weddill yng Nghronfa wrth gefn Cymru ar hyn o bryd yw 50 miliwn. Rwy'n gobeithio bydd y Senedd yn derbyn yn ymddiheiriad am y camgymeriad yna a rwy'n ysgrifennu atoch chi hefyd ar wahân Llywydd i sicrhau fod y cywiriad yn cael ei osod ochr yn ochr yn y cofnod ddoe.
Gweinidog Cabinet. Nawr rwy'n ni'n symud i cwestiwn 1, Mark Jones.
Diolch Llywydd. Pa gama mae'r Gweinidog Cabinet wedi cymryd i sicrhau ariannu teg i Gymru?
Yn yng nghyfarfod cyntaf a phrif ysgrifennydd y Trysorlus yr wythnos ddiwetha, fe wnes i bwysleisio fod diwygio cyllidol gan gynnwys cyllid tecach a diwygio'r ffomula banet yn flaenoriaethau allweddol. Fy cytuno yn y byddwn yn gweithio gyda'n gilydd mewn ffordd adeiladol i sicrhau canlyniadau gwell i bobl Cymru.
Diolch Gweinidog. The Welsh Government Centre has argued that long-standing procedural issues relating to the operation of the Barnett formula should be resolved. Its report on fiscal funding highlights that the UK Treasury remains judge, jury and executioner when disputes such as HS2 and national insurance contributions take place. It also found that Wales's relative spending is higher for devolved public services such as health and education than it is for services that remain reserved to the UK Government, such as rail infrastructure and justice, where spending is below a population-based share. Will the Cabinet Minister outline what discussions she has had with with her UK counterparts on fiscal reform? Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yes, and as I said, I met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury last week. She was even newer in her post than I am. I'm not sure how long, given possible Treasury reshuffles in the future, she will be in that post, but I wish her well. We had a positive discussion and I was able to outline this government's position on a need to have a constructive conversation with the UK Government to ensure that we have a funding settlement for Wales that is fairer than we have at the moment, and that this judge, jury, executioner you referred to is put right. The Barnett formula is opaque in nature, it lacks transparency, but almost more than anything, when there are disputes, of which there have been many and may be many in the future, that there is no dispute resolution mechanism that is independent of the UK Treasury. And this is nowhere more obvious than, of course, the UK Treasury's classification of HS2 as an England and Wales project. It decided that that was the case despite there not being a single piece of track of HS2 in Wales, and it sticks to that position to this day. And it means that in this current spending review period, Wales is shortchanged by 850 million just in this one spending review period because of that classification of HS2, because of the UK Treasury acting as judge, jury and executioner.
Nigel Williams.
Diolch Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, while we all want to see Wales receive a fair funding settlement, people in areas such as my constituency of Flint, Wrexham, will be wondering what difference that actually makes to their daily lives. After more than a quarter of a century of Labour-led government in Wales, often sustained by Plaid Cymru, many communities in the northeast of Wales still feel they have been left behind, with underinvestment in transport, links, infrastructure and economic regeneration. So, can the Cabinet Secretary explain how securing a fairer funding formula would deliver tangible investment for constituencies like Flint Wrexham, and why local people should believe that more money sent to Cardiff Bay will produce different results with those delivered under Labour and Plaid Cymru over 25 years of this Senedd? Diolch.
You've almost answered your own question within your question. The difference for people in Flint and Wrexham that would be made by a fair funding settlement, by having that 850 million short-changed currently from the current spending review that I spoke of because of the classification, the wrong classification of the HS2 by the UK Treasury, that would actually have allowed the previous government, as well as this government, to be spending on that exact rail investment that you asked for in Flint and Wrexham. It would never be money for Cardiff Bay. It would always be money for the whole of Wales, fairly shared by this government to every part of Wales.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. What would you replace the Barnett formula with? We know that Wales gets 10% more than England on total expenditure, including HS2. We know in devolved areas Wales gets 20% more than England for the same responsibilities. How much more does the Minister think Wales should get? And why would the Treasury not suggest that we get our population share of everything, which would have a devastating effect on our income?
Well, we know that as a result of the review of fairness and the needs-based analysis of the Barnett formula from 2016 onwards, that has been of benefit to the public purse in Wales. But as I've said already, the analysis of this government, as it was of the previous government, is that in this spending review period, that we are shortchanged on just the HS2 classification by 850 million. And I'm sure that you would want to see part of that funding spent in your constituency, just as I would like to see it spent in mine.
Question 2, Sarah Edwards.
Diolch.
What assessment has the Cabinet Minister made on the impact of the visitor levy on the economy of Carmarthenshire?
Cafodd asesiad effaith rheoleiddiol ac asesiad effaith integredig eu cyhoeddi ochr yn ochr ar ddeddfwriaeth yn y Senedd diwetha. Mater i awdurdodau lleol yw penderfynu nawr adyn nhw am gyflwyno ardal yn eu hardaloedd yn syliedig ar eu hasesiadau eu hunain o'r effeithiau ac yn dilyn ymgynghori a'u cymunedau. Hyd yma, nid yw Sir Gyfyrddin wedi cynnal ymgynghoriad ynglyn â ddylid cyflwyno'r ardal yma.
Diolch. Given that the government has stated that the visitor levy is designed to create sustainable tourism in Wales, could you quantify exactly what sustainable tourism entails and how much is it going to cost to achieve this, as the feedback from my constituents suggests that we need an impact study on the negative effects of this tax on visitor numbers?
This policy is now passed over to local authorities. They have the discretion to introduce or not the visitor levy in their areas, and there are requirements of any local authority that's interested in introducing a visitor levy to undertake those assessments that she speaks of. And if your constituents have views, negative or positive, about the visitor levy, should there be at any time a consultation in Sirgar about the introduction of a visitor levy, I'm sure that it will be an active and engaged consultation. It is now over to local authorities to decide on whether this is a good thing or not for their local areas.
Galwaf yn awr ar lefarwyr y plaidiau i holi'r gweinidog Cabinet ac yn gyntaf chyfarydd Reform UK, Kai Parry-Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. And Minister, I'd first like to say something nice by putting on the record my thanks for the multiple meetings you've held with me regarding the budget ahead of yesterday and for releasing the supplementary budget hours rather than minutes before announcing it in the Chamber. It's professional, and I'm sure all voters in Wales will appreciate that. Minister, your supplementary budget documents refer to the fiscally challenging environments you say you have inherited. I pointed out that the last Welsh Government budget was supported by Plaid Cymru and that therefore your party shares responsibility for the state of public finances here in Wales. You told us that, quote, in opposition you don't see the books, and that the funding plans that had no allocation for them weren't visible to Plaid Cymru. But your predecessor, Mark Drakeford, has said of Plaid, quote, they had access to all the information that was available to the Welsh Government. Minister, is Mark Drakeford right, or are you?
Now, you started well, and then you posed me probably one of the most difficult questions I will get as Minister, whether to compare myself to Mark Drakeford. I have huge respect for him, as he knows, and as this Chamber will know. There is a level of truth in both our positions, I suspect. For clarity, therefore, Plaid Cymru's role in the decision and voting on the previous budget was to share a responsibility on part of the allocation of that budget. So we were able to agree with Labour that a significant part of that allocation would go to local authorities to increase their ability to spend, and also to the NHS. What was unseen by me and fellow members of Plaid Cymru at the time, and in fact all non-government members of the Senedd at the time, was the in-year pressures that even an allocation of that nature would lead to in terms of what the NHS and local authorities and other public sector organisations would need. And that's what I'm looking at now, and that's what I can see now, is the level of in-year pressures that our NHS in particular is carrying and is reporting. If you look at local health boards in their monthly reports, the level of in-year pressures that they are working on, and how we as a government are working with health boards to ensure that they are able to deliver the efficiencies in what they do in year to mean that they are able to work within the budget that has been allocated to them.
I'm sorry, Minister, I can't accept that wishy-washy answer. Mark Drakeford is not only the former Minister of Finance, but was also a former First Minister. If we want the public to take this Parliament and Welsh Government seriously, the public need a clear response from you in these, for this accusation from a historic figure in Welsh devolution, not to deflect it. So I ask again, is Mark Drakeford right to say Plaid Cymru had full access to the books or not? It's just a yes, no, we can move on.
I'm intrigued, and I think Mark Drakeford will be even more intrigued to know that his chief cheerleaders in this chamber, in the Senedd, are reform, and I'm sure he'll welcome that. We did not have full and open access to the books, and we probably, and I would expect that opposition parties here today would not expect that. The detailed management day-to-day of the operation of the public budget in Wales is within the government and scrutinised by the Senedd.
Minister, in your manifesto, you say you want to increase borrowing powers by increasing the Senedd's total capital debt limit to £3 billion. Reform is clear. We are against further borrowing powers because there's only one thing worse than having your taxes spent on tree planting in Uganda, and that's your children being forced to pay the interest on those trees. Every pound of interest on debt is a pound that can't be spent on future classrooms or cancer wards. That isn't borrowing for Wales, that's borrowing from Wales's next generation. And people like the Economics Nobel Prize winner James Buchanan have been warning about this issue of government debt for 50 years. Do you accept that there could be substantial negative consequences for future generations if there is more borrowing for Wales?
Well, we want to see an equality between ourselves and Scotland in the powers and levers that we have. Prudent borrowing for any country, for any company, is not a bad thing. It allows a government to invest. Investment of that kind is a component of getting our economy going and also of improving our public services, our hospitals and our schools. And therefore, prudent borrowing is the right thing to do. What I don't want to see is that we are hampered unilaterally from doing that by UK Treasury rules that apply in an unequal way for us compared to other countries or even other regions in England. And I want that equality, and it would be for the government of the day to use that prudently and to be scrutinised here in the Chamber for its use.
Llywodraeth Cymru, Hugh Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Kai Parry-Jones has sought to raise the bar in terms of being nice, not just to the Minister, but also to Labour First Ministers, so I will try and follow suit and acknowledge the good dialogue that's taken place in the lead-up to the publication of the supplementary budget. I sincerely hope, though, that's not the end of the dialogue ahead of the vote. Yesterday, Minister, you and other ministers, in referring to the supplementary budget tabled, repeatedly made the point that this was enacting Plaid Cymru priorities. Last night, several of us from this chamber, including the Minister for Rural Resilience, attended a screening of the People's Emergency Briefing organised by WWF Cymru and Climate Cymru. The message about the urgent need for governments to step up their efforts in tackling climate change was sobering, stark and urgent. And I'd really recommend every member should watch that documentary. But ministers, of the hundreds of millions of additional funding you announced yesterday, not one extra penny went towards tackling climate change. Can the people of Wales conclude, therefore, that tackling climate change is not a priority for this new government?
Diane. No, from one supplementary budget, which is about part of the in-year adjustment of this government's spending allocations. The people of Wales and nobody in this chamber should for 1 second interpret that as a lack of commitment to climate change and to pursuing our net zero objectives. We are clear that that is a cross-government initiative, that we will work across government on how we contribute to tackling climate change and to achieving net zero. And in that respect, I accept that it didn't feature in any of our additional resources. It is, of course, funded within the budget that we are operating, and that was inherited from the previous Senedd, and we will look at this across government properly in order to align our future years' budgets to progressing what remains one of our main manifesto commitments, and that is to achieve net zero and to ensure that we are able to contribute our bit as Wales in tackling climate change that is affecting our everyday lives.
Dwi'n diolch i'r gweinidog am yr ateb hynny. Yn sicr, byddwn ni yn Llafur Cymru'n sicr yn parhau i wylio pa ddatblygiadau sy'n digwydd ar y mater hynny. Gai droi nawr at rhywbeth sydd yn sicr yn flaenoriaeth i'r Llywodraeth newydd, adolygiadau, ymgynghoriadau, comisiynau, cyfarfodydd, pwyllgorau. Llu ohonynt wedi cyhoeddi fel rhan o gan diwrnod cyntaf Plaid Cymru. Fe holes i y gweinidog dros effaith lonrwydd y Llywodraeth ddoi am y costau, ond ges i ddim ateb clir. Felly tybed a all y gweinidog cyllid ddweud wrth y Senedd heddi faint mewn punnoedd a chyniogaeth a bydd yr amrywiol adolygiadau, gomisiynnau ac ymgynghoriadau yma ac sydd wedi cael ei gyhoeddi yn ei gostio i drethdalwyr. Diolch yn fawr.
cyn lled y ffosib, byddwn ni'n dweud. Dwi eisiau gwario arian y Llywodraeth yma ar canlyniadau sy'n deillio allan o'r gwaith paratoi yma. Dwi'n siŵr byddwch chi'n rhannu gyda fi yr awydd wrth i ni ddatblygu polisïau newydd neu gweithredu polisïau presennol yn fwy effeithiol, yn bod ni'n neud hynny ar ôl ymgynghori a thrafod a derbyn tystiolaeth mwyaf diweddar, ac i wneud hynny mae rhaid i ni gymryd rhywfaint o amser a rhywfaint o waith i ddatblygu yr cynlluniau hynny. Felly dwi ddim eisiau iddo fe gosti fwy o arian nag amser nag sydd rhaid iddo fe wneud, a'n bod ni yn symud yn gyflym i fedru gweithredu ar yr hyn sy'n bwysig o ran effeithiolrwydd y polisïau cyhoeddus hynny a cyflwyno syniadau momentum newydd i bolisïau yn y sector gyhoeddus yng Nghymru.
Llyfarydd y Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Sam Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, will the Welsh Government be carrying out a council tax revaluation in this Senedd term?
The Welsh Government is currently considering whether it will do so or not.
Thank you for your response. There's clearly growing public concern around the potential revaluation of properties and the introduction of new bans. Households across Wales are already under real pressure from the cost of living, and many will therefore be worried about changes to the system leading to higher bills at a time when they can least afford it. And you would agree, of course, any revaluation must be approached with real caution, being transparent, evidence-based and subject to full consultation with the public and with local authorities. People would also expect reassurances that this would not be a tax-raising exercise in disguise, but a fair and balanced reform of the system. They will want clear detail on the impact of any changes, who would pay more, and crucially, how the Welsh Government intends to prevent unfair pressures on ordinary households. So will you be able to give assurances today that if you do go ahead with the council tax revaluation, that ordinary households will not be left worse off as a result?
Well, you've raised many of the considerations that the government is looking at this time when it considers its position on the revaluation and any changes further to council tax. We are committed as a government to look to see how council tax can be made fairer. It is not the most progressive of taxes that are raised in Wales, and we need to make sure that it is as fair as possible for the taxpayers in Wales. There is in legislation a revaluation that is planned for 2028, and if it's to be completed by 2028, then it would need to start pretty soon. So there is some early work that we need to do in taking decisions on this. But I would say that any revaluation or council tax changes that happen in Wales are done so not on the basis that they need to be there to raise more revenue for the public purse in Wales, but that they are to make the council tax fairer in Wales. It's not a revenue raising exercise. I would not see it as that, but it is about making the payment of taxes fairer for people in Wales. And I agree also that if these changes are to happen, then they need to be done with caution and with ensuring that people are consulted fully and are aware at all times of the implications of any changes to them directly. We know that council tax is a very immediate tax on people. It arrives on their doorstep every year, and we need to make sure that people are engaged early on if there are to be changes on this tax.
Question 3, Paul Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Should y bydd polisïau treth Llywodraeth Cymru yn cefnogi pobl yng Ngheredigion Penfro?
Mae trethi lleol yn helpu i dalu am wasanaethau pwysig ledled Cymru gan gynnwys yng Ngheredigion Penfro. Bydd y Llywodraeth hon hefyd yn diwygio ar drethi busnes i gefnogi busnesau'r stryd fawr yn well ac archwilio ffyrdd i wneud y dreth cyngor yn decach.
Gweinidog, mae pobl sy'n rhedeg busnesau twristiaeth ledled Ceredigion Penfro wedi gwneud yn glir iawn i fi eu bod nhw'n ffeindio'n anodd iawn o achos nifer o bolisïau a rheoliadau treth diweddar sy'n arwain at rai pobl busnes yn ystyried a wy'n werth rhedeg busnesau o gwbl. Nawr, dwi'n siŵr eich bod chi wedi derbyn yr un math o sylwadau a dwi wedi ei cael, felly allwch chi ddweud wrthon ni siwt y byddwch chi'n sicrhau bod polisïau treth a mesurau cyllidol Llywodraeth Cymru yn y Senedd hon yn deall y pryderon sydd yn cael eu codi gan y diwydiant twristiaeth yng Ngorllewin Cymru a bod nhw ddim yn arwain at fwy a mwy o fusnesau yn ystyried cau y drysau.
Un peth sy'n fantes o fod wedi sefyll etholiad yn yr un etholaeth a Paul Davies yw fod i hefyd wedi pigo lan yr un sylwadau hynna o'r sector lletygarwch, yr sector twristiaeth. Ac felly mae yna nifer o agweddau o waith y Llywodraeth yma, rhaid dwi'n gyfrifol am yn mynd i fynd ati nawr i edrych ar sut gallwn ni fod yn gwella yr ymodau yma, neu'r pwysau yma, yr sectorau pwysig yma yn ei wynebu. Fyddwch chi yn gwybod fod yna ymrwymiad yn manifesto Plaid Cymru i, enghraifft, edrych ar y rheol 182 o ddyddiau sydd yn wynebu y sector hunan ddarpar ar hyn o bryd, a byddwn ni yn edrych i gymryd camau i asesu hwnnw ac i asesu a di hi'n bosib neu yn ddymunol nawr i fod yn cyflwyno eithriadau cenedlaethol ychwanegol. Fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen gyda'r gwaith yna ac fel wedys i yn ymateb blaenorol i sicrhau fod hefyd ni'n edrych ar sut mae ar drethi busnes yn cael ei diwygio mwyn gwella hinsawdd economaidd sectorau hynna chi di amlinellu ar y stryd fawr yn enwedig.
Anna Nicol.
Diolch. And as another member representing Ceredigion, Pembrokeshire, or Penfro, I've also heard the same concerns that you have. So I welcome the Minister's clear commitment to keep the 182 day rule on self-catering lets under review. I recognise the impact that second homes and short-term lets are having on the housing crisis in communities, and it's important that the policy was developed in that context. But as we've said, I've heard the comments of constituents, and I'm concerned that it's failing to deliver against the initial policy purpose on a number of aspects, and instead putting some people's livelihoods and homes under threats. And I've seen firsthand as well the impact that this kind of level of stress is having on people's mental health and well-being. So can the Minister confirm that she will move quickly where there are clear and reasonable practical exemptions that can be introduced, for example, where the holiday accommodation would not qualify as a private home?
Diolch am yr cwestiynau yna yn ychwanegol ag fel chi'n amlinellu, mae cael y balans yn iawn ar rhai o'r polisïau yma yn bwysig iawn, fod yr pwysau ar y sector lletygarwch, a'r sector hunan ddarpar ddim yn ormodol i ganiatáu iddyn nhw i gario ymlaen yn ei busnes, fel nath Paul Davies sôn, ond hefyd fod yr angen i sicrhau fod neb yn gallu cymryd mantes o'r system dreth a rheolau sydd gyda ni. Felly mae cael y balans yn iawn yn bwysig. Fe rydyn ni fel Llywodraeth a fe fyddai fel gweinidog yn symud ymlaen yn weddol o gyflym nawr i edrych ar sut i ni'n asesu y polisi yma. A dwi'n rhoi cynnig agored i aelodau yn y Senedd yma sydd wedi bod yn canfaso dros yr misoedd diwethaf yma i fod yn rhoi sylwadau i fi a syniadau i fi ynglyn â sut mae'n bosib i ni fod yn newid rhai o'r polisïau yma lles y sector dwristiaeth, ond hefyd sydd yn deall fod unrhyw loopholes newydd ddim yn cael ei agor wrth ddiwygio ymhellach y polisïau yma. Felly gobeithio clywed syniadau oddi wrth aelodau, byddwn ni'n gwerthfawrogi hynny.
Paul Moore.
Diolch, Llawn, and thank you to the members for the original questions. What assessment has the Welsh Government made of whether council tax premiums and land transaction tax surcharges on second homes are actually increasing the availability and the affordability of housing for local people in Ceredigion and Penfro?
Diolch am yr cwestiwn yma eto ar Ceredigion Penfro. Ac wrth gwrs, wrth i ni ymrwymo i asesu nifer fawr o'r agweddau o'r polisïau sydd yn effeithio'r busnesau ag ar y sector 2, fel treth cyngor, fel ar drethi busnes, fel yr rheoli 182, fe fyddwn ni'n gwneud hynny gyda asesu'n llawn yr impact o'r newidiadau mwyaf diweddar a'r hyn gallwn ni fod yn cyflawni ar lles rhai o'r sectorau pwysig yma yn y economi ni. Felly fydd yr asesiad yna fel eich chi ni amlinellu fe yn bwysig iawn i'w gyflawni.
Cwestiwn 4, Paul Rock.
Diolch, Llywyd. What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability about ensuring the Welsh Government's strategic investment aligns with their plan for net zero Wales by 2040?
Mae cyfrifoldeb y gweinidog Cabinet dros Witnwch a chynaladwyedd gwledig yw'r cynllun ar gyfer Cymru Zero Net, mae'n ymrwymiad i'r Llywodraeth gyfan. Bydd penderfyniadau buddsoddi strategol yn cael ei gwneud ar y cyd, felly, wrth i ni baratoi ar gyfer cyllideb yr Hydref.
Diolch, Gwenedog. Every spending decision will have an impact on climate change, the resilience of our rural communities and the sustainability of our nation. The Plaid Cymru manifesto stated you would embed decarbonisation across all portfolio areas. So it's critical that budget decisions made now are sustainable and consider the broadest range of possible benefits. For instance, replacing fossil-fuelled heating with low-carbon alternatives will have an impact on air quality, which will in turn reduce the pressure on our NHS. The heat pump industry alone will provide an estimated 5,500 people in Wales with secure, well-paid jobs. How will you assess the true value of potential spending decisions against a broader range of criteria than simplistic financial measures?
Well, certainly not by just simplistic financial measures, and I say that as the Minister for Finance. As I said in an earlier response, the responsibility to meet our net zero objectives is a responsibility that cuts across all government ministers and departments, and we want to see a truly engaged and innovative approach to how we invest every single pound of the Welsh budget to ensure that they are long-term good investments to mean that our impact on our climate is less than it needs to be, because that investment will make a difference not just in terms of achieving net zero, which is an objective, high-level objective that a government needs to have, but also it makes a difference to everybody, everyday lives in Wales. So it can mean that people may have more efficient, healthier housing, for example, and it can mean that our businesses can have cheaper electricity costs to run their businesses. So it is truly a cross-cutting piece of work for this government, and it needs to feature prominently, and it will, in our budget setting process for the future.
Sarah Rees.
Diolch, Llywyd. I welcome the Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability's announcement yesterday of a new climate and nature plan to deliver net zero by 2040 in line with Plaid Cymru's manifesto commitments. Given that individuals, small businesses and local authorities across Wales are already showing leadership, practical action and financial commitment to drive progress towards net zero, as Cabinet Minister for Finance, can you provide assurances that you'll be discussing the polluter pays principle with the relevant Cabinet Minister so that those most responsible for emissions, rather than those least able to pay, are bearing the greatest share of the cost?
Yes, and most definitely. The cost of bad decisions should never be borne by those least likely, least able to afford to pay those costs, and they should be borne by those people who have initially transgressed. In our manifesto, we're committed to establishing a just transition board to guide net zero strategy, and this will bring together relevant experts, ensuring key stakeholders have a meaningful role in shaping policy. And the Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability will be making an early announcement on the Just Transition Board that seeks to achieve the very things that you've outlined to do.
Gareth Beer.
Diolch, Llywyd.
People across Carmarthenshire are no longer confused by the language around net zero. They're frustrated by it because when ministers talk about strategic investment and a just transition, many hear spin. What they actually see is higher bills, disruption in their communities and decisions being imposed upon them. We were told this would protect the environment, but tell that to the residents in the Towie Valley facing proposed pylons and 200-metre wind turbines dominating their landscape. Tell that to the people in Binia and Pimpsant dealing with vast solar developments, years of dust, noise and disruption. And we were promised lower bills, yet families are seeing the opposite is happening. So will the Minister answer this directly? Where is the evidence this approach is delivering for ordinary people? And will the government change course if this continues to drive up costs and lose public consent? Diolch.
You'll know that the responsibility lies with the Minister for Enterprise and Energy on matters of renewable energy and infrastructure in Wales. The Minister, who happens to be one of the members for the area that you also represent, will be, in line with Plaid Cymru's manifesto commitments, will be making new policy on renewable energy in Wales and the deployment of infrastructure and the expectations that this government will have from it, and that will give clarity as to how we see renewable energy need to play a very positive role in our need to, yes, achieve our net zero commitments, but also to make ourselves less dependent on fossil fuels and on oil and gas markets in the Middle East. We know how vulnerable they are and how many of these issues mean that Wales as a country is less self-reliant on energy production, and we need to increase our energy production in Wales from sources that can be trusted into the future and not sources of the past.
Question 5, Becca Martin.
Diolch, Llywydd. What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the UK Government about securing consequential funding for rail projects?
A sicrhau cyllid teg ar gyfer rheilffyrdd Cymru a mynd i'r afel ag anghyfiawnder HS2 yn flaenoriaeth bwysig iawn i ni. Mae Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol wedi cydnabod nad yw'r seilwaith rheilffyrdd yng Nghymru wedi derbyn digon o gyllid yn y gorffennol, felly mae'n bryd gweithredu. Fe godes i hyn gyda Prif Ysgrifennydd y Trysorlus yr wythnos diwetha.
Diolch, Cabinet Minister. While HS2 has often been criticised for its spiralling costs and delays, what is arguably an even greater scandal and injustice is the significant loss of funding to Wales because of these projects being classed as England and Wales. Communities across my constituency included have experienced repeated disruption from flooding and severe weather, as we're seeing this week, whilst Wales stands to lose billions in real consequential funding that could be invested in preventative infrastructure. Now, you say you have had discussions with UK Government to secure fair consequential funding. Will you commit to intensifying these discussions to ensure Wales is no longer disadvantaged by these classifications?
I can certainly commit to intensifying on those discussions. I hope that the UK Government can also commit to that level of intensity of discussions that we need to have. We need to reach a place between UK Government and Welsh Government where we are not constantly having to discuss whether a funding allocation is fair or not. We need clarity and transparency, and we need also that independent arbiter to enable the people to know where the fair allocation would be received. As I've said earlier this afternoon, the classification of HS2 as an England and Wales project as is meaning at this point in this current UK spending review period that Wales is shortchanged by £850 million, and over further spending periods that will only increase. So we need to get this right. There are at least probably
5 parties in the Senedd that agree with that underfunding of Wales, and we need to use that cross-party leverage to ensure that we get to a place, a better place, in order to ensure that the people of Wales are not disadvantaged.
Cwestiwn 6, Elfed Williams.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa cynlluniau sydd gan y Gweinidog Cabinet i adolygu'r trothwy o 182 diwrnod ar gyfer gymwyso ar gyfer drethi busnes?
Roedd yn manifesto yn cynnwys ymrwymiad i barhau adolygu'r trothwy gosod o 182 diwrnod ac i greu eithriadau newydd rhesymol lle na fydde llety hunan ddarpar yn gymwys i fod yn gartref preifat. Fe fyddai'n amlinellu rhagor o fanylion am ein cynigion ar hyn maes o law.
Diolch i Gweinidog am ei ymateb. Mae'r camau a gymerwyd yn y blynyddoedd dwytha. Diolch i gyfraniad Plaid Cymru mewn gwrthblaid i leihau nifer o letaiau gwyliau a thyfu'r stoc dau yn ei cymunedau i'w croesawu. Serch hynny, mae achosion wedi codi lle mae busnesu llety gwirioneddol, rhai sy'n chwarae rôl bwysig fel rhan o'n cynnig twristiaeth yn cael ei cosbi. Roeddwn yn falch o sefyll a manifesto sy'n ymrwymro i greu eithriadau newydd a chlir mewn achosion lle na fyddai'r llety hwnnw'n gymwys i fod yn gatref brifet. Felly, a wneith y Gweinidog roi diweddariad ar y gwaith fydd yn mynd rhagddi gan y Llywodraeth i ddatblygu a gweithredu'r eithriadau newydd.
Dwi eisoes fel Gweinidog gymharol newydd o hyd wedi cychwyn ar y gwaith o drafod sut y gallwn ni fynd ati i adolygu y trothwy gosod o 182 diwrnod ac i feddwl a oes angen eithriadau newydd cenedlaethol i'r polisi yma. Dwi'n gwybod fod y polisi heb lando yn y lle cywir ar hyn o bryd, fod angen yr adolygiad hynna, ac felly dwi wrthi nawr yn trafod opsiynau ynglyn â sut fedrai ddod i gasgliad i gymryd penderfyniad ar sut mae adolygu hyn a cynnwys y Senedd yma ac yn bwysicach yr sectorau perthnasol yn yr drafodaeth ehangach am sut beth fydde'r diwygiadau mwyaf effeithiol ar gyfer y polisi yma.
Cwestiwn 7, Louise Emery.
Diolch. What consideration has the Cabinet Minister done to reform the local government funding formula?
Mae Gweinidog Cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol tai a chynllunio yn bwrw mlaen ar adolygiad o'r fformiwla gyllido Llywodraeth leol mewn partneriaeth a Llywodraeth leol.
It's great to actually be here in the Senedd because I have spent the last 9 years complaining about the funding formula from the council chambers up in Conway, and all the time we will be asking our leaders to go and ask them to Welsh Government ministers to review the funding formula based on the ageing demographic that we have, particularly in Conway, that affects our social care budget. So here I am, and you're going to be sick of this question, but please, when you're looking at the funding formulas, please can you consider the ageing demographic that we have along the North Wales coast. People are living longer lives, healthy lives. It must be the North Walian sea air, but we need some consideration for the high level of social care costs, which are now overtaking education budgets, particularly in Conway. Diolch.
Making sure that the local government formula does reflect adequately the various characteristics that our different local authorities have is important to this government, and making sure that we understand wholly from local governments and from councils how the current formula is working either to their advantage. I suspect they won't be as upfront about that, or to their disadvantage, as you've outlined for Conwy. So we need to have, and the Cabinet Minister for Local Government will be the person having this
open conversation with local government as to how this funding formula can be reformed in a way that meets the various needs and requirements of disadvantage and sparsity that our wonderfully varied country of Wales has, and we need to get to that place soon as a government, and those discussions are happening now within our 100-day commitment as well. We have a commitment to align policies with rural proofing, and we need to ensure that any changes to the local government formula would do so in step with our alignment to rural proofing.
Question 8, Jason O'Connell.
Diolch, Llywydd. What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care regarding how Welsh Government's budget for 26-27 supports frontline services?
Roedd y gyllideb atodol gyntaf a gyhoeddwyd ddoe yn darparu 164 miliwn o gyllid refeniw a 130 miliwn o gyllid cyfalaf ychwanegol i'n blaenoriaethau allweddol. Mae hyn yn cynnwys 145 miliwn i'r NHS yng Nghymru i dorri rhestrau aros ag adeiladu gwasanaeth iechyd a gofal sy'n addas ar gyfer y dyfodol.
Thank you for the answer. No, back in January, the now First Minister boasted that Plaid Cymru had secured 300 million of additional funding for frontline services and put the next Welsh Government, quote, on a firmer footing. Now, in the mini-budget yesterday, you diverted millions away from the most vulnerable in our society, those being children with additional learning needs, and refused to acknowledge that councils and schools across our country, like in councils like mine, like Merthyr, who are being pushed further into the red because of rising ALN demand. Now, Minister, it's clear that this Plaid mini-budget is an exercise in misaligned priorities, and I'm beginning to lose track of Plaid Cymru's uncosted promises. How will you balance a £1 billion ALN spend with promises such as the third Menai crossing, £587 million childcare offer that hasn't been fully costed yet, all while protecting frontline services? Are you an economic magician, or are you storing up bad news for budgets yet to come? Diolch.
I didn't divert a single penny away from additional learning needs in yesterday's supplementary budget. The allocation for additional learning and for schools that was voted on by the Senedd, introduced by the Labour government, supported in part by Plaid Cymru in the previous Senedd. That allocation remains in full to local authorities in Wales. We are committed, because of the pressures, as you've outlined, on additional learning needs and on our schools. We are committed to work to design a service and fund it so that we are better prepared for the challenges and the delivery of additional learning needs in Wales. It is not a competition for funding. There is funding needed to run a variety of public services and public infrastructure in Wales, and we seek to strike the right balance, and we will listen to views across this chamber on where that balance needs to be struck.
Ac yn ola, gyda'n tipyn bach o injury time ar ôl datganiad byr. Cwestiwn naw, Zainab Akbar.
What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the UK Government to ensure that Wales receives its fair share of funding from the UK Government's £15 billion Warm Homes programme?
Cadarnhawyd symiau canlyniadol ychwanegol cynllun cartrefi cynnes Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol yn hyllideb yr Hydref 2025. Bydd Cymru'n derbyn 17 miliwn yn 2026-27, 26 miliwn yn 27-28, 26 miliwn yn 28-29 ag 17 miliwn yn 29-30.
Diolch. The UK Government's Warm Homes programme, announced by the Energy Secretary, commits £15 billion to upgrading homes in England. However, it remains unclear what funding Wales can expect. Yet from estimated calculations, we know Wales is owed around £800 million in consequentials. We also know that policies such as the requirement for private rented homes to reach EPCC by 2030 are likely to have a disproportionate impact in Wales, given the age and condition of our housing stock. That makes it all the more vital that Wales receives the full resources it needs to meet these ambitions. So will the Cabinet Minister for Finance therefore assess the full impact of the Warm Homes programme on Wales and seek to secure the consequentials necessary to deliver a truly tenure-neutral approach here in Wales?
Well, you've outlined the aspiration that you have to, for the Warm Homes work that needs to happen in Wales and the benefits that it can reap for households throughout Wales. I outlined in my original answer the consequentials we've already received as a government. They fall significantly below the estimate that you've contributed this afternoon, and that in itself outlines what I've said throughout my question session this afternoon, the opaque nature of how the Barnett formula and consequentials work, and how that across UK government departments can mean very different things in how it comes through to Wales. But I will discuss with my Cabinet Minister for Housing the true level of consequentials required for this area of work, and to ensure that we consider clearly whether we have received the correct consequentials and what further representations we would need to make if that wasn't the case.
Diolch Gweinidog Cabinet. Cwestiwn amserol now, dan item 3, Ken Skates.
Diolch Llywydd. What measures, plans and contingencies have Welsh Government put in place to keep people safe during this week's red warning for extreme heat and to protect critical national infrastructure?
Diolch Llywydd. Rydym wedi gweithredu ein trefniadau cydlynu ymateb I fonitro reolau effeithiau gres eithafol ar draws y meysydd yr ydym yn gyfrifol amdanynt, gan weithio gyda phartneriaid ffyrymau gwitnwch lleol, Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Rwy'n annog pawb I ddilyn y cyngor iechyd gyhoeddus ac I yfed digon o ddŵr a cadw mas o'r haul yn ystod y rhan boethaf o'r dydd.
Thank you, Minister. Today, obviously, we're facing yet another extreme weather event, and on this occasion, it's a red warning, meaning that there's a real risk to life, particularly to the most vulnerable people in our society. So people will be very worried about not just themselves, but also their loved ones this week. I'd be very grateful if the government could set out what additional preparation and planning was put in place ahead of time to support public services like schools and hospitals and social care settings during this extreme heat event, and what response systems are in place to support people during this red weather warning. Now, I know from my previous experience in transport how challenging extreme heat can be for workers, particularly for bus drivers and train drivers who cannot and should not operate vehicles if there is a risk of them passing out due to that extreme heat. So what work is the government doing with businesses and with unions to ensure that long-term planning for the protection of workers takes place? Because temperatures are likely to reach 45 degrees on occasions within the next 30 years. This will be a more frequent event. And finally, in these sort of events, like flooding as well, a single point of truth is vitally important for the public. Are you able to outline what the Welsh Government's view is of creating that single portal that can capture all information about events such as this and the disruption and the risk that can be caused? Diolch.
Diolch. Wel, fi'n cytuno gyda'r sylwadau ynglyn â difrifoldeb tywydd eithafol yma ni'n gweld heddi a fori a dros y dyddiau nesaf. Fel nes I sôn, ni wedi cydlynu'r gweithgaredd yn genedlaethol mwyn rheoli a monitro'r sefyllfa pob dydd. Mae'r adran diogelwch gwladol a gwitnwch yn cydlynu'r gwaith na ac yn gweithio gyda swyddogion ar lawr gwlad a swyddogion iechyd gyhoeddus hefyd. Mwyn bod ni'n cael yr ymateb traws Llywodraeth na fel wnaethoch chi sôn. Nath yr ymateb cenedlaethol cynyddu lefel 1 ar bore'r ail ar hugen, so bore Dydd Llun, wrth i ni fonitro'r sefyllfa. A wnaethon ni dod a gweision sefyd polisi at ei gilydd mewn modd ymarferol iawn i edrych ar elfennau gweithredol yna mwyn bod ni yn ymateb. Ni'n cydnabod y risgs, ni'n cydlynu gweithgaredd, ac fel wnaethoch chi sôn, mae'r risg i fywyd yn un difrifol iawn, mae rhaid i ni cymryd o ddifri. Ac ar y meysydd iechyd, wrth gwrs, ni'n gwybod bod Iechyd Gyhoeddus Cymru wedi rhoi cyngor mas i'r sector iechyd, a mae'r prif cynghorydd meddygol wedi cysylltu gyda partneriaid nôl y mis Mai i wneud siŵr bod y cynlluniau mewn lle ar gyfer achosion fel hyn sy'n debygol o ddod yn fwy aml nawr oherwydd newid hinsawdd, ac yn sicr mae hwnna'n blaenoriaeth i ni fel Llywodraeth, wneud siŵr bod ni'n cydnabod y ffaith bod newid hinsawdd yn bodoli, cydnabod bod angen i ni gweithio draws Llywodraeth mwyn bod ni'n paratoi am achosion fel hyn yn fwy aml yn anffodus.
Sarah Rees.
Diolch, Llywydd. Over the coming days, schools across Wales are closing their doors because of the extreme heat, forcing parents and carers to make childcare arrangements at short notice. I've just had my own watch ping with the same notice for tomorrow. But this disproportionately affects those families on the lowest incomes, with parents who can't afford to take time off work or can't find affordable childcare at short notice. And I know that you'll agree with me that this is a real concern. At a time when low-income families are yet again the ones to bear the impact, how will Welsh Government work with schools to ensure that they can remain open in periods of extreme weather, given that this is likely to become a more frequent occurrence due to climate change?
Diolch. A fi'n rhannu'r pryderon a hefyd rhannu'r sylwadau ynglyn â'r effaith a'r teuluodd wrth i ysgolion a llefydd gwarchod plant cae. Ond mae rhaid i ni, nid o'r chwarae bach i ni wneud hwn wrth gwrs o ran y rhybydd coch. Ni eriod wedi cael rhybydd coch fel yma yng Nghymru o'r blaen oherwydd tywydd. Mae cae ysgolion a cae llefydd gwarchod plant yn rhywbeth i'r penaethiaid lleol neu'r awdurdodau lleol. Yn amlwg, fel fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol, mae pob un adeilad yn wahanol o ran maint a'r gallu i ymgymryd ar tymheredd fel yma. Felly mae'n iawn ac yn briodol bod y penderfyniadau yna'n cael ei wneud ar sail risg lleol, ar sail yr amodau penodol, mwyn bod ni'n cadw yn pobl ifanc a'n plant yn diogel. Ni'n gwybod bod plant a pobl ifanc yn enwedig yn fwy fregus, yn methu controlo tymheredd y corff. Felly mae'n dyletswydd arno ni gyd i wneud siŵr bod ni'n gofalu am plant a pobl ifanc a pobl hŷn a pobl gyda cyfrau iechyd penodol yn ystod y cyfnod yma. Ac felly dyna reswm wrth gwrs bod pam angen i ni angen i ysgolion ystyried cae yn y meysydd yma. Ac wrth gwrs i ni'n monitro'r sefyllfa yn ddyddiol ac yn neud siŵr bod y cefnogaeth na mewn lle.
Janet Prince-Saunders.
Diolch, Llawydd. Thank you, Deputy Minister, but I also share the concerns raised about the impact of the extreme heat and our resilience as a nation to cope with such events. Whilst, of course, safety is paramount, our ability to withstand extreme weather does not feel as robust in Wales as it should. Not only were rail services severely impacted yesterday, causing chaos and leaving communities stranded, many businesses felt compelled to shut, damaging them financially, and critically, as has been raised, many schools across Wales have closed today and tomorrow. Now, not only does this leave working parents struggling to find last-minute childcare, but it's yet another educational absence that has already been imposed on our children, many of whom have already lived through the COVID era and have already missed a great many months of their education. We should be able to withstand severe weather, whether snow, rain or extreme heat, so that transport, businesses and education are not negatively affected as they have been this week. As has been said, it's likely to happen again and we don't know. We're actually coming into the hotter part of this summer. So Deputy Minister, I would be grateful to know what conversations are talking now to plan more for longer-term future events, and how do you plan to mitigate against the impact so we don't see the chaos that's been transcended here in Wales this week?
Wel, fi'n falch iawn i clywed y sylwadau yna a'r dealltwriaeth bod hwn yn rhywbeth mae angen i ni taclo a newid hinsawdd yn blaenoriaeth. Wrth gwrs, mae'n blaenoriaeth i'r Llywodraeth newydd yma, a fyddwn ni'n falch iawn i weld y cefnogaeth i'r ffaith bod ni yn blaenoriaethu mesuriadau i delio gyda'r effaith o newid hinsawdd. A fel wnaethoch chi sôn, yr effaith real sy'n cael ei digwydd ar hyn o bryd i'r system trafnidiaeth yn ogystal â ysgolion ac yn y blaen. Felly mae hwn yn blaenoriaethu'r Llywodraeth. Mae'n rhywbeth i ni'n mynd i greiddio trwy pob un portffolio o'r angen i ni ddim jyst edrych ar mesuriadau newid hinsawdd, ond hefyd fel ni'n paratoi fel gwasanaethau, yn wedig yn y gwasanaeth iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol wrth gwrs, neu siŵr bod cynlluniau mewn lle fel ni wedi dros y misoedd diwethaf, neu siŵr bod y cynlluniau mewn lle, a pan mae yna issues fel yr rybydd coch yma yn codi bod yna cefnogaeth a dealltwriaeth bod angen gweithredu ar y cynlluniau yna, arfyrder a bod ni'n monitro ac yn rhoi'r cefnogaeth yna fel bod yr angen.
Diolch te proi gweinidog. Felly nawr, item 4, datganiadau 90 eiliad. Yn gyntaf, Gareth Thomas.
Diolch, Lloyd. Armed Forces Week is a moment for us not only to reflect, but to recognise, promote and stand firmly behind our armed forces community. Across the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force and the Army, our service personnel demonstrate courage, discipline and unwavering commitment to protect our nation. They stand ready to serve, often in dangerous conditions, so that we can live in safety and security. But the armed forces community is much broader than those in uniform. It includes veterans who continue to contribute to society long after their service ends. It includes families, spouses, partners, children and friends who carry the weight of the service life through separation, relocation and uncertainty. They are all part of one community and they all deserve our support. That is why we believe support must go beyond words. Promoting the armed forces community means ensuring they are treated fairly with proper access to healthcare, housing and education. It means recognising their sacrifices in practical ways, not just ceremonial ones, because a nation that asks so much of its armed forces must be prepared to give something back. So during this Armed Forces Week, let us do more and simply say thank you. Let us show it through action, through support and through renewed commitment to those who serve and those who have served, and the families who stand beside them. Diolch.
Sam Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd, and at this time of global football fever, I'm pleased to welcome the fact that the Football Association of Wales will be hosting the UEFA European Under-19 Championship in North Wales this summer between 28th of June and 11th of July. It's an important moment for Welsh football and for our wider communities. The tournament will bring together some of those talented young players from across Europe, showcasing the next generation of elite international football on our doorstep. And it's particularly significant that matches will be hosted across multiple venues in North Wales, including at the racecourse in my own constituency, Flint Wrexham, bringing international football directly back into the heart of the city and building on Wrexham's growing profile within the game. Training will also take place across a range of community facilities, including in Flint Wrexham at Colliers Park, highlighting the importance of our grassroots infrastructure in delivering international events of this scale. This championship, Llywydd, presents a real opportunity for people of all ages to experience international football in their own communities, inspiring the next generation. I would encourage all members to support efforts to raise awareness of the tournament and get to a game in North Wales if you can. Diolch yn fawr.
Jane Bryant.
1948 and 1971, the UK government invited people from the Caribbean and Commonwealth countries to help rebuild the country and fill labour shortages after the Second World War. On the 22nd of June 1948, HMT Empire Windrush docked in Tilbury. There were 1,027 people on board, mainly from the Caribbean, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Grenada and Barbados. Many had served in the British Armed Forces during World War II. The most common sectors which people worked in is the construction industry, public transport, manufacturing and our NHS. In my constituency, we still have Windrush elders. They continue to be important and essential voices in our community. So many have made and continue to make an outstanding contribution. Vanessa Cyril OBE arrived from St. Lucia and she is a much-loved midwife in Newport, serving in our NHS for over 40 years. Despite being treated with hostility, Vanessa says it made her strong. She continues to be an inspiration and leading voice in our community. Roy Grant moved from Jamaica to become an engineer. After arriving in England, he made Newport his home. Roy works relentlessly to make sure young people understand the struggles of the Windrush generation and to help build connections between communities. These are just two people who have made such a positive impact. The elders and their families have made invaluable contributions to Wales. They deserve the respect and gratitude of all of us in this Senedd and across Wales.
Sarah Evans.
Diolch Llywydd. I'm very pleased to speak today to mark the unveiling of a new statue celebrating the life and legacy of Elizabeth Andrews, one of Wales's most remarkable political activists and champions of social justice. Tomorrow at Rhondda Heritage Park in Trehafod, a statue created by sculptor Billy Bond will be unveiled as the fifth and final monument installed by the monumental Welsh Women's Campaign to honour those Welsh women whose contributions have too often been overlooked. Born into poverty in Hirwaun as the seventh of 11 children in a mining family, Elizabeth Andrews left school at 13 to help support her family. Arguably because of those circumstances, she became a pioneering internationalist, suffragist and socialist who dedicated her life to improving the lives of working-class women, children and families across Wales. She helped women exercise their newly won right to vote. She campaigned tirelessly for better maternity and childcare provision, helped establish one of Wales's earliest nursery schools, and led the successful campaign for pithead baths, transforming conditions for mining families. She also gave evidence to a Royal Commission on mining, highlighting the impact of the industry on family life, and played a pivotal role in supporting communities through the hardships of the 1926 lockout. Elizabeth Andrews understood that social justice begins with giving a voice to those too often unheard. This statue is a fitting tribute to a woman whose work changed lives and whose example continues to inspire us today. Diolch.
Diolch. Dadl aelod o dan rheol sefydlog 11.21.4, marw enedigaeth a marwolaethau newydd unedig. Galwaf ar Sarah Crowley I wneud y cynnig.
Diolch. Before I begin, I wish to declare a personal interest. Unbeknown to me when I tabled this debate, members of my wider family are today going through this very situation. While that is a separate and deeply personal matter, I want to begin with the story of a baby boy called Gwilym. 6 months ago today, on Christmas Eve, Gwilym died at just 11 days old. His parents, Brooke and Will from Pontypridd in my constituency, spent those 11 days doing what every new parent does, loving their son, getting to know him, and looking forward to the future they believed lay ahead of them. Instead, they were left facing the unimaginable reality of saying goodbye to Gwilym and trying to understand why he died. In the 6 months since this devastating loss, they have worked tirelessly alongside other bereaved parents and organisations such as STANS to campaign for changes that will help save babies' lives and improve the bereaved families across Wales. Gwilym's story is heartbreaking, but sadly, it's not unique. Every year, families across Wales experience the devastation of stillbirth, neonatal death and pregnancy loss. Behind every statistic is a much-loved baby, sometimes babies, a grieving family and a future changed forever. This is why this debate matters, and that is why I am proud to open this debate on saving babies' lives. I would like to thank my co-submitters Ellen Stevens and Vicky Howells and members across the Chamber for their support on this very important issue. As a newly elected member, it is a privilege to open my first debate on a matter that affects every family and every community across Wales. This motion recognises a reality that should concern every member of the Senedd. Wales continues to have the highest stillbirth rate in the United Kingdom. There has been no sustained reduction in stillbirths since 2018, and too many families continue to experience the trauma of losing a baby. More than 1,000 babies in Wales may have survived between 2019 and 2023 had outcomes matched those of the best performing countries in Europe. We should never accept this as inevitable, because this is not just about understanding the problem, it is about preventing it and saving babies' lives wherever possible. We have to ask why this is the case in Wales, recognising that baby loss can occur for many reasons, including infection, complications in pregnancy, and wider health factors often beyond anyone's control. But we must also look widely at the factors that we can influence, such as inequality and maternal health, and ensuring that women, particularly those at higher risk, receive the support they need before, during, and after pregnancy. This includes, for example, women living with conditions such as diabetes, in particular type 1 diabetes, a condition I have lived with for over 35 years, and one that did influence my own fertility decisions, where we know that improving access to specialist support and modern technologies represent one of the clearest opportunities to reduce risk and improve outcomes for both mother and baby. However, this goes wider than any one condition. It is about how we support women's health overall and how we work across government to address the inequalities and wider health challenges that too often shape outcomes in Wales. Every family deserves the best possible care during pregnancy and birth. Every baby deserves the best possible chance of a healthy start in life. But we must also recognise that despite our best efforts, not every loss can be prevented. And when the worst does happen, every bereaved family deserves compassionate, consistent, high-quality support from trained and experienced professionals alongside organisations such as SANS. In preparation for this debate, I had the privilege of meeting bereaved parents, including Ruth and Jess, members of the Senedd Cymru Parents Campaign Group, who, despite their own loss, have spent years working to improve care for families across Wales. Ruth is a befriender with Sans Merthyr and a mother to twins, George and Henry. She has supported parents facing the heartbreak. Sorry, I'm a mother to twins as well. She has supported parents facing heartbreak while continuing to campaign for improvements in care. Her strengths reflect not only her loss, but the love she carries for both of her sons. Jess runs the baby loss support group in the Vale of Glamorgan and is the mother of Meg and Jane. Through her group, she has created a space where bereaved parents can come together, share their experiences and support one another. The care she offers is shaped by the love she holds for her daughter. What struck me most was that despite everything they have been through, they continue to give so much to others. Listening to them speak so passionately makes clear why this debate matters. Because behind every statistic is a much-loved baby and a family whose life has been changed forever. It was clear from speaking to families that the loss does not end, it continues. Too often, the grief is carried in silence because the stigma surrounding baby loss can make it difficult to speak openly. Parents are living their lives while grieving the life they should have lived. The milestones never reached, the moments never lived, not just in childhood, but every year that follows. For some families, their grief places immense strain on relationships, changing the course of lives in ways that are difficult to articulate. So today, this debate is not only about remembering babies such as William, George, Henry, and Meg and Jane, and every baby whose life has been tragically cut short. It is about honouring their memory by asking what more can be done to save lives, reduce inequalities, and ensure that bereaved families receive the care and support they need wherever they live in Wales. When a family experiences a devastating loss of a baby, they must be able to access the high-quality bereavement care and support they need. Sadly, this is not the reality for many in Wales. Research by SANS found that only a very small proportion of bereaved parents in Wales were able to access the support they wanted through the NHS or charities, whilst more than a third were unable to access support at all. This must change, and we have the opportunity to do better. I would like to take a moment to recognise the incredible work of charities such as Senedd Cymru and yw'r, and their staff and volunteers who give their time to support families when they need it most. These organisations provide vital support at the most difficult times in families' lives. However, Access to bereavement support should not depend on the third sector alone. Families should be able to access consistent, high-quality support through the NHS wherever they live. And we must also recognise that bereavement support needs to be available to both parents. Too often, fathers, partners and non-carrying parents can feel invisible in the aftermath of baby loss, despite experiencing profound grief on their own while supporting the person they love. Our services must be designed to meet the needs of the whole family, recognising that every family's experience and structure is different. And I want to mention Rafe, whose dad is listening from the Oriel today, and Seren too, whose family cannot be here. Through their family's loss, they remind us powerfully why this debate matters so much. I therefore welcome the Welsh Government's commitment to publish the new National Bereavement Care Pathway Cymru. For families struggling to access support today, this publication cannot come soon enough. In responding to this debate, I would welcome further detail from the Deputy Minister on when the pathway will be published and, crucially, how the implementation will be monitored, evaluated and delivered consistently across health boards. While the high-quality bereavement care is essential, our ambition must be to reduce the number of families who need that support in the first place. Sadly, the latest Embrace UK State of the Nation report shows that Wales still has a long way to go. For the third consecutive year, Wales has the highest stillbirth rate of any other UK nation, and no sustained reduction since 2018. The report also highlights worrying inequalities. Babies born to mothers in the most deprived communities face a significantly higher risk of stillbirth and neonatal death. We also know that inequalities in outcomes exist by ethnicity and must be addressed alongside deprivation. This cannot be ignored, particularly when more than 1 in 5 people in Wales are living in poverty. That is why I believe the Welsh Government should adopt ambitious national targets for reducing stillbirths and neonatal deaths. Wales is currently the only nation without them, and we know targets alone will not save lives, but they will provide accountability, focus attention, and ensure that reducing baby loss remains a national priority. The Welsh Government has rightly set ambitious targets in other areas, including tackling child poverty and improving economic outcomes. I see no reason why we should not show the same ambition when it comes to saving babies' lives. During the recent election campaign, many of us were asked by constituents to support the Senedd Cymru campaign pledge, a commitment to a future where fewer babies die and all bereaved parents in Wales receive the care and support they need. Of those who signed that pledge, 43 of us now sit in the Senedd, including ministers. Supporting this motion is one way we can begin to honour that commitment. Today is an opportunity to send a clear message to families across Wales that this Senedd takes baby loss seriously and is committed to improving outcomes. We owe it to the babies no longer with us, we owe it to the families living with this heartbreak and loss, and we owe it to the future generations. Let us support bereaved families and let us act together across the Senedd to save babies' lives, and I look forward to hearing the contributions from across the chamber. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Sarah. Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd, and my thanks to Sarah for tabling this motion today and for inviting me to be a co-submitter. During the recent Senedd campaign, I'm sure like many candidates across Wales, I received the greatest number of campaign emails to me in response to Stan's pledge to save babies' lives and improve the care and support for parents. And so my thanks to Sans. It was a really successful piece of lobbying which has paid off in terms of today's debate, and I hope will pay off in terms of government action too. I'd also like to thank all those constituents who reached out to their prospective representatives, calling for change and often sharing the most heartbreaking stories. I believe in today's debate there will rightly be a lot of duplication of key points, and I'll try not to cover the same ground as Sarah did, but I do want to go back to that story that Sarah started the debate with about our constituents Brooke, Will and their son Gwilym. And this is crucial because when we have such a strong statistical evidence base, it is all too easy to lose sight of what a debate is about. And this is about, as Sarah said, families losing babies during pregnancy or shortly after birth, lives being transformed in an awful and overwhelming way, and then the support needed at this terrible moment just not being there. I've met with Brooke and have been struck by her courage and the way that she is using her experience and the memory of Gwilym to make things better for others, particularly around that support that parents affected by bereavement can and should expect. One aspect of that is how parents can get answers to why this traumatic and awful event has happened. And a report earlier this year from the Royal College of Pathologists said that paediatric and perinatal pathology is in crisis. 2 out of 5 consultant PPP posts in the UK are vacant, and there are just 46 full-time PPP consultants in the whole of Britain and only 2 covering Wales. And this leads to longer turnaround, longer periods just waiting for answers, with 1 in 5 recently bereaved parents now routinely waiting 6 months or more for post-mortem results. However, it is also about the support that parents access after this loss. In my own local health board, I understand there is not currently a specialist bereavement counsellor in place. And what makes this particularly inexplicable to me is that having this role in place shouldn't be radical or revolutionary or out of the ordinary. And sadly, that's even more the case when we recall the breakdown in maternity services in the former Cymru Health Board some years ago. Now, the review that went on into that was a really thorough piece of work. Families contributed, sharing their experiences and dredging up the deepest psychological traumas. There were some positive outcomes from that. I'm thinking of the Primrose Suite in Prince Charles Hospital, a specially designed room with caring, dedicated and protective staff who guide the family through their loss. But the overall picture still is there are problems that just shouldn't be there. I've raised the lack of a specialist bereavement counsellor with Cymru Morgannwg Health Board, but I'm also keen that Welsh Government ensures sufficient support across Wales too. And this is a point captured in our motion and one that's really crucial to drive change and make things better across Wales. Indeed, a really stark figure from SANS is that only 5% of bereaved parents in Wales could access the mental health support that they wanted and needed through the NHS. It's not right that Cardiff and Vale is the only health board providing a specialist psychological support pathway for pregnancy and baby loss. I've written to the Welsh Government about this and I look forward to the reply from the Deputy Minister for Social Care, Mental Health and Women's Health. Although if you want to cover that in your response to the debate today, I know that bereaved families watching would really appreciate it. Finally, I just want to mention the motion on baby loss carried by the TUC Congress in 2024, which was brought by RCT Trades Council. This aimed to tackle the loophole whereby there was no support for parents who'd lost a baby up to 24 weeks gestation. That motion was carried unanimously, and the TUC has worked with the GMB for the record, that's a trade union of which I am a member, to develop a baby loss policy. This aims to provide support but also challenge stigma. I would be hopeful the Welsh Government could work with the devolved public sector to embed this policy here in Wales. It is being done in England, so it would be good if that was something that we could do here. Diolch.
Ellen Stevens.
Diolch, Dr. Lywydd. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I want to begin by paying tribute to SANS and to every bereaved parent and family who has campaigned, shared their story and demanded the change in the most painful of circumstances. This debate is about data, targets, accountability and health services. But before that, it's about babies. Babies who were loved, babies who are still loved. Babies who were named, babies whose families had imagined futures with them, babies who are not with us but whose lives matter. I recently met with a constituent, Jasmine, who's here today. She experienced baby loss. She started the Better Maternity Wales campaign, which is calling for safer, more compassionate and more consistent maternity care across Wales. Behind that campaign is not only a call for change, but a baby whose life and memory mean so much. His name is Wyatt. I say Wyatt's name today because bereaved parents have told us very clearly that their babies must not be reduced to statistics only. They were here, they were loved, they are still loved. They're part of their family's stories. One issue Wyatt's mother raised has stayed with me. Why are mothers still being asked in maternity settings how many children they have, only for their answer to be brushed aside or wrongly corrected when staff realise that one of those children has died? That may seem like a small interaction for some, but for a bereaved parent, it can really reopen a wound. It can make them feel intentionally or not that their baby does not count, that their motherhood, their parenthood, their grief and their love somehow does not fit into the right box on the form, and that has to change. Compassionate care is not only about clinical pathways, it's about language. It's about records that reflect those families' realities. It's about not forcing bereaved parents to explain again and again that the baby they are naming is a child they have lost. But compassion on its own is not enough. This debate must also be about accountability. Senedd Cymru, as we've heard, have made a clear and reasonable ask. Wales needs clear, measurable targets to reduce stillbirths and neonatal deaths, not vague aspirations, targets. Because without targets, it becomes too easy for progress to drift. It becomes harder for families, staff, health boards, and for this Senedd to know whether things are improving. We know that Cymru has not made sustained progress the families deserve, and as Sarah mentioned, between 2022 and 24, Cymru had the highest rate of stillbirths and neonatal deaths for all 4 UK nations. We know there are inconsistencies between health boards. We know that access to good care, bereavement support and specialist psychological support can depend far too much on where someone lives, and that's clearly not acceptable. The 2026 All Wales Maternity and Neonatal Assurance Assessment recognised real strengths in services, and I want to acknowledge the dedication of staff, midwives, neonatal staff, doctors and support workers who are often working under immense pressure, and many are doing everything they can in very difficult circumstances. But the report also identified very serious vulnerabilities: unmet mental health needs, poor postnatal support, inconsistent incident responses, high staffing pressures and systems that do not yet make the best use of data to spot unsafe trends or tackle inequalities. Those findings must lead to action. That is why I support calls for clear targets to reduce baby deaths in Cymru, including targets that address inequalities linked to deprivation and ethnicity. If we're serious about prevention, we must be serious about measuring whether that prevention is working. I also want to focus on the support offered after loss. There's still a huge disparity between parents whose children have lived and parents whose babies were not able to take their first breath. The grief is no less real, the trauma no less profound, yet too often the services available to those families are limited, inconsistent or difficult to access. Every bereaved parent should have access to trained staff, appropriate bereavement facilities, opportunities to make memories with their baby and specialised psychological support where needed. That should not be a postcode lottery, it should be a national expectation. Better Maternity Wales frames this campaign around 3 principles: every parent, every baby, every time. That's exactly the standard we should be aiming for. So my ask of the Minister is clear. Please adopt measurable targets to reduce stillbirths and neonatal deaths, backed by data, transparency, funding and accountability. Please implement the National Assurance Assessment recommendations with urgency and ensure bereavement care and specialist psychological support are available consistently across Wales. For Wyatt, Gwilym, and for every baby whose name is held in the hearts of their families, we owe them more than sympathy. Yeah.
Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to begin by thanking the members for bringing forward this important and deeply sensitive debate. And I won't make any apology that some of what I will say will be repeating messages already said, but I feel those messages are important. At the outset, this is not a policy discussion. This is about families. Parents who go into hospital expecting one outcome and leave with something they will carry for the rest of their lives. That is the reality behind every statistic, every report and every line of this motion. So we should be clear about where we are. And as the member has said, and it needs repeating, Wales continues to have a higher stillbirth rate than the rest of the UK, and that has not improved meaningfully since 2018. If we matched the best outcomes in Europe, over 1,000 babies might still be alive today. Over 1,000 lives. That's not a marginal issue. That is a system that is not delivering what it should. We've had reports, we've had reviews, we've had commitments, but outcomes have not improved. The question is, why hasn't it worked, and what will we do differently now? We need clear accountability, a stronger focus on frontline care, and an end to the postcode lottery and bereavement support. This motion is about results, fewer deaths, better care, and equal standards. Families do not need more reports, they need fewer babies dying. This is not partisan. It's about whether more children live and fewer families grieve. That is the standard we should all hold ourselves to. Behind every statistic is a name, a family, and a future that never had the chance to unfold. If we cannot come together on this, we must ask ourselves, what are we doing here? I urge all members to support this motion and commit to real change, because until fewer parents leave hospital without their baby, our work is not finished. Diolch.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Lewis. And thank you. And I thank the member for tabling this important debate, given that SANS Awareness Week was just last week. And I speak on behalf of Natasha Ashgar, who is able to be with us today for her own personal circumstances on another matter. It is all too easy to think that Wales as a nation is impervious to the loss of our babies. However, it is shocking to see figures from SANS and Tommy showing that if we improved our maternity and neonatal care to the levels of the best performing countries in Europe, 1,000 babies, that has been said, born between 2019 and 2023 could still be alive today. The number of stillbirths and neonatal deaths remain higher in Wales than the rest of the UK. Behind every baby lost is a mother, a father and a family, all coping with the loss of a life they have waited for and nurtured. It is so important to recognise those who have lost a baby and to support them through their immense grief. And I should know, because I too have been through this process. So obviously I agree entirely with the point that bereaved families must be able to access the high quality bereavement care they deserve. This is all the more important after we saw truly awful accounts of poor maternity and neonatal care in Cwmtach Morgannwg in 2019. Pregnancy is actually one of the most dangerous times in a woman's life. The problem is that it is now still happening. Maternity services in Swansea Bay are still in targeted intervention because of repeated failures in the level of care of mothers and babies. This cannot and must not be repeated. The largest maternity review in the history of the NHS is being published today, which details widespread failings that led to the deaths of babies and avoidable harm. More than 2,500 and more than 800 members of staff have contributed to this review at Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust. So I therefore hope that as a Health Cabinet Minister, that you will look at these kind of learnings, because it's imperative that we up our game here. Obviously, there is a lot to unpack in this report, and there is an ongoing criminal investigation. But there will undoubtedly be lessons which need to be learnt as a result to ensure something as horrifically tragic as this does not happen ever again. These reports are imperative, but it does not bring those lost ones back. This week, my colleague Natasha Ashgar MS, who was hoping to contribute to this debate, met with SANS, and she also has met with bereaved parents to discuss the new Welsh Government's priorities in maternity and neonatal care. What the parents felt was simple and raw, and they told Natasha, and I quote, "Grief is love with nowhere to go. What they also ask for is simple, better care for mothers and babies and better bereavement care. It is heartbreaking to hear accounts from parents that there is either one bereavement midwife that covers the whole health board areas and other bereavement midwives who are only available once a week. Babies are born every day, leaving families without the required support for weeks. We also see parents given different types of support. In some cases, perinatal mental health is being used for parents who do not have a mental health condition. In others, bereavement support is simply not there. Just one service provides specialist support here in Cardiff, which only provides support for 1 year. Believe me, grief like that goes on for longer than a year. And while we seek to ensure all of Wales can access this specialist support, we need an evaluation of how well it's working. So I will be grateful to the Deputy Minister to see whether this will be carried out. Each health board also has different guidance on bereavement. So there is a lack of joined up thinking and a lack of data sharing on how many parents and families have been affected. I note that before the Senedd election, the Deputy Minister had been calling for targets on stillbirth and neonatal mortality. So I would also be grateful for confirmation that these targets will be introduced, data collected, and whether a single set of guidelines will be introduced. I want to highlight the inconsistency in care across services and guidance, and in particular, the fundings of a review into PMRT, which is a tool used to review baby deaths from 22 weeks gestation onwards, including late miscarriages, stillbirths, and neonatal deaths. This includes care during pregnancy, neonatal care, as well as bereavement care for families. 36% of reviews identified at least one issue with care which may have been relevant to the outcome either for babies or the psychosocial outcome for parents. The report also found that 1 in 5 late miscarriages, stillbirths and neonatal deaths could have been affected by the quality of care. Adopting targets would send a clear message that the government are making saving lives a political priority. Listening to the experience of parents who have lost their cherished babies brings it home that we must do better as a country to both prevent stillbirth and neonatal deaths and to support families who are still grieving to this very day. Diolch yn fawr.
Jane Dodds.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, diolch yn Llywydd. And I speak for those of us in this chamber, those of us who represent our constituents and those of us who want to see improvements across Wales. For those of us who have suffered baby loss, I do thank Sarah for bringing this really important debate. Our first member debate of the new Senedd tells us where our priorities should lie. And I am glad that they lie here, with families, with babies, with the people who care for them. This should not be a comfortable debate. And it is encouraging to see so many people here in the chamber to listen to this important debate. It's not an opportunity to note reports or to recite statistics, because it is an opportunity to focus in on those babies and families affected. It should be a moment to reckon honestly with how this institution, the Senedd, and the Welsh Government allowed a culture to take hold in our maternity services where recommendations were made, accepted, and then forgotten. Over the past decade, maternity and neonatal services in Wales have been subject to more than 500 recommendations. 500. That's extraordinary. We know that the Welsh Government previously accepted the recommendations from the 2026 assessment by Professor Sally Hollands, but previous governments accepted previous recommendations too. Acceptance is not implementation, so we do need to see real action. Like others, I want to highlight the amazing work of our midwifery, nursing and neonatal services across Wales. But let's grapple with some of the reality here. Between 2015 and 2023, over 22% of midwives left NHS Wales within their first 4 years. Sickness rates remain high among neonatal nurses as well. The workforce planning tool Birthrate Plus has been widely criticised for underestimating postnatal workload and failing to account for sickness and skill mix. We cannot plan our way to safe care using numbers that do not reflect reality. I want to pay tribute as well in the Chamber to the work that Jenny did for us in raising this issue constantly. And I also want to echo the Royal College of Midwives Cymru, who say that staff shortages must be treated as an immediate safety issue. So I'd like to hear, if I may, from the Deputy Minister, what additional planning and support is being made available to midwives to support them. Finally, as has been touched on, I want to outline how bereaved families in Wales are being failed twice. Once when they lose their baby, and again when they reach out for help. Only 5% of bereaved parents could access the mental health support that they wanted to access through the NHS. Myself and my family, we were very lucky. After our third baby loss, we were able to access mental health support. But what we see is the third lowest figure in the entire United Kingdom, with the highest stillbirth rate in the United Kingdom. The assurance assessment found that families who experienced loss were further traumatised by defensive responses from health boards. And I know myself that there is an element of shame in being able to both report and talk about the issues. Families cannot be made to feel blamed. People who came looking for answers need to find a system that is open. Every bereaved parent, regardless of where they live or what they have experienced, must be able to access that specialist support. So finally, I ask the Deputy Minister today to confirm the timetable, and we've heard how important targets are as well, to ensure that every health board makes sure that they provide these services. No longer can we argue from ignorance. The hard work has already been done, and we pay tribute, and I pay tribute to the families here today and those families across the years and the decades who fought for these services. The government must now take the opportunity to be different and move from acceptance to action. There are families still grieving, mourning the loss of babies who should still be alive. Without meaningful change, more families will suffer similar loss. We owe it to them to do better, not to add to their burden. Diolch yn fawr.
Sarah Rees.
Diolch. During the COVID pandemic, I led the Welsh part of the But Not Maternity campaign. We exposed the profound unfairness of families being separated at the most vulnerable moments of pregnancy, birth and loss. It was a time when you could still sit in the pub in a small group, but partners were barred from being present for labour, scans or devastating news. And there is one family who contacted me that I will never forget. A mother who was in hospital awaiting a medical procedure after losing her baby. Her partner, the baby's father, was not allowed to be with her because of the COVID restrictions. They were both heartbroken, both alone, and all they wanted to do was hold each other in their grief. That kind of experience leaves scars. It's not something that you can simply recover from. And it's why compassionate, consistent mental health support must be a core part of baby loss care, not an optional extra. We must also remember the parents whose babies arrive far too early. Families with premature babies often spend weeks or months in neonatal units, living in a state of constant fear and exhaustion. Many describe the trauma of watching their tiny baby fight for life whilst navigating employment, limited visiting and the emotional whiplash of good days followed by terrifying setbacks. Neonatal care saves lives, but the emotional toll on parents is immense, particularly parents leaving those units without their precious babies. These parents need structured psychological support, not just in the moment, but long after they leave the unit. I also want to recognise a Bridgend constituent, Mark Williams, who's led the How Are You Dad campaign. His work reminds us that dads and all non-birthing parents experience trauma too, whether through baby loss, premature birth, or the long weeks of neonatal care. Their mental health matters, their grief is real, and their inclusion in support services is essential for the well-being of the whole family. if we are serious about preventing long-term trauma, then mental health support must be embedded throughout maternity, neonatal and bereavement pathways, accessible, timely and offered to every parent, not only those who know how to ask.
Galwaf ar y dirprwy weinidog dros ofal cymdeithasol iechyd meddwl a iechyd menywod, Delyth Jewel.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd. Wel, hoffwn i ddechrau trwy ddiolch i bob aelod sydd wedi siarad yn y ddadl bwysig hon. Mae fe yn arwydd o cael. Taw dyma ydy dadl aelod y cyntaf y Senedd yma, ac rwy'n croesawu'r cyfle i ymateb. Stillbirth and neonatal death are not statistics to those who experience them. They are the loss of a baby, of a precious life surrounded by hope and dreams. The death of a baby is one of the most profound and searing pains that any family will ever endure. It is a grief that parents and families go on experiencing for the rest of their lives. And I want to thank every parent who has reached out to me, who has reached out to members in this Senedd to share their experiences. They are determined that other families should not have to face the anguish they have been through, to campaign for better care, for stronger support and safer services. I am so grateful to them for their bravery, for their courage in the memory of those they have lost. Every death of a baby matters. Every stillbirth and neonatal death has to be treated with compassion, and parents deserve answers. We have to ensure that families are listened to, that care is safe and can be accessed by everyone, and that the whole system learns when things go devastatingly wrong and acts to reduce avoidable harm. Now, the motion rightly draws attention to the stillbirth rate in Wales, which is higher than the UK rate. Now, it's vital we take this data seriously. We need, of course, to interpret the figures carefully, particularly in a nation like Wales, where relatively small numbers of births mean annual rates can fluctuate significantly. Now, it's true that Embrace has advised caution when interpreting year-on-year changes. They recommend looking at trends over a longer period. And it's true, of course, that since 2016, Wales has seen an overall downward trend. But I contend it is not enough. None of that context will lessen a parent's pain. No caveat can make better what any of the families we've heard about today have gone through. We have to see sustained improvement. We need to understand and address what happens when things go so disastrously wrong. And that means focusing on prevention, safety, and quality. It means ensuring women receive the right care at the right time, that concerns are heard and acted on, and that families are treated with dignity and respect. I am horrified to hear of the parents being corrected or brushed aside in the way that Ellen raised. It should not be happening. Mae hefyd yn golygu adnabod anghydraddoldebau. Rydyn ni'n gwybod bod canlyniadau yn gallu amrywio yn sylweddol fel canlyniad i amddifadiad ac ethnigrwydd. Dyna pham yn rhaid i ni unioni'r gwelliangau angenreidiol yng ngwasanaethau mamolaeth a newydd enedigol gyda'n ymrwymiadau i leihau anghydraddoldebau iechyd a chyflawni'r cynllun Cymru wrth hiliol. Rwy hefyd yn ymrwymo i gryfhau ein dull o weithredu'r cynllun iechyd menywod, i wella iechyd yn y blynyddoedd cynnar, i sicrhau canlyniadau iechyd gwell ar draws y cwrs bywyd, ac yn bwysicach fyth bod anghenion menywod yn cael eu clywed a'i gweithredu arnynt. Mae'r adroddiad y llwybr tuag at ddechrau mwy diogel yng Nghymru. Mae fe'n ganolog i'n dull gweithredu. Cafodd yr asesiad hwn ei liwio gan ddata, gan ymweliadau safle, trafodaethau gyda staff lleisiau a phrofiadau menywod, teuluoedd a chymunedau. Mae'r gymhellion y panel yn nodi bod angen rhoi cynnig o ofal safonol I bawb I fynd i'r afal a blaenoriaethau diogelwch clinigol brys I sicrhau lefel o staffio diogel a deall yr angen profiadau a chynlyniadau yn well. This government accepts the recommendations and we will act on them. A 3-year programme has been established to oversee delivery with the Oversight Board meeting for the first time this month. Now, this is not a report that will gather dust. It is a delivery programme focused on action, on accountability and on measurable improvement. Work is already underway. All health boards in Wales are now live with Digital Maternity Cymru, which replaces handheld paper notes with a shared digital maternity record, strengthening data quality and national oversight. I want support to be there for parents when they need it. And we are working closely with health boards and the Welsh Ambulance Service on a dedicated triage and labour line and supporting improvements to neonatal care with the support of Bliss Cymru. I expect all neonatal units in Wales will achieve at least bronze baby charter accreditation this year. We are also continuing work on early warning surveillance, safer preterm birth care bundles and structured learning from incidents where babies' lives are lost. Now, the motion rightly highlights bereavement care. Families must receive compassionate, consistent, high-quality support. I'm deeply concerned about the incidents highlighted today, where clearly that has not always been the case. Now, bereavement midwives are in place in every health board alongside third care services. I've heard the point raised about specialist bereavement counsellors. I'll be taking that away, so thank you very much for raising that. The NHS has been working with SANS on 5 bereavement care pathways covering miscarriage, termination of pregnancy for fetal anomaly, stillbirth, neonatal death and sudden and expected death in infancies. These pathways have been published today with additional implementation support in place. Now, and I know it's been raised as well about the ONN service in Cardiff and the Vale. It's been raised by a few members. Now, that will be evaluated robustly to ensure that any national rollout is as effective as possible, that we learn from lessons there in terms of eligibility criteria, in terms of the length of when that is available as well. Now, members have called for clear targets to reduce stillbirth and neonatal mortality. I understand why. Targets can focus attention, they can signal ambition. Of course, they must be the right targets, supported by robust data. England's experience shows setting a healthcare target is not enough by itself, but I am interested to look at how Digital Maternity Cymru could improve this, could improve our data. I want to focus as well, of course, on how working across all government portfolios to tackle causes of health inequalities can play its vital part. And so we will consider carefully how measurable ambitions could be framed for Wales, including how they reflect our population, our data, our commitment to reducing inequalities. And I will take an intervention.
I'd be very grateful if you would take an intervention. Deputy Minister, you referred earlier on to bereavement care. No one hasn't been moved this afternoon by the contributions we've heard from members, or indeed the email communications and letters that we've had in from our constituents about baby loss. One of the things that both you and I have campaigned for in the previous Senedd is for losses to be recognised through the provision of baby loss certificates. Now, it's a great frustration of mine, and I know it's a frustration of yours, that those certificates are not available for parents in Wales yet who lose a baby. They're available in Scotland, they're available in England, and as of this week, they've become available in Northern Ireland. Can you give a commitment today that you will make sure that this is addressed in the future so that those people who suffer this experience of baby loss can have that recognition through the provision of an official document recognising that birth, that baby?
Diolch, Darren. As you'll know, as you've referred to, this is something that I have raised in previous years as well. It is something which my teams are working on now to evaluate how this could be done. There are problems technically that have hindered, I think, bringing them in before, partly because we don't have a national record service, which means we're different from Scotland and Northern Ireland, and we need to make sure that there's a way that can be done in a way where the bereavement pathway is supportive of parents. But I can assure you that that is something that we are looking at with urgency, and I'm really grateful that you've raised that. It's something which would support, I know, so many families, so thank you so much for raising that. Now, Dir Pylywydd, if I could end, please, by speaking directly to parents who are watching this who have lost their babies. Your babies' lives mattered. What happened to them matters. And the loss you have suffered is something no parent should ever have to undergo. I know I can't begin to imagine what you are going through, but I feel it in my heart. And I know I don't have all of the answers, but I want to do everything I can so that fewer families have to face this most devastating of griefs, and that those who do get the support they need when they need it. You are not alone, and I promise we are listening.
Diolch, Dir Prwy Weinidog. Galwaf ar Sarah Crowley ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch Gweinidog am eich ymateb, a diolch i bob aelod sydd wedi cyfrannu i'r ddadl yma heddiw. Mae'n amlwg dwi'n credu fod cefnogaeth drawsbleidiol cryf ar y mater o'n cynnig o'n blaenau heddiw. Lles yr holl deuluodd a rhieni a rwy'n ymwybodol fod rai ohonynt yn yr oriel yn gwylio ein trafodaethau heddiw, ac lles pawb sydd wedi dioddef colled babi, a bydd ystadegau yn gweud bod mwy o menywod o fewn yr ystafell yma hefyd wedi, a mae fi'n rhoi fy cariad tuag atoch chi gyd. Rwy'n wir yn obeithio y bydd datganiad cryf o blaid y cynnig hwn heddiw yn arwain at weithredu gan y Llywodraeth, ac y bydd y gweithredu hwnnw yn arwain at welliannau i brofiadau teuluoedd ac i'r canlyniadau rydym yn gweld wrth edrych ar ystadegau brawychus o ran nifer y babanod sy'n marw'n ddiangen ar draws Cymru. I'd like to echo many of the comments made by members throughout the debate. Time is against me and I cannot reference them all. However, in particular, Ellen powerfully spoke about the importance of recognising every baby as an individual and not a statistic, and the need for compassionate care that respects families' experiences at every stage and the strain on staff. Vicky also highlighted the gaps in bereavement and psychological support and the need for consistent specialist services to be available to families across all health boards in Wales. And I want to put on record as well, that also includes how we look after people in Powys, because we always say Powys is different, so across all 7 health boards. And I also want to thank Andrew, Janet and Jane for sharing. When we share things in this chamber, other people see it and it really matters. So I'm really grateful and I extend my love to you both for sharing how you did that today as well. Diolch. And I want to thank Sarah as well. And also for an important point was raised about the news that's come out today in relation to Nottingham, and we should be looking there to see what we can do to learn to ensure we can give the best possible care to the people of Wales. I acknowledge the Deputy Minister's response, and I know this is an issue that you care deeply about, and one that you raised during the 6th Senedd. It is also something that I care deeply about, and one I will continue to raise in the Chamber, because I am determined to move beyond fragmented services and towards genuinely joined-up care, care that is seamless across every stage of life and grounded in compassion. People should not be left to navigate disjointed systems, but supported through clear pathways that meet their physical and mental health needs. And babies, I've lost myself now. When services are not joined up, people are let down. And in the more serious cases, we see avoidable harm, poor maternal outcomes, deteriorating mental health, and babies' lives cut far too short. Where that happens, families must be cared for with compassion and given the space to grieve. This is my first contribution, but it will be one of many where I will work with ministers to deliver joined-up, compassionate care across Wales that the people deserve. The real test will be how we translate these commitments into action. Too many babies and families have been let down before. We now have an opportunity here, and we must work together to deliver better outcomes for families across Wales. We need a joined-up approach across government. A baby's care spans maternity services, neonatal care, health visiting, and wider community support. And ministers must work together to ensure nothing falls through the gaps. Within this chamber, we must all play our part in honouring the pledges we made to families. We owe that to those watching today and online, to every family living with the heartbreak of a baby loss, and to Gwilym, Henry, George, Meg and Jane, Rafe, Seren and Wyatt, and all babies no longer with us. I said at the beginning that this has heartbreakingly and unexpectedly also become a personal matter for me and my family. I want to finish by acknowledging that my partner's cousins Sean and Olivia, parents of Hudson, who attended his funeral this morning. Hudson, our beautiful baby cousin, who though born sleeping, is so deeply, deeply loved. Our thoughts are with them and with every family with such profound loss. This Senedd will work best when we find the causes that we can put party differences aside and focus on what truly matters. Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to see us show that we can do this today, and I urge all members to support this motion. Diolch yn fawr.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu. Nag oes, felly derbynir y cynnig yn unol â'r rheol sefydlog 12.36. Mae fe'n teimlo braidd yn annifyr i rhythro ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, felly maddeuwch i fi am y defnydd o'r gader. I ni jyst cael funud i feddwl am y pobl sydd wedi colli babonod. Mae'r wolaeth yn y digaeth yn wolaeth newydd unedig. Diolch. Dadl y Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, gwasanaethau ysbytau a chai ysbytau galwaf ar Peter Fox I wneud y cynnig.
Diolch, Dipwys Llawydd, and I agree with you. It's very difficult to start this debate in following such an important and emotional debate, and I commend the member for bringing that forward. However, I am pleased to move the motion tabled in the name of my colleague Paul Davis. Llawydd, the Welsh Conservatives cannot stand by and support the continual systemic downgrading of our healthcare services across Wales. Today, we are calling on this new Welsh Government to draw a line in the sand and rule out the managed decline of our local hospitals. Every member in this chamber represents a constituency where local hospitals are facing serious structural and maintenance issues, but simply rationalising services and closing local facilities without addressing the root causes isn't just short-sighted, it's completely missing the mark. We do not need further downgrading. What we need is targeted, urgent investment to clear the staggering backlog of repairs. Now, I note that this new Welsh Government administration has pledged 20 million to begin addressing these estate issues, but to call that a beginning is a massive understatement. It is barely a drop in the ocean when you compare it to the £1.4 billion that the Welsh Government itself admits is required to bring our NHS estate up to scratch. We can't afford to wait decades to see the improvements needed. What we need from the Welsh Government is a clear plan as to how much they are going to be allocating to these much-needed repairs and how we are going to see improvements to the backlog of maintenance work required. It's no secret, however, that the Welsh NHS estate is quite literally crumbling after decades of underinvestment. To make matters worse, serious structural and maintenance issues have now been identified at all 12 of Wales' main hospitals. These aren't just cosmetic problems, they are causing severe operational crises. We saw it clearly when the Princess of Wales Hospital was forced to close its A&E due to major water supply disruption, as well as the roof collapse there in 2024. Let's be completely clear. The centralisation of NHS services and the downgrading of community hospitals are purely political choices. They are decisions made by previous Welsh governments, and they are decisions that this new administration can choose to reverse today if they have the political will. We are constantly fed the narrative that the Welsh NHS is being moved closer to home. Yet for patients on the ground, nothing could be further from the truth. Services are being routinely stripped away from the very communities they are meant to serve. If the Welsh Government were to support our motion today, Wales would take a massive step forward. We would finally show the public that the old, failing way of running our health service doesn't have to be the status quo. But sadly, Plaid Cymru, looking at their amendment, has refused to back our motion. For the Welsh electorate, it will seem like a depressing case of same old, business as usual, just a slightly different shade of Labour, which is hardly surprising given Plaid's close links with successive Labour administrations. Look at the consequences of this approach across Wales. Take Withybush General Hospital, where emergency surgery was recently moved all the way to Glangwili Hospital in Carmarthenshire. Now, my colleague Paul Davies has long and tirelessly campaigned against the gradual erosion of vital services from Withybush, a hospital that serves not only a dedicated local community, but also hundreds of thousands of tourists who visit that beautiful part of Wales. He will, no doubt, expand on the controversial redesign of stroke services currently causing deep anxiety across Hywel Dda. Tragically, the people of Wales have seen firsthand what happens when these services are downgraded. In my own region, we were promised that the Grange University Hospital in Cwmbran was intended to be a specialist acute facility. Instead, following the closure and downgrading of vital A&E units in Newport, Abergavenny and Ystrad Mynach, it has been forced to serve as the default A&E for 600,000 people. And the result? It has constantly failed to meet its targets. This new hub and spoke model simply is not working. Look at last week's health statistics. The proof is undeniable. In North Wales, Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board remains trapped in a parlous state, languishing in special measures for nearly 11 years. Services are constantly redesigned, but always at the cost of frontline patient care. In Powys, we see the human cost of fiscal mismanagement. Patients are actively being told to wait longer for treatment because the health board cannot afford to send them to England, where they could be treated far more quickly. This rationing of care is expected to hit thousands of patients there. Llywodraeth, we have reached a tipping point where services are being redesigned, which is just a euphemism for downgrading or closing, because of severe cost-cutting and a self-inflicted workforce crisis. These are deep structural failures, and we cannot rely on sticking-plaster solutions anymore. We need radical change. It is a national embarrassment that 6 out of our 7 health boards are forecasting huge, substantial deficits. And yet, while the government blames the lack of resources, we face this absurd situation where we have a workforce ready to save these services, but the jobs aren't being advertised. It is astounding that almost a third of all nursing graduates in Wales cannot find a position within the Welsh NHS, and that there's a recruitment freeze has been slapped on newly trained paramedics. All of this is happening while ambulance red call targets are routinely missed. It now takes an ambulance on average of over an hour and 20 minutes to respond to an orange call, a category that includes strokes, where every single second counts. Now, all of this is happening at a time when cancer targets are declining, all at a time when waiting lists are ballooning, and all at a time when more than 11,000 people are left waiting over 12 hours for treatment in our overstretched A&E departments. So, Llawn, the current trajectory is just unsustainable. So today, I urge members to support our motion, reject the politics of managed decline, and vote for the investment and protection of our local hospitals that our local hospitals deserve. Diolch.
Rwyf wedi dethol y 4 gwelliant i'r cynnig. Os derbynu'r gwelliant 1, caiff gwelliant 2 a'i ddethol. Galwaf ar y gweinidog Cabinet dros iechyd y gofal i cynnig yn ffurfiol welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Hilydd Fychan.
Yn ffurfiol.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Galwaf yn awr ar Censgate i cynnig gwelliannau 2 a 4 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lynn Nigel.
Diolch, Llywydd. As you'll see from the Welsh Labour amendments, we agree with the general principle of the motion. Our first amendment adds the obvious caveat that all such decisions should be made whilst prioritising patient safety, given that emergency situations may occur. And our second amendment goes further, approaching a longer-term solution. Of course, there is a roster of necessary maintenance work across Wales. We all know this. But rebuilding the University Hospital of Wales, Wrexham Myler Hospital, and a new hospital development in West Wales would help reduce that in a far more long-term and sustainable way. And I've seen for myself the need to rebuild Wrexham Myler Hospital. It has grown organically over many, many decades and is now a sprawling array of buildings that simply don't lend themselves well to improved productivity. I do believe that the Welsh Government should be ambitious for Wales and willing to use all the financial levers available. And in the case of new hospitals, that would mean utilising traditional and conventional borrowing and also borrowing through the mutual investment model. The approach set out in our amendment is ambitious and would ensure state-of-the-art hospitals that would serve swathes of people across Wales. Moved.
Galwaf nawr ar James Evans I gynnig gwelliant 3 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lly'r Power.
Diolch, Llywyd, and I formally move our amendment tabled in the name of Lly'r Powell. The motion before us is very clear. It calls on the Welsh Government to rule out hospital closures and the downgrading of hospital services for the duration of the Senedd. That matters to people across Wales who are worried about the future of local health services. That concern is felt in North Wales, West Wales, our valleys and towns and cities, and in our rural communities across the country. For patients, this is about whether services will be there when they need them. It's about whether emergency departments, a minor injury unit, maternity services, diagnostic, planned care or local treatment will continue to be available. And it's about whether people can have confidence that the services they use today will not be weakened tomorrow. And I accept that the NHS cannot stand still. Services do need to change over time. Clinical practice changes, technology changes. No one is saying that every service can or should be delivered in exactly the same way forever, because that would be totally irresponsible. Because patient safety must also come first. If there are genuine clinical concerns about a service, they have to be taken seriously, and will support the Labour amendment that mentions patient safety. But there is a difference between improving a service and downgrading it. There is a difference between making a service safer and taking it further away from the people who rely on it. And there is a difference between reform and managed decline. Too often, communities are told that the service changes are temporary. They are told it's because of staffing pressures, estate issues, and the need to review how care is delivered. But people have heard all that before. They all know that a temporary change means it's becoming permanent in the end. And that is where trust breaks down, because people are not against improvements. They're not against better services. What they object to is being told that a service is going to be improved when in reality is going to be reduced. And if the Welsh Government does not support this motion, then it needs to be honest about what that means. Is it prepared to leave the door open to the possibility of hospital closures during this Senedd, and is it prepared to leave open the possibility of further downgrading of services? I think that's what the government amendment means for everyone to see. And if so, our communities deserve to know that clearly from the Cabinet Minister today. Because the answer to fragile services should not be simply about being able to move them elsewhere. The answer should be fix the problems that made them fragile in the first place. And I know the Cabinet Minister and I share some common ground on how we intend to do that. That's the kind of reform that Wales needs. But time will tell if this government is up to the challenge of reforming our health service. But we also need to be honest about the NHS estate. The maintenance backlog is not just a number in the budget paper. It affects wards, it affects theatres, and it affects day-to-day working environment of our NHS staff, and it can affect the safety, capacity, and whether services can be delivered properly. We was very clear in our manifesto that we wanted to get the maintenance backlog down. We didn't commit, like other parties, to building unfunded hospitals because we thought that was a reckless thing to do and a lie to the public of this country when they're unfunded. So we will not be supporting the final Labour amendment to this motion because we do not think it's something that can be delivered. But I would like to hear from the Cabinet Minister how the government is going to address the maintenance backlog. There has been some money allocated to it, but he knows as well as I do that that is a complete drop in the ocean to what is required to bring our NHS estate back up to where it needs to be. But I will ask the Cabinet Minister very clearly, will this Welsh Government rule out hospital closures and downgrades during this Senedd term, or will it not? Care closer to home has to mean properly funded, properly staffed services. It cannot mean reduced services and expecting GPs, community nurses and our social care staff and our unpaid carers to pick up the pressures. Equitable access cannot mean patients being expected to travel further because services have been centralised further away from them. And if that is the government's view, then it needs to put an appropriate transport policy in place to allow people to travel, and I hope the Deputy Minister for Transport is listening very clearly on that. But I will say, finally, that people do want straight answers. They want to know, is that local hospital service going to be there? Is it going to be downgraded? Because if that is the option, I think the Cabinet Minister needs to be honest to people today, because I think their motion doesn't set out exactly what this government is planning. Diolch.
Paul Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I'm pleased to take part in this very important debate. Now, over many years, the people that I represent in West Wales have seen a steady and deeply concerning pattern from yw'r University Health Board, and that's the gradual centralisation of vital services away from the communities and people that rely on them. Services have been downgraded, transferred or reconfigured against the will of the very people that these services are meant for. Each time the Health Board takes a service away from the local hospital and moves it further eastwards, it has been presented as necessary. And yet, taken together, they tell a clear story, that the Health Board wants to pull services further away from West Wales and centralise them at Glangwili Hospital in Carmarthen. The latest centralisation proposals has been the removal of emergency general surgery at Withybush Hospital and a shake-up of stroke services across Mid and West Wales. Now, removing emergency general surgery is not a minor adjustment. It's a fundamental change that will have huge consequences for patients and increase travel times in an emergency situation. And so let me be absolutely clear from the outset. I oppose the Health Board's decision to remove this service from Withybush Hospital, and I will continue to campaign for the Welsh Government to intervene to stop this from happening. When minutes matter, distance matters. And I believe that expecting patients to travel further in an emergency situation is not just inconvenient, it's potentially dangerous. Absolutely. Of course, with a new government in place, the people that I represent have hope for a change of direction. And given that the party of government campaigned on these issues during the election and made it clear just how dangerous centralising emergency general surgery is, it's frustrating that there hasn't already been action from the Welsh Government on this issue. The Welsh Government has both the authority and the responsibility to intervene, and the people that I represent understandably want to know why action hasn't already been taken. The people of Ceredigion Pembroke deserve clarity, transparency and accountability, And above all that, they deserve safe, accessible healthcare closer to their homes. Now, for years, the previous government did nothing while the Health Board removed service after service from Withybush Hospital. And I sincerely hope that this government will not go down the same route. And it's not just emergency general surgery that is at risk. As I said earlier, stroke services are also under threat too. The Health Board is consulting on plans to downgrade stroke services to treat and transfer models at Bronglais and Withybush hospitals. And if the Health Board follows through with its plans, it will mean that patients with acute stroke symptoms will have to travel significant distances for critical care. This is not right and it's not acceptable. It's another example of the Health Board centralising care in Carmarthen at the expense of communities further west. The Health Board and the Welsh Government must accept the fact that delivering health services in rural areas is different to delivering services in more urban settings. That's why we need to see an appropriate planning framework that recognises that patient services are based on a geographical spread, not just determined by population. And the Cabinet Minister himself is on record in this chamber saying that he has grave concerns about the proposals. He argued that the Health Board's proposals would lead to real harm, not only to patients in the Hywel Health Board area, but also to people living further north of Bronglais and indeed to the west. He rightly said that the Health Board's plans must be rethought with genuine regional collaboration, with a patient focus, specialist leadership and a commitment to care that's close to home. Now that's pretty strong words, and the people of West Wales expect the Welsh Government to stand by them. And let's not forget that the Stroke Association has also made it clear that it does not support proposals saying that they risk undermining specialist-led treatment, fragmenting services and increasing health inequalities across Wales. They have urged the Health Board to reconsider these proposals and work collaboratively to deliver safe, effective and patient-centred stroke services. So, Llywydd, our rural hospitals need serious investment. And by delivering that, the government would be sending a statement that helps attract doctors and other professionals to the area. But in the first instance, the Welsh Government needs to urgently intervene to stop the Health Board from removing any further services from Withybush and Bronglais hospitals. And so I urge the Cabinet Minister to do what his predecessors have actually failed to do. Stand up to Hywel University Health Board and stand up for the people of Mid and West Wales.
Anna Nicol.
Firstly, can I thank the Conservatives for tabling this important debate today. Standing up against the centralisation of services and the downgrading of hospital services in Withybush and Bronglais is a priority for me and colleagues in Plaid Cymru in Ceredigion and Pembroke. We need to invest in, not downgrade our rural hospitals, and we need to invest in primary care to secure more NHS GPs and dentists. And we need to introduce treatment centres to reduce waiting lists urgently. And I'm pleased to see the new government is already getting to work on these issues. I want to recognise the citizen campaign groups who are playing a vital role in standing up against the downgrading of hospital services in West Wales. I want to thank representatives of the Save the Withybush campaign for discussing their priorities with me, and Project Bronglais Services, which Ellen Jones MS has worked with closely, for their work, not least the demonstration in Aberystwyth in February involving some 800 people and a recent petition with over 17,800 signatories. They have also played an important role in collating evidence. I was also pleased to have an early opportunity to meet with Hywel Health Board, where I was able to raise my concerns. In an ideal world, we wouldn't be starting from here, and I was considering outlining the impact of 14 years of Tory austerity, of Brexit, and the decades of managed decline in Wales. But I don't want to focus on political divides. Rather, I want to tap into the scope here for working together across parties and constituencies to build alternatives. And indeed, working with the new Welsh Government, whose Health Minister here has a clear understanding of the challenges in rural healthcare, and as has been mentioned, has spoken out strongly on these issues. Neither do I want to focus on looking backwards. The original motion makes it sound as if this is about just keeping things the same and stopping further change. But what we have now is far from good enough for residents in Ceredigion and Pembroke. People in West Wales deserve better. We need to look forward and work creatively together, involving communities to drive innovation and create a rural healthcare system that delivers the health outcomes our communities deserve. Finding those solutions is far from straightforward. Our health system is complex and we need to see it as a whole. I urge you to support Plaid Cymru's amendment, which gives that context. Developing community-based services and investing in primary care is key to reducing pressure on acute hospitals. Cardigan Integrated Care Centre is an example of how doing this can work well, and I hope Hywel will listen to calls for a similar centre in Fishguard. We need evidence-based services, but evidence from lived experience is just as important as any other evidence. I have heard harrowing stories from constituents about their experience of hospital services. Some of this is specifically related to rural challenges, not least long distances between hospitals and difficult access via public transport. Clinical leadership is of course important, but solutions that work in urban areas do not always work in rural settings. We also need to look at the real lived experience of patients. The reality of long distances and travel time in rural areas can be a matter of life and death. Hywel Health Board are now in the middle of a further consultation, as has been raised, looking at a second consultation on stroke services, and I urge people to feed into that process. I know there are strong concerns about these proposals, and local residents have told me they feel that fundamental concerns remain unanswered and fear their views will not genuinely influence the final decision. So I hope Hywel will now listen to the diversity of voices before any further decisions are made. All solutions need to be designed around the people who use these services, with equitable access to services right across Wales. I want to see a relentless focus on improving health outcomes, along with a clear and transparent measurements from the Health Board that can evidence progress against these. Diolch yn fawr.
Claire Archibald.
Diolch, Llywydd. I first want to ask the question of the Cabinet Minister what can only be described as a growing crisis in confidence in the way rural healthcare decisions are made in Wales. I congratulate the Minister on his appointment, but I have to say at the outset, warm words will not be enough to reassure the people of West Wales if they are not matched by action. The reality is this: rural Wales is not being treated on an equal footing with urban Wales when it comes to healthcare planning. Geography is being ignored and access to care is being steadily eroded. Bronghais Hospital is the most rural general hospital in Wales. Withybush serves a vast and dispersed population alongside it. Together they support around about 196,000 people across Wales, or West Wales I should say. In any urban setting, that population would typically be served by multiple easily accessible sites. In West Wales, patients face long journeys, poor transport links and significant delays simply to access basic services. That context is everything, yet it is consistently treated as secondary in decision-making. Bronghais is now facing proposed changes to the stroke services that have caused serious alarm across the constituency and beyond. I have received a large volume of correspondence from constituents and the message is consistent. People are frightened. That access to time-critical stroke care is being weakened. We all know the clinical reality when someone suffers a stroke. Every minute counts. Extending travel times to Glangwili Hospital is not a neutral administrative adjustment. It is a decision with potentially life-altering consequences. Minister, before the election, you were unequivocal in your criticism of these kinds of proposals. You spoke in this chamber about grave concerns about patient safety and about the risk of harm. You said clearly that sustainability must never come at the expense of access, and I agree with that. Those were not vague comments, they were clear commitments. Yet in government, your office is telling local representatives that there are matters for the Health Board alone, with ministers standing back and simply encouraging participation in consultation. With respect, that is not leadership, it is abdication. It is also the same approach that has been taken by previous health ministers, some I work for, who also relied on passing responsibility down to health boards rather than exercising clear leadership from the centre. And people in West Wales are noticing. The sense growing in our communities is that nothing is changing except people sitting on the government benches. This issue is not isolated to Bronglais. In Pembrokeshire, communities are increasingly alarmed about the future of emergency and acute services at Withybush Hospital. Once again, services are being pulled further away from rural populations in the name of centralisation. Let's be honest about what this means in practice. For people in cities, it's an inconvenience. For people in rural Wales, it can be the difference between timely treatment and serious harm. That difference should be shaping government policy, but it is not clear that it is. I also want to challenge the financial logic behind being used to justify these decisions. We are told that services are being removed due to cost pressures and efficiency. Yet I understand that in several cases there are alternative options that would allow services to be maintained locally and relatively modest cost. In the wider context of NHS spending, these are not transformable sums, but in the context of rural communities, losing access to essential services, they're absolutely critical. So I asked the Minister directly, has a proper costing benefit analysis been undertaken that compares maintaining local services with the long-term costs of centralisation, patient transport, increased pressure on acute hospitals, delayed diagnosis and poorer outcomes? Or are we simply accepting service withdrawal because it is administratively simpler than sustaining rural provision? Because from the outside, this is how it is increasingly looking. So I will ask the Minister 3 questions. Firstly, will you be willing to commit to reviewing the insightful Mid-Wales Healthcare report by Dr Longley before any irreversible changes are made to the stroke services at Bronglais? Second, will you guarantee that no services are withdrawn until fully staffed, fully operational and clinically safe alternative is in place? And third, will you confirm whether you are prepared to intervene using the powers available to Welsh ministers where rural access to emergency and time-critical care is clearly being put at risk? Minister, the people of West Wales are not asking for privilege. They are not asking for equality of access. They're asking for equality of access. They are asking whether this government truly believes that a patient in Ceredigion and Pembrokeshire deserves the same chance of timely care as someone in Cardiff or Swansea. And right now, the answer they are receiving is silence wrapped in bureaucracy, deflection dressed up as process, and leadership reduced to observation. This is not good enough. It is not what was promised, and it is not what rural Wales needs. If this government will not stand up for Bronglais and Withybush now, when the services are under active threat, then people are entitled to ask a very simple question. When exactly will it act? Because if the answer is not now, not here, and not us, then it is rural Wales that pays the price. Diolch yn fawr.
Janet Finsonas.
Diolch, Llawn. I was going to say I'm pleased to speak on this debate today, but I have to say I didn't think we would have to be raising this again so soon, but appropriately in a new government. We're now 6 weeks into the 7th Senedd, so that's nearly halfway through your 100 days plan. And I have to say, it is now time to see real action, not more words, not more reviews or strategies. We need to see more action from you. Now, you've said, Cabinet Minister, nothing less than bold, radical action is needed to create a strong, resilient and thriving health and care system. I agree. Whilst 145 million of the supplementary budget is no small amount, I see no real plan to support your words in terms of action. You talk of recruitment and summits with NHS chairs. This doesn't sound bold and radical to me. It sounds like a rehash of what's been said before. In my constituency of Bangor Conwy Mon, where Betsy Cadwallader, being in special measures is the norm, and corridor care is now shamefully a part of everyday working life for staff and patients alike. Now, you know, Cabinet Secretary, in the previous government, which you were very keen to support at all times, I've raised about corridor care. It's just inhumane. I've put a freedom of information request in asking how many times the previous First Minister, Health Minister, attended the A&E department at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, because she told me when my colleague and I suggested that she came with us, especially when she was coming up to open and, you know, grandiose the opening of the new surgical hub in Llawn General Hospital, that she told me she'd been there several times, and that I said, well, what have you done? Have you seen people lying in the corridor, you know, on the floor, being treated in cupboards, on chairs? Oh, yeah, rest assured, I have been. So I put a freedom of information request in. Not once had the previous minister. You were, but you've not come back and actually told us what was the point of your meeting. Did you address corridor? No, not really. Did you address corridor care? Corridor care is a stain on this Welsh Government. Yeah. No matter who the ones in power are, the Welsh Conservatives would have grasped this. It would not be happening today. We would have focused our attention. You cannot have a situation when the most vulnerable and the elderly go there and come out with bed sores after being sat in a chair for 3 days. I've even got constituents now, and they've told me, no matter how ill I am, no matter the situation, I will not go in an ambulance again to the local A&E department at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd. Now, we've also seen A&E waits increasing from 10,000 in April 26 to 11,066, and waiting lists in Wales increasing to 680,000 different pathways. 2-year waits rising to 3,694. And 1 in 3 now of the sickest emergency department patients in Wales experiencing corridor care. It should be a never happen, but it's now expected as it will happen if you go in to the A&E department. I do not blame the nursing staff, the junior doctors or the consultants. They are desperate for the beds. They're desperate for the nurses to support those beds. Now, previously, Mr Drakeford said, and I had a lot of respect for him, but he said, we do not need any more beds. Well, oh, yes, we do. And I hope you have got that message loud and clear. We need more community hospitals opening. We will need those that have been closed reopening. Take Llandudno District General Hospital. We've just had a £31 million hub, orthopaedic, surgical hub and women's health. Closed. It's not opened yet. It was due to open in April. What are you doing about that? I'm told there are difficulties with the build. I asked at Christmas, were there difficulties with staff recruitment? Will there be any difficulties with the build? What are you doing to get that online quickly so that we can get those orthopaedic patients through? Some of the services they're offering there now is that go in one day, out the next, and they would be able to really get your waiting list down. But you're just sitting quietly by whilst this is closed. Cabinet Minister, as I said on day one, I'm happy to give each and every one of you as portfolios holders the chance to change things. I'm asking everybody here to pester you now. Stop corridor care. It's a stain on your government, as it was on the previous one. Diolch.
Gwyn Williams.
Sorry, diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, everyone. We all, other than the career politicians, walk into this chamber carrying the ghosts of our past experiences and previous professions, and I am no different here. The devil is in the detail of this thing, and it says any and all hospital and unit closures. And I now don my previous Llywydd, a far less powerful Llywydd position of the Royal College of Ophthalmologists in Wales hat to try to answer this question as to why I respectfully, and it is with respect, disagree with the motion. First of all, we need greater than ever to improve efficiency within the National Health Service. And I don't think myself that this is a party political issue, because it involves everyone across this chamber, their friends, their families, their constituents, everyone, themselves. They want to have their healthcare provided. And the motion didn't specifically say about emergency care, for which there is a different case, but for all and all. And as an examiner, any question with all is always wrong, as any question with always is always also wrong. So There's demographic challenges coming in the recent decades as well, the ageing population. My own profession, for example, in ophthalmology, I'm a medical retina specialist dealing with age-related macular degeneration. There's no surprise that there is an epidemic of age-related macular degeneration, mainly because it has age in the actual name of the disease itself. And providing services for neovascular age-related macular degeneration is one of the greatest strains affecting ophthalmology in Wales. And we have to strike the right balance between improving efficiency and ensuring people can access the care they need. When I was Llywydd at the Royal College, I had the privilege of travelling all over Wales to see the different eye units, to see how things could be improved. GIRF, I don't know if you're all aware of that organisation. It stands for Getting It Right First Time. So it's similar to NICE, the National Institute of Health and Clinical Excellence, that tried to get health economics involved to try to make the National Health Service more efficient. And I've been to North Wales. I went to Abergele. I saw the cracks on the wall of the Stanley Eye unit, and there's a nice measuring device, so a graph can be drawn as to how rapidly the wall seems to be expanding and how close it comes to collapse. But yet the cracks are still there. And I've been to many units. They say, GIRF says you have to do 8 or more cataracts on a list. I'm proud to say that my own hospital in Swansea does so. But there are some units in Wales that do not do so and will never do so. I spoke to a person, a consultant colleague in a neighbouring health board, who, before coming in here today, and I asked if I could use his name. He said no, because he didn't want to be sacked, mainly. But essentially, he said even if 8 patients came to his unit and he didn't do any operation but lay a hand upon their head and they went back to the ward, he would not be able to get through 8 patients because of the infrastructure problems in the hospital. There are some units in Wales who will never be able to provide 8 cataracts on a list. And this is just a microcosm. Cataracts are not an emergency. People only have 2 eyes. I think it is perfectly reasonable to ask people to travel a little distance to get their eyes done within a few weeks or a few months, rather than wait 100,000 years to have them done locally and die of old age and all the disability of not being able to see in the meantime whilst waiting for that to be the case. Maintaining services purely for economic or political reasons can be harmful, and I completely understand that when constituents come and they say we don't want this service moved or that service moved, there are some good cases to maintain them in many cases, and I would support. But then keeping everything open always takes away the being able to actually fix the system. The proposal to keep every unit open regardless of efficiency is unrealistic, and it is not what we need for 21st century medicine. James, over on the reform side, said very sensible things, actually. He said that sometimes this occurs. He said, for example, that medical technology changes and therefore medicine has to change. The equipment used in ophthalmology costs hundreds of thousands of pounds. The theatre spaces cost £100,000. It isn't just a Scoopy device that they used to use back in the 70s to get rid of cataracts without any intraocular lenses being injected. It is not feasible that every health board provides every single service the whole time. And I think of Mabon there. Already, because of the strictures, his feet are fettered. He's got one hand tied behind his back, and if this were passed, he'd have the second hand tied behind his back. What an awful image that would be. He would be completely unable to change things to do what we need. So to sum up, I say that keeping open every unit is inefficient, wasteful and costly, and more importantly, would lead to patient harm. But I will say lastly that as soon as the table office taught me how to put in a statement of opinion, my first statement was on the postcode lottery in Wales. That was before I realised that the statements of opinion don't really lead to any actual change. But I do feel strongly on this issue. Diolch, Llywydd.
Llywydd Powell.
Diolch, Llywydd. And I echo a lot that has been said in the chamber today, and it is concerning the backlog in the maintenance. That's why we added the amendment today, and I'm proud to be supporting it. That money is urgent. Hospitals need it now. We've all seen the scary reports. I don't want to repeat them. We've all had constituents write to us. It's not good for constituents in confidence in going to hospitals when they're reading reports like that. It's not good for recruiting staff, retaining staff. It's not good for patients going forward. So I hope the government does consider bringing forward more information on how they're going to cover the maintenance backlog. Lots of members today have spoken about closure of a hospital. In my constituency of Caerphilly, we've seen it in 2011 in the closure of Caerphilly District Miners Hospital. That hospital, we were told, was going to be replaced with a new hospital, that services would be transferred to Ysbyty Ystrad Fawr. But the problem was, Llywyd, it wasn't that. It was downgraded. The signs that were put for the new hospital actually said at one point, local emergency centre. Now a sticker replaces that sign that now just says a minor injuries unit. That there is a real concern to constituents. I have constant correspondence. Members will remember that I stood in a by-election in October in which I heard lots about that very thing, that constituents couldn't get to hospitals when they need to. Concern about loved ones travelling. Again, in the last election, we heard about it, and I know members across this chamber will feel the same. And I'm glad the Minister's here today, and the Finance Minister. I'm sure she's very happy to hear we're asking for more money for things again, but this really is but this really is something that I hope all members across the chamber, and I am grateful to the Conservatives for raising it, and contributions from the government as well. I do agree with you that not all services can be protected, but in the cases that we've heard today from West Wales, rural Wales, and as well, I will be messaging the Finance Minister because I'm looking for an upgrade of Ysbyty Ystrad Fawr as well. But right now, we need to take this seriously, and I'm glad the Minister is here, and I hope he is listening, because constituents now need answers. We've all heard his words over the past Seneds. I know he's been very strong on it then. I hope, in answering some of his advisers in Cathays Park, he's as strong on it today.
There's clearly a health crisis in Wales. We've heard it from many members across this chamber so far in this debate, and I was pleased to hear, of course, the previous speaker from Plaid Cymru, and certainly appreciate his clinical experience in this field. But we've also heard so far of the experience of many people in this chamber of broken promises. When those services have been rearranged, it often leads to that downgrading. And I think to address the point from the member for Plaid Cymru who spoke a moment ago, what we're calling for as Welsh Conservatives is trying to deal with that fear of ongoing future adjustments which inevitably leads to downgrading of those services. And when I speak to my constituents in Flint Wrexham about healthcare in Wales, they talk about access waiting times. People tell me it's not working as it should. Very much the same message that have been heard across this chamber so far. And the Minister will know that Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board has been special measures for a decade now, despite the efforts and professionalism of staff on the ground. People in North Wales have faced years of pressures on services, long waiting times, and real difficulty accessing care when they need it. And as part of dealing with this, as an example, we are here to call on the Welsh Government to provide clear, long-term stability for our local healthcare network, specifically asking for that definitive commitment that rules out any further hospital closures or the downgrading of services. And on this, I speak for the constituents of Flint Wrexham. They need a guarantee of that service continuity to give that confidence back into my constituency, that those constituents, that those services are there for them in the future. And to understand why this is so important, we must see how our healthcare system is actually functioning on the ground, and consider the position of Wrexham Myler Hospital. The Myler acts as a central acute anchor for my constituents. It's no secret that the hospital is already operating at and often beyond its intended capacity. If services are downgraded or removed from surrounding areas, those patients, as the Minister understands, will not just disappear, they're simply displaced, and the vast majority will end up at the Myler's emergency departments and clinics, and you cannot reduce capacity in one part of my constituency without creating an unmanageable domino effect at the main acute sites at Myler. And sadly, we're seeing other examples of this taking place currently. I have a group of residents in Saltney Ferry who can't even register with a GP. They're not covered by a GP practice. It's a strange anomaly, and many of those in that community are now having to access primary care in England because that availability is not for them here in Wales. And what we then see, people can't access their GP, they're ending up at A&E departments, they've got nowhere else to go. And some other specific challenges facing my constituents in Flint Wrexham over the years Flintshire has already experienced the loss of those community hospital beds and local minor injury provisions, similar to what colleagues across the chamber have already pointed to. And that further centralisation of services away from towns and villages around Flint Wrexham is a regressive step. Local clinics and community beds are essential. They manage health issues early and prevent the major hospitals, especially at Wrexham Myler, from becoming overwhelmed. Minister, I would say that geography and infrastructure must support healthcare policy, not just administrative convenience. And of course, our proximity in Flint Wrexham to the English border means that any reduction in Welsh NHS capacity risks putting more pressure on those cross-border services, complicating care pathways for patients that I represent. Finally, Llywydd, I want to mention hospice and palliative care. This is some of the most important work in the entire health system. Whilst not necessarily directly funded for all the services they provide, they are vital facilities taking significant pressure off directly funded NHS services. I spent some time again last week with Nightingale House Hospice in my constituency, and it's clear to see the incredible work they and hospices across Wales do for patients and families at the hardest times in their lives. They provide dignity, comfort and support when people need it most. But we've already seen in North Wales vital services in hospice and palliative care being cut back due to funding not being enough. And I continue to hear from hospices their concerns about funding and long-term stability. We do not want to see those facilities being withdrawn in Wales, and in particularly the area I represent. So if we say we value dignity in healthcare, then hospice care has to be properly supported so it can continue to deliver those vital services that people in Wales need. So in closing, Llywydd, I want to see certainty and security in healthcare. We need an explicit commitment to maintain our current hospital services, protect our local beds and invest sustainably in the healthcare infrastructure here in Wales. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Galwodd ar y gweinidog cabinet dros iechyd y gofal, Mabon ap Gwynfor.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pan fyddwn ni'n siarad am newid yn y gwasanaeth iechyd, mi ydyn ni'n sôn am rhywbeth sydd yn hynod bersonol i bob unigolyn yng Nghymru. Rydyn ni'n sôn am y gwasanaethau mae pobl yn dibynnu arnyn nhw pan fyddan nhw ar ei mwyaf bregus a phryderus ac angen cymorth. Ac ar yr adegau hynny, mae pobl eisiau'r union beth y byddwn ni gyd am ein teuluoedd ein hunan ei gael. Diogelwch, gofal o ansawdd uchel a'r siawns orau i wella. Dyna pam mae'r ddadl yma yn un bwysig. Dwi eisiau dechrau trwy gydnabod y pryderon gwirioneddol sydd tu ôl i'r cynnig. Bydd unrhyw gynnig i adrefnu gwasanaethau ysbyty oedd pa mor gryf mae'r achos clinigol yn ymddangos ar bapur yn enyn teimladau dwfn yn y cymunedau sy'n cael eu heffeithio, ac mae hynny'n ddealladwy. Dwi'n gwybod bod yr aelod a gyflwynodd y cynnig yma wedi bod yn eirioli'n dair ar rannu etholwyr dros ddyfodol Llwnhelig a Bronglais. Dwi'n annog trigolion i barhau i gymryd rhan mewn ymgynghoriadau sydd ar y gweill. Mae eich lleisiau chi'n bwysig ac mae'n rhaid iddyn nhw gael eu clywed. Ond fel Llywodraeth, mae'n rhaid i ni hefyd fod yn gwbl onest am yr heriau sydd o'n blaenau. Yn aml iawn, dyw'r dewisiadau rydyn ni'n ei chwynebu ddim yn rhai syml, a dydyn nhw byth bron yn ddi a gwyn. Dwi wedi bod yn cymryd rhan mewn ymgyrchoedd iechyd ers blynyddoedd, ac mi oedd un gwirionedd sylfaenol yn gyffredin i bob ymgyrch. Nid y brics a'r mortar ydy'r peth pwysig, ond y gwasanaethau a'r canlyniadau. Mae hon yn ddadlau am y ffordd yr ydyn ni'n trefnu gofal iechyd mwyn iddo fod yn ddiogel, yn gynaladwy, yn wydn ac o'r safon uchaf posib, oherwydd nid dadl am adeiladau ydy hon yn y pen draw, ond dadl am ein henwyliad. Rhan o'r her honno ydy cyflwr diymwad ystad yr NHS yr ydyn ni wedi ei hetifeddu. Cafodd sawl rhan o'r isadeiledd ei greu ar gyfer oes hollol wahanol o ofal iechyd. Roedd 10% o'n ystad wedi hadeiladu cyn bodolaeth yr NHS hyd yn oed. Cafodd yr adeiladu hyn mo'i cynllunio ar gyfer technolegau modern, safonau rheoli heintiau modern, nac anghenion cymleth iawn ein cleifion heddiw. Mewn rhai mannau, mae oedran yr adeiladau yn llesteirio ein gallu i redeg gwasanaethau'n ddiogel ac yn effeithiol. Ac mae hynny'n bwysig, oherwydd fod yn effeithio'r ddiogelwch cleifion
a mod e gwaith staff a gwtnwch gwasanaethau. Mae'r her yn un sylweddol a fedrwn ni mo'i hanwybyddu. There is a need for an honest conversation about how we ensure our NHS estate keeps pace with modern healthcare. The question we must ask is how we best support our staff with the space, the technology, and the environment they need to deliver the absolute best cutting-edge care. It's about actively designing services around modern models of care that improve outcomes and saves lives. Unfortunately, that honesty is entirely missing from the amendments laid by Labour and Reform today. In the case of Labour, we see a cynical, uncosted call to build 3 new hospitals without a single word of acknowledgement for the staggering £1.4 billion maintenance backlog that developed entirely on their watch. Nor do they acknowledge that the Welsh Government's capital budget is being squeezed by 9% in real terms over this Senedd term, a direct result of funding decisions made by their own Westminster partners. Meanwhile, Reform continues to be intensely interested in the spending plans of other parties while remaining incredibly coy about their own. That silence is telling from a party that idolises the economic chaos of Liz Truss, wastes millions in local government and whose manifesto proposed uncosted tax cuts that would completely devastate frontline NHS services. In contrast, this government is getting on with the job. We are taking decisive steps to tackle the estate backlog we inherited because I refuse to accept the status quo. That's why I've already announced an additional £20 million in essential maintenance, marking the first step in a sustained effort to put our NHS estate on a stronger footing. Sorry, you've had an opportunity to contribute. We're also acting immediately to deliver structural change. I recently announced £25 million for new surgical and diagnostic hubs across Wales. These hubs are a prime example of doing things differently, separating planned surgery from emergency care to sustainably drive down waiting lists. But Llywydd, investment in building alone, I'd like to make some progress, thanks. Investment in buildings alone will never be enough. If we're serious about improving outcomes, we must be serious about changing how care is delivered. On taking up this post, I was struck by the absence of a single national clinical plan to provide clear, consistent direction across NHS Wales. That's why I've empowered the Director General to develop one, so that we can move forward with a shared vision and a stronger, more coherent health service. Success for this government will not be measured by how many people we end up treating in a hospital bed, but by how many people we keep healthy enough to avoid needing one in the first place. We must shift our focus upstream towards prevention, early intervention and powerful community-based services, ensuring more people receive care closer to home. By investing heavily outside hospital walls, in primary care, pharmacy, rehabilitation and integrated social service, we can intervene earlier. This is how we reduce the avoidable pressure on our acute hospitals, improve patient flow and ensure that those who genuinely need a specialist hospital bed can access it faster. To achieve that, our focus must always be on what works best for patients. The NHS is at its strongest when it evolves to meet the needs of the communities it serves. That's why we must always listen to the people who know our health service best. Our frontline clinicians, our nurses, our doctors, our wider NHS staff, and the local communities who use these services every day. When clinical experts tell us how we can improve survival rates or how we can make a service safer and more resilient, it's our duty to listen. This isn't about arbitrary decisions or top-down changes. It's about a shared commitment to ensure that when a loved one faces a medical crisis, they are met with the highest possible standard of care, backed by the best clinical expertise available. Our guiding principle will always be to listen, to engage, and to deliver the care that people in Wales deserve. Ond dyma be rydyn ni gyd eisiau ein teuluoedd ein hunain. Ac onid yw hyn ddyletswydd gwirioneddol arno ni fel arweinwyr gwleidyddol i ymladd dros yr atebion sydd wir yn gwella cyfraddau goroesi a chanlyniadau iechyd cleifion yn hytrach na dim ond amddiffyn y status quo oherwydd bod hynny'n gyfforddus yn wleidyddol. Mae'n golygu herio rheolwyr iechyd i fod yn arloesol, ond mae hefyd yn golygu herio ein rhagfarnau'n hunain a dangos arweinyddiaeth go iawn. Pan fydd newid yn cael ei gynnig, rhaid i'r broses fod yn hollol gywir. Rhaid cynnal trafodaeth gynnar, agored ac ystyrlon efo'r gymuned, a mae rhaid i bob allu gweld y dystiolaeth a deall y rhesymau dros y newid a phwyso mesur yr opsiynau yn onest. Yng Nghymru mae'n dyryddiaeth naturwledig rhannau o'r wlad yn cysylltiadau trafnidiaeth a'r pwysau o ran y gweithlu yn dylanwadu ar y realiti dyddiol o gael mynediad at ofal. Does dim modd anwybyddu'r ffactorau hynny. Mae rhaid eu cloriannu'n briodol a mae rhaid mynd i'r afel anhw. Dyna pam bod rhaid i unrhyw newid sy'n cael ei gynnig i wasanaeth gael ei brofi'n drylwyr i fesur ei effaith ar degwch a gall tegwch ddim bod yn ôl nodyn. Mae rhaid iddo fod yn brawf craidd o lwyddiant. Llywydd mi'n rhaid ddweud hyn i gloi. Dyw'r ddadl yma ddim yn un du a gwyn. Rhwng cadw'r gorffennol neu ei adael ar ôl. Yn y bôn, dadl am bobl ydy hon. A'r hyn sy'n bwysig ydy'r cyhoedd, y claf, yr unigolyn, yr aelod o'r teulu. Y cwestiwn ydy, a fydd y penderfyniadau a wnawn ni yn y siambr yma yn rhoi gwell gofal, gwell mynediad a gwell siawns o fyw i'n hanwyliad. Mae hynny'n golygu buddsoddi yn yr ystad pan fo modd ei moderneiddio. Mae'n golygu cryfhau gwasanaethau yn y gymuned. Mae'n golygu cael dewrder gwleidyddol i gefnogi newid sy'n syliedig ar dystiolaeth. Diolch.
Galwodd a Darren Miller I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Well, Cabinet Minister, you've changed your tune, haven't you? Your tune before the last election was very clearly, let's save our hospital services and let's save our hospitals from closure. But now you're giving a green light for hospital reconfiguration, centralisation of services, putting patients at risk, and for closing hospitals across Wales. Because otherwise, you'd be backing our motion. You'd have backed this motion if it was before the election, but now, since the election, you've changed your tune completely. It is dreadful to see, and the public can see it. You were campaigning for services in your own constituency, in Towyn Hospital. Yeah, Towyn Hospital. That hospital that he has been campaigning for years. Temporary service changes brought in, ward closure because of those temporary service changes, because of staffing challenges. I was looking back at when the Health Board last advertised for staff. It was January 2024, I believe. January 2024, nursing staff in order to work on that hospital ward. Now, these are the sorts of things that you're now abandoning as the Cabinet Minister. You know, you agreed wholeheartedly with Paul Davis, who's been leading the charge against the changes in terms of the proposed downgrading of bronchiolitis stroke services. You were on his side when it came to championing Withybush Hospital, when they were scrapping the emergency surgery services from that hospital. You yourself have complained in the past about the salami slicing of hospital services away from some of these important centres which treat people in our communities, and yet now, completely different tune, isn't it? You're singing along to the same tune and the same song sheet that the Labour government previously sang along to. That's your problem, and it doesn't look very good from the outside. Now, I will say this, right? I think that everybody in this chamber should get behind our motion today. It sends a very clear and unequivocal message, not just to patients who want to know that the services are going to be in their communities when they need them, but also to the staff. Because many of the recruitment challenges that we face in our health service here in Wales are because of the uncertainty that service reconfiguration brings to the staff. If you know that your service is finding it challenging to recruit people, the last thing you need to say is, we might close that service down at that hospital, but we'll stick a job advert out there anyway. It doesn't wash, and this is why we've got so many problems. I was delighted that Gwyn Williams paid a visit to my constituency to see for himself the excellent services being provided at the Stanley Eye Unit at the Abergele Hospital. You know, the last time I went to that hospital and visited the orthopaedic team in that hospital, There was only one bed in the whole hospital that was occupied. It's got capacity to do a lot more. And what we're at risk of doing is laying that capacity aside, not using it, not just in Abergele, but in other places as well across Wales, and still allowing that pressure to build in our main district general hospitals. And this is why the existing network of hospitals across Wales matters. They were built in those locations for a purpose, and that's why we need to maintain them. Now, I fully accept that some of them are old, cranky and need rebuilding. That's why we're fully behind the amendment which has been tabled by the Labour Party in terms of needing to get a new hospital built at the University of Wales hospital site, because frankly, there are more pigeons in some of the theatres there than there are patients, right? And that is unacceptable too. People can't work in those sorts of environments. It's unsafe for people, and that site needs investment. We also, of course, need to see investment at Wrexham Myler Hospital. Anybody who's seen there, can see that it's shouting out for a rebuild to make sure that it's fit for purpose and for the 21st century. We've had 21st century schools programmes. We need a 21st century hospitals programme in Wales with structured investment over the longer term in order to rebuild our hospitals and make sure that they work for staff and that they work for patients too. And when it comes to West Wales, what we don't need is the centralisation of services in Glangwili. We need, for the sake of the Cabinet Minister's own constituents, Cabinet Minister for Finance, and for others in this chamber, we need investment on Bronglais. We need investment there at Bronglais in Aberystwyth. We need to make sure that we secure the future of Withybush with the proper investment in the theatre capacity, in the bed capacity, so that it can do the job that it always has done in the past, with a fully functioning emergency services department that is able to cope with anything that arrives at the hospital front door. Now, I understand that sometimes it's better to travel further for more specialist treatment. That's always been the case. But as many people have already referenced in this chamber today, Wales is a rural nation. It takes a long time sometimes to get from one place to another. You can't expect people, particularly in life-threatening situations, to have to make longer journeys that put their lives at risk. With planned care, it's different, okay? I understand that. And with planned care, people can, take their time because they can plan it sometimes weeks or even months ahead. But the current configuration of our hospitals is critical. And if we're able to invest in our existing hospital network, if we're able to use the bed capacity in that hospital network to the full, then we could unleash a radical change and improvement in patients' experiences in hospitals across Wales. And I think that is what people want to see. Now, you've signalled investment in other parts of the NHS, in community services. I welcome that, right? But what you're also suggesting, and I heard Cabinet Ministers talk about this, is investment in the arts in order to avoid hospital admissions. I've heard this talked about. If someone's got an orthopaedic problem, the last thing they need is a dance lesson, right? The last thing they need is a ticket to a pop music festival featuring a terrorist sympathiser. They don't want those things. They don't want to go to see an Extinction Rebellion presentation in one of our museums. What they want to see is investment in those hospitals. And if you're going to be investing in community services, then what that really means, what that really is code for, is you're going to stop funding hospitals, and they are not going to get the money that they need. Unless you've got a war chest in which you can invest in those community services alongside. Because we've heard all of these promises before, we've seen it in the past, we've been promised fantastic community services, and that's why it's okay to close the community hospital down the road, and it never, ever materialises. I'll happily take these.
Yeah, do you see the benefit of the prevention agenda, though, and actually rehabilitation of people, and actually how sport and physical activity can actually help with that to get people fit and ready for their operations? That does fit in part of the cultural budget as well. I just wanted to recognise that.
As you can see, I'm a great fan of sports. A great fan of sports.
Fooled me.
Of course I see the importance of the preventative agenda. We need to invest in the preventative agenda. But the question I have for the Cabinet Minister is, if you're going to invest from the same budget quantum, if you're going to invest more in community services, and if you're going to invest more in the preventative agenda, whether that be sports or anything else, then that means that you're going to be taking away money from something else that you're already spending on. And that happens to be our hospitals, right? So we need to guarantee the future of these hospitals. Well, why don't you make an intervention and tell me where you're going to bring the money? Go on. Come on.
Not a lot more time, I'm afraid, Darren.
We'll give him the grace. I'm very, very happy to.
Darren?
So listen, I urge everybody in this chamber to get behind the original motion. I appreciate the amendments that have been tabled, and we support the Reform Amendment, we support the Labour amendments too, but we reject the Plaid Cymru amendment because it gives absolutely no security at all to staff or patients, and that's unacceptable.
Y cwestiwn yw, a ddyle derbyn y cynnig heb a'i ddywigio? A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gwrthwynebu. Gohiriaf y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Nawr rydyn ni'n symud i eitem 7 dadl Reform UK, deddf afonydd i Gymru. Galwaf ar Laura Ann Jones i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch, Llyweth. I'm pleased to bring forward our motion today that's laid before you and formally move it in the name of Clear Powell and Reform that calls for the Welsh Government to introduce a Welsh Rivers Act, which is long overdue. I think that every single one of us in here agree that the state of our rivers, our seas and waterways and the amount of pollution that is in them is totally unacceptable. I hope that it will be this Senedd, it will be all of us here, cross-party, that will be the first to take proper action to rectify this situation. We in Reform think that culminating those actions within an act will show our commitment as this Senedd to do this, and it ensures that we are held to account on those promises. It is heartbreaking to see the state of our rivers that run through our beautiful country and the seas that surround us, full of green algae and raw sewage. Our motion is simple. It calls for sewage discharge accountability, catchment-wide nutrient management and rewards for measurable water quality improvements. That is practical, reasonable and long overdue. Every member in this chamber knows the truth. We are failing our rivers, their wildlife, their habitats and our constituents on this. For me, this issue is close to my heart. I grew up in Usk, a stone's throw from the River Usk. When I was younger, I was fiercely proud that it was a famous salmon fishing river with a worldwide reputation that brought tourism, life and pride to our area. Famous faces used to come to fish there, from some of the James Bonds, Billy Connolly and some royalty. The Sweets fishing tackle shop there was known far beyond Wales. It had an international reputation as far as China. That was the reputation that the River Usk and Usk once had. And not only was the river fantastic for fishing, it was a wonderful place to play and for families to enjoy. I regularly played and fished there myself growing up. But now sewage, pollution and algae have replaced the abundance of salmon and trout and the ecosystems that support them, damaging tourism, local pride, wildlife, and leaving children now entering our river at their own risk. And sadly, the River Usk in my constituency is not an isolated story. It's a problem that blights the whole of Wales, as my colleagues, and I'm sure others across this chamber, will outline further during this debate. The national evidence is damning. NRW has warned that the resilience of freshwater ecosystems has not improved since the last State of the National Resources report in 2020. Salmon are now predicted to be locally extinct in some of our Welsh rivers by 2030. And only 40% of water bodies in Wales are classed as being good or in better overall condition. So this Welsh Rivers Act that we are proposing today is an urgent response to a serious and measurable decline. after years of inaction by governments at both ends of the M4. Looking at the amendments, so we see Plaid's, we can fully agree with most of the shared aims that we both want to clearly achieve, but do we really need, the full devolution of the water sector to achieve this, when we already have the powers here in Wales that just haven't been used properly? And how long would that take? How long would that take? We have a body in NRW which is far too under-resourced and performs way too many functions to fully concentrate on our waterways and give it the attention it deserves and needs. Having looked at the supplementary budget, I can't see any indication of your intention to clean up water in there, and wonder why the Minister did not mention this in his speech yesterday, where he outlined... I can quote what you said. You said that children and families deserve clean waterways, which they do, but you did not go into detail on that, Minister.
Laura, can you continue?
Yes, of course I will. Oh, okay. Okay, I'd appreciate to hear what you say later. I hope that you'll now take this opportunity, Minister, to support our motion today and show the people of Wales that cleaning up our rivers, seas and waterways really is a priority for your government too. We want our motion to be the one that kick-starts real action on this, to motivate the government and Senedd into action. The Conservatives, we fully agree with your amendment that NRW is no longer fit for purpose and able to perform its functions, which I know actually it wants to, but is constrained by the amount of work, its diversity, and from being underfunded to meet those demands. And again, with the Labour amendment, there is much to agree on. What is abundantly clear is that we're all singing from the same song sheet in terms of what we want to achieve here. It is clear that we must use the powers that we have and ensure that it is this Senedd that saves our rivers, our seas, our waterways and protects them for future generations to enjoy. It is fair that Labour have mentioned the Bolton review. It's sensible, and I know that the government and the minister stood here and already committed to look into the findings of it. My hope is now that this government will listen to and work with our farmers hand in hand to get away from the farming by calendar and ensure that there are those technical solutions in place to tackle pollution, which I know that the whole of the agricultural sector also wants to achieve. Yeah. It is easy for people to stand here and blame farmers, but the previous Seneds are equally responsible. We welcome the UK government's water bill, but that alone will not bring back clean, healthy rivers that my constituents and yours quite rightly demand. This Senedd needs to act now. It feels deeply wrong that households are being asked to pay more through their water bills while this failure continues. How can it be right that Welsh water bosses are receiving eye-watering amounts of bonuses and money whilst river pollution remains? Yeah. Our rivers belong to Wales, to the communities built around them, and to future generations who should not have to ask why we allowed them to drastically decline in this way. The Welsh River Act would give Wales a framework to deal with the sewage discharge accountability, catchment-wide nutrient management, and measurable improvements in water quality. I look forward to what the Minister has to say, and I urge all members in this chamber to reject amendments today that have watered down our motion and to support our clear call for a Welsh Rivers Act and to move beyond warm words and weak accountability and finally start to restore the rivers, seas and waterways that Wales should be proud of with the urgency that it requires. Diolch.
Diolch. Rwyf wedi dethol y 3 gwelliant i'r cynnig. Os derbynnu'r gwelliant 1, caiff gwelliant 2 ei ddadfethol. Galwaf ar y gweinidog cabinet dros wydnwch gwledig a chynaliadwyedd i gynnig yn ffurfiol welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Heledd Fychan.
Cynnig.
Galwaf ar Vicky Howells i gynnig gwelliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lynn Neagle. Galwaf ar Andrew R.T. Davies i gynnig gwelliant 3... Oh, sorry.
Apologies, Deputy Flower. Thank you. I formally move the amendment tabled in the name of Lynn Neagle. As I do, as we gather here in this extreme heat, I think we can all agree that water is at the forefront of our minds, whether it's water for the garden, water for farm crops, or water to cool down in. Water is essential for life, and it is also part of our identity here in Wales. Our rivers have a unique place in our hearts, but they also perform a necessary function in enabling nature to thrive. If we are to meet biodiversity and nature recovery targets, they are vital. Since the Tories privatised the water industry in an ideological crusade in 1989, we cannot say that things have got better for our rivers. We can and must do better to regulate, and I'm pleased that we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to right past wrongs with a fundamental reset of water governance in Wales. Our Welsh Labour and UK Labour governments have laid the groundwork for this. We recognise the urgency of cleaning up our rivers and seas and improving our water system. We also recognise this is something for which there is overwhelming public demand, as recent polling for the WWF has emphasised. Last year, both governments jointly established the Independent Water Commission to undertake the most comprehensive examination of the water sector since privatisation. It told us that the current system is too complex. It lacks the transparency and responsiveness people expect. I think we can all agree on this. That's why we support the creation of a new Welsh economic water regulator with the authority and independence to act decisively for Wales. We need to strengthen accountability, rebuild trust and create a system that is simpler, stronger and more transparent. We want to see that new water watchdog underpinned by new legislation and a modern regulatory framework that encourages investment and drives a water system that works for Wales. In our manifesto, we said we wanted to introduce a clean water bill for Wales to address all forms of water pollution, not just in our rivers, but in our seas also. Many voices in this chamber today will no doubt make similar calls. And we must go further in addressing the causes of this pollution. Will the Plaid Cymru government urge yw'r Cymru and Hafren Dyweddru to prioritise investment to tackle the scourge of sewage pollution? But it's not just the water companies which pollute our rivers. We want to reduce agricultural pollution, which harms water quality, and the control of agricultural pollution regulations are designed for this purpose. So we urge this Plaid Cymru government to adhere to all the recommendations of Dr Susanna Bolton's independent review of the control of agricultural pollution regulations and increase enforcement of these regulations. It's important to note that Dr Bolton did not recommend removing closed periods at this time and highlighted that any alternative developed should require a farm to, and I quote, demonstrate that there is a crop need for the nutrients being applied and the risk of nutrient losses to water is minimal. Yes.
Do you not recognise, though, but farming by calendar doesn't work? So what you can have is a very dry period during the closed period where farmers cannot spread slurry, but then in the open period, they could actually go spreading when it's pouring down with rain, which is totally irresponsible. So actually, a more farming-based approach that the Minister, actually, in fairness, is moving to is probably the better way to deal with this in the long run. And it was actually recommended in the Bolton Review.
Yeah, absolutely great. James, thank you for the intervention. I take your point on board. And in fact, when I was a member of the Agriculture and Environment Committee, we undertook a really interesting visit to see some of these new forms of technology in action. We absolutely support them. It's just really important that we ensure that they are fit and ready for purpose before we move to that form of ending the closed periods. Alternatives that meet this bar then, as quoted from Dr Bolton, present technical, financial and regulatory challenges for government, agencies and farmers at the moment. And on this point, we must remember that reducing nutrient runoff or the need for over-application actually improves the financial resilience of farm businesses too. Wastage of available nitrogen resources costs our farmers approximately £21 to £52 per hectare per year in fertiliser costs. Lastly, I want to turn to the final part of our motion, namely support for citizen scientists who can be so valuable in monitoring river pollution. There are groups right across Wales, including the Friends of the River Wye, who are doing a great job in collecting that data. They say, and I agree, that we need better monitoring to find out where nutrients, particularly phosphates, are entering our watercourses so that we can identify pollution hotspots and use that information to drive change to clean up our rivers. We need to better engage with citizen scientist groups and a wide range of partners in a system-based approach to restore our rivers through catchment level management. People across Wales want the government to clean up our rivers and seas, and we believe this Welsh Labour amendment goes far further than the proposals from other parties towards achieving just that. Diolch.
Well, diolch. A sori am rhithro cyn. Andrew A. T. Davies, galwaf, annoch chi I gynnig gwelliant tri a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I move the amendment in the name of Paul Davies on the order paper this afternoon. We will be supporting the motion this afternoon, but I have to say I start from the premise as a Conservative that actually legislation should be one of the last resorts that you should use, because all you do is create an argument between solicitors at the end of the legislation and actually don't solve any problems for people at large. And so I'd like to see a small state rather than a big state. But on this particular issue, people do feel disempowered and they do feel that nothing is happening to help them. And recently I undertook a visit to the Kenfig Nature Reserve and looked at the River Kenfig. And I know other members in this chamber have done the same. And to see a completely dead river is actually quite stark, to say the least. To see it putrid and smelling, and we were talking about this in the office this morning about this visit. The one thing that really stuck in people's minds who came along with me to that visit was the complete lack of any bird song in there, because you could tell that the river was dead and everything in the river was dead with it. But actually the surrounding wildlife, through the putrid stench and the other pollution that was coming from it, killed off that wildlife as well then. And I'm really grateful to the Kenfig Wildlife Trust and the two Martins who met me on site to show me firsthand what was going on there. Because Kenfig isn't a one-off. It is happening across the whole of Wales and indeed the United Kingdom. But sadly, Wales is worst affected. If you look at sewage discharge across the whole of Wales, there have been 118,000 sewage discharges in 2024. If you compare that to England, that's 450,000 in England, with a population 18 times bigger than Wales. So we've got a bigger problem here in Wales, and we can't sit back and allow it to continue. And I've been really grateful to Surfers Against Sewage, who wouldn't be a natural bedfellow of the Conservative Party, I might say, for the information that they've provided and this comprehensive report that they put together, looking at all aspects of the situation across the UK. And we're not unique, but the point that I was making in those statistics was that we are sadly top of the poll when it comes to some of these numbers, and we need to be doing far better. And the reason why we have put that amendment down about NRW is because, sadly, NRW as the regulator are not doing the job that they were envisaged doing in the first place when they were created. And that's no fault of the staff at NRW. They work tirelessly to do the job that they can. But they really do face huge pressures over the organisation and the way it was constructed in the first place. You brought together the Countryside Council of Wales, the Forestry Commission and the Environment Agency, put it all together and thought big was going to be beautiful. Well, big wasn't beautiful in this instance. And in this report, Surfers Against Sewage, they actually have a paragraph or two specifically on NRW, and they say, a lame duck regulator. This is because Natural Resources Wales, the environmental regulator, should be putting a stop to this pollution. It's an absolute shambles. Last year, the Welsh Government had to settle a £19 million tax bill following an investigation by HMR Revenue and Customs into how NRW was hiring contractors. The regulator is now slashing costs to try and repay the debt. 200... Yes, Gladly.
You talked about not supporting NRW, but I wonder if you would support them with additional powers and additional resourcing.
Well, that's the point of our amendment, and it's something which I've stood on since 2019 when I had this job at that time and called for NRW to be reformed and reconstituted so that you spun out the commercial operations such as the Forestry Commission and you created a regulatory body that brought the expertise together, was budgeted properly to enforce the regulations that this place and other places put out there, and actually did the job that people wanted to see them doing. At the moment, they are too big and they lack focus, and you need to spin out the Forestry Commission side of it and build a regulator who can actually do the job that we're charging them to do. And I'll be really listening hard to what the Minister says in his reply, because I can recall when he was in opposition, he had some very harsh words for NRW, he did, and I wonder whether he has done the same journey as the Health Minister, listening to the Health Minister early this afternoon, and the officials, as I said to him yesterday afternoon, have now put him in that civil service cage. And the speech that we will hear this afternoon will be a civil service speech, rather than that passionate, articulate opposition spokesperson that Lear used to be. And I hope that he will be bold this afternoon in responding to this debate, and I hope he will show us a roadmap to empowering the communities, such as I was speaking to in Kenfig, and the volunteers of the Kenfig Wildlife Trust. And don't disappoint the Minister. Give us something to go out from this debate with. Let's re-engineer the regulator. Let's get behind a call for legislation on water pollution, and let's be that exemplar of good practice rather than, sadly, that laggard of pollution across the whole of Wales. Thank you.
Diolch. Nigel Williams.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, I'm pleased to speak in support of Laura Ann Jones and the debate here. For me, this is not simply a policy discussion, it's deeply personal for me. I've lived alongside the River Dee for a long, long time. I don't know whether any of you know, but it's actually known as the river goddess in Celtic folklore. My hometown of Flint sits neatly on the River Dee estuary and was once a spa town. It's not a spa town anymore. A lot of industry has come there over the years, employers such as Courtaulds, John Summers and Sons. I even remember a company called Glanstoff Chemical Works that were there at the beginning of the last century. But prosperity came and it gave opportunity to lots of people actually who lived alongside the River Dee, including my own family. My dad worked in the steelworks. I had many parts of my family who worked in the steel and rayon industries, which were there as well. And their hard work actually built the prosperity of North East Wales, never mind just Flint. Yet the economic development that benefited so many people also contributed to the long decline in the health of the river, which has sustained those communities for a long, long time. They understood something that we risk forgetting today. Rivers like the River Dee, they're not ours to own whatsoever. They are ours to protect. We are merely custodians entrusted with their care before passing them on to the next generation. That's why today this debate matters. After more than 2 decades of Labour government, much of it supported in recent years by Plaid Cymru, we are still debating polluted rivers, sewage discharges and failing ecological standards. The public are entitled to ask a question. Where are the results? People in North East Wales are tired of hearing about strategies, action plans and consultations. But the real test is whether those ambitions lead to cleaner rivers and measurable improvements on the ground. If consultation documents clean rivers, Wales would have very, very clean rivers by now, I'll tell you. But instead, we're here again just talking about it. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and the River Dee. Actually, my first job was as a beach guard alongside the river in Oakenholt. That was back in 1974, shows how old I am. Back then, I spent my days keeping an eye on the River Dee estuary. I never imagined that half a century later that I'd be standing in this chamber discussing many of the same concerns about pollution. Welsh Government, Natural Resources Wales, yw'r, Cymru, local authorities and other agencies all have a role. Yet when rivers fail, nobody appears to be fully accountable, and that's a real worry. The public shouldn't need a flowchart, if you'll excuse the pun, to discover who is responsible for pollution in their local river. But that's got to change, absolutely. Indeed, Welsh Water itself points to water companies, regulators, local authorities, highways authorities, developers and agricultural sources themselves. If so many organisations are involved, it becomes even more important that someone is ultimately accountable for outcomes. Responsibility shared must not become responsibility avoided. We need stronger enforcement against persistent polluters. We need investment in infrastructure that reduces sewage discharges, and I see that in the River Dee right now. We need practical solutions that work with farmers whilst ensuring all sectors play their part. And above all, and I'll repeat it again, we need accountability. Because this debate is ultimately about stewardship. The Dee, the Allen, another river I know really well, which runs through Mould and parts of Flintshire, and countless other rivers across Wales are part of our history, our identity and our inheritance. Our ancestors, to go back to a point I made before, handed us these rivers. Our responsibility is to pass them on in a better condition than we found them in. That should not be a party political objective, as has been mentioned here today. It should be a national one across Wales. The lesson from this briefing, and there's a briefing paper come out yesterday from yw'r, Cymru, which I read through yesterday, is we don't have a shortage of strategies, working groups, partnership boards or management plans. What we have lacked is a system where somebody is clearly accountable for delivery. Cleaner rivers will not come from issuing more press releases. They will come from decisive actions, proper enforcement and measurable outcomes. Welsh Water targets by 2030, 30% reduction in storm overflow spills, 30% reduction in pollution incidents and 16% reduction in phosphorus discharges. Now, those targets are welcome, but who is accountable if they're missed? That's what I'm asking today. What consequences follow? The Welsh public deserve more than aspirations. So let us make the Welsh Rivers Act more than another piece of legislation. Let it mark the moment when Wales finally moved from promises to delivery, from excuses to action, and from managing decline to restoring the rivers that future generations deserve. Diolch. Thank you.
Diolch, Dipro Llywydd. I welcome Reform UK's newfound interest in environmental protection, as it's not an issue you usually associate with this party. So I genuinely hope that today marks a real and lasting commitment to the rivers, landscapes and ecosystems that define our communities, our economy and our way of life. But I have to be honest, there is a deep contradiction at the heart of today's motion. You cannot stand in this chamber and demand clean rivers while spending your political energy attacking the very environmental policies that protect them. You cannot claim to love Wales while dismissing the science that tells us what is happening to it. People across Wales are angry, and they have every right to be. 6 of the 20 most polluted rivers in the entire United Kingdom are here in Wales. Rivers that have been at the heart of our communities for generations are being poisoned. And for too long, companies have taken the profits while our communities have been left to live with those consequences. People want accountability, they want action, and they want the places they love handed on to the next generation in a better condition than they found them. But you do not protect rivers by denying environmental realities everywhere else. You do not restore nature by attacking the policies designed to safeguard it. And you do not become environmental champions simply because you have noticed that tackling water pollution is popular with voters. This is a party that has consistently dismissed the science, ignored the evidence, and undermined environmental policy at every opportunity. And that ignorance has consequences, real consequences, for real communities. Because healthy rivers, restored wetlands, and protected natural landscapes don't just look beautiful, they hold water back, they reduce flood risks, they protect people's homes. When you attack the environmental policies, You are not scoring political points. You are leaving communities, the communities that you represent, that we all represent, more exposed, more vulnerable and more at risk. Welsh communities deserve better than that, and Plaid Cymru will do things differently. We will protect our rivers. We will fight for the control of our water. We will reform regulatory oversight, strengthen accountability of polluters and drive real improvements in the environmental protection of our rivers, lakes and seas. If reform is serious about our rivers, then be serious about the wider environmental emergency too, because the people of Wales deserve more than political opportunism dressed up as principle. They deserve sustained, credible, honest action. You don't get to spend years kicking down the door of environmental protection and then walk through the rubble claiming to be the ones who will rebuild it.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch, Deputy Lywyd. Well, I've spoken about this issue so many times in this chamber, and I have to say, it's quite the hypocrisy I've heard here today, you know, where we've seen with your government now and in cahoots with Labour, where for years it was always the farmers that polluted our rivers. Well, I can tell you, in my constituency, of the 15 pollution incidents where we've seen huge numbers of fish died, when I first came here, it was 6 pollution incidents. Not one of them was down to farmers. It was down to yw'r, Cymru, people logging into the system illegally, which is something that NRW are not doing much about. But if I look at my own area, we had 13 pollution alerts were issued for our own sea in Llandudno last week. 4 alerts were issued last week within the space of 48 hours. West Shore, Llawn Padarn, Craigdy Beach, Central and Barmouth. Now, I've raised the issue about rivers pollution, lake pollution and sea pollution. In 2025, untreated sewage was discharged into waters in England and Wales 400,000 times for more than 2.5 million hours. Raw sewage discharged into Welsh rivers alone for 770,545 hours, a total of 94,974 times. These figures are just unacceptable. They pose a serious risk to our wildlife, our public health and our environment. Now, yw'r Cymru has played a key role in these horrifying statistics. 2,266 overflows, 96,653 discharges, 783,268 hours. It's due to these breaches that Ofwat have actually now imposed a 44.7 million enforcement package in place of a fine. And that means if yw'r Cymru do not spend money on the infrastructure to stop these overflows breaching, then they will actually be in more serious problems. And ultimately, who picks up the can for this? And that is our taxpayers. This enforcement package will fund measures to reduce spills at specific overflows, improve river water quality in highly sensitive catchments, and this funding will be provided by the company rather than initially added to customers' bills. Preventing as many of these spills as possible will help to keep our waters cleaner and healthier. It is important to remember this is not a one-off incident. This has now become the norm. Where Natural Resources Wales are concerned, I don't know where any of your of the US new members have actually reported a breach. You then, the water company is then supposed to contact NRW. Too often I have to do it, and quite often I report yw'r Cymru to NRW. I actually believe there's a clear and direct failure of our water companies and Natural Resources Wales. When the chief executive of yw'r Cymru took home just about £800,000 as a salary. We've had him before our committee, and previously that is. It's just not good enough. I admire the passion that we all are joined together on, and I would just say to Plaid Cymru, this is another debate you should be backing today, because at the end of the day, if you want this cross-party cohesion to go forward, to improve our rivers, to make our environment better, then you've got to put your money where your mouth is. It's a sensible proposal. It's a sensible motion. Back it.
Jane Dodds.
I just really wanted to comment on some of the debate so far. I can understand some of the points that Niamh has shared, but I do want to say that in this debate, Plaid Cymru are not doing things differently by the delete all approach. I'm afraid, you know, we spoke consistently in the opposition about Labour and their delete all amendments. And yet you're doing it, and it's very sad because actually you could propose something really positive and get what we've heard, which is the cross-party working. So at the moment, I can't see that Plaid Cymru are doing anything differently. I do also want to comment on the hypocrisy of Reform UK and the Conservatives in not talking about the effects of Brexit on our ability to hold water companies to account. Let's just hear from the experts, because you haven't talked about it and you haven't owned it. And yes, you may say, and we're doing Brexit bingo. Absolutely. I am going to go for it because you do not take responsibility, both parties. So let's just be clear what leaving the EU has meant for our water. We have diverged from EU rules governing hazardous substances, which you've talked about. The EU have introduced much stronger environmental laws, which is what we want here in Wales and the UK, because many of our rivers go cross-border. They go not just across Wales, but they go into England. So you have taken us out of the EU and those strengthened laws. And finally, that unfortunately, the Wildlife Trust, and we're all, and I know some people in this chamber really support wildlife, but the Wildlife Trust, let's listen to what they're saying. They report that coming out of the EU 10 years later, this was only a report from yesterday, we have weaker environmental governance since Brexit to hold polluters to account. So please, whatever you do in this debate, take responsibility for the decisions you've made. Of course I will, Darren. What a delight.
Will you accept some responsibility for the fact that the Liberal Democrats were in government here in Wales when NRW was created, and that is a failed regulator, and therefore you have to accept some responsibility for getting it wrong?
Darren, I wasn't here at the time, and I'm speaking
but your party was.
from a position of being here over the past 6 years. So please be respectful of that. I could go back years in terms of what you and your government have done in Westminster, but I don't play those petty games. We're talking about rivers here. We're talking about the importance of our water. So let me just say that there are 3 things that I just want to focus in on. We must close the monitoring gap. Afonydd Cymru has highlighted that 90% of Welsh water bodies have been assessed as being in high status with no actual chemical monitoring data. But Dŵr Cymru's self-reporting data sits at 74%, and Hafren Dyfrdwy's fell to just 60%. So we are regulating in the dark, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister how we are going to regulate both Dŵr Cymru and Hafren Dyfrdwy, because some of us represent water users from Hafren Dyfrdwy as well. We must demand more from our water companies, from the two, and many of us have spoken here about Dŵr Cymru. It presents itself as fundamentally different from shareholder-owned companies, and yet its outgoing chief executive received £500,000 in 2025-2026. Of course I will, Janice. What a delight.
The reality is, whilst the pollution levels have been going up, so these bonuses the chief exec got, he actually got bonuses which are supposed to be when you're providing a good service. He actually got more bonuses when we saw the pollution levels at some of their eyes. That is just insane. And how any previous government could allow that baffles me now to this day.
I share your bafflement, Janet, yes. So we share this, that we are concerned that Dŵr Cymru is actually almost operating as if it is a shareholder-owned company. So we were promised in the last Senedd that there would be a review of Dŵr Cymru. I do appreciate there's a new government now, so I'm interested to hear whether there will be a review of Dŵr Cymru and actually the whole system situation. And finally, may I just say this? We need to make sure that polluter pays. There needs to be a system that holds polluters to account. I'm not, you know, there are a range of polluters, and I'm absolutely clear that we need not to be blaming one place or another. We need to be looking at it and working with people across the piece to make sure that we have a much better water regulating system. I do know I'm running over here, but I have had a few interventions.
Twice, so don't worry.
Can I just finish off with this? Just the community of Wales are not waiting for us. They are testing their own rivers now. They are in the courts. They are fighting for the rights of nature. And the very least that we can do here in the Senedd, and that you as the Welsh Government can do, is match their courage. Diolch yn fawr.
Paul Ma.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking two people? First of all, Llawn Jones for heading this debate, and Janet for bringing the debate back to the debate rather than using this as a platform for political point scoring. Members of the Senedd, I recently met with residents and councillors to discuss concerns regarding water quality at the beaches in South Pembrokeshire. We are incredibly fortunate that several of our beaches hold blue flag status, which is of significant importance to the area's visitor economy. In addition, some of our waterways form part of Pembrokeshire's marine special area of conservation. As blue flag status depends on bathing water being classified as excellent, there is particular concern that the streams often flowing across our beaches and into the ocean are not designated as bathing water by NRW. However, they continue to attract small children who often play in the water there. Some of these streams are monitored by local citizen science groups whose data indicates seriously high levels of E. coli. They are consistently far worse than those classified as poor under freshwater bathing water standards. E. coli can cause serious illness and may pose a particular risk to young children. I remind members of the tragic case of Heather Preen, 8 years old, who tragically died after contracting E. coli in 1999. E. coli is also only an indicator organism for sewage contamination, which may include other harmful substances such as pharmaceuticals, hormones and viruses. In addition, the Cleddau project, also in Pembrokeshire, has recently presented the findings of a 12-month citizen science initiative assessing water quality across 49 sites within the Cleddau catchment. The project, led by local surveyors and analysed by Professor Paul Withers of Lancaster University, identifies a significant decline in river health, primarily attributed to sewage discharge. The data indicates elevated levels of phosphates and nitrates within tributaries. Preliminary testing has identified concerning levels of E. coli in upper catchment areas near Haverfordwest, raising potential public health concerns for rivers, their users and our ecology. Species such as Atlantic salmon and otters are reported to be in decline. Salmon populations are now concerned by natural resources wells to be at risk, reflecting broader ecological stress within the river system. In addition, the River Tywy has similar problems with pollution. From 2026 Citizen Science Water Quality Report, over 70 sites were tested. There are 27 with data covering over 12 months. Of these 27, 15 of those produced annual mean orthophosphate results above the targets utilised by natural resources wells. Taking into account the possible limitations of the equipment used, 6 of the sites completely fell the NRW targets and 9 are above the target but fall within the error range. The failing sections are mainly in the lower Tywy catchment area, which is below Newcastle Emlyn, whilst those above the target but within the error range are mainly from the central catchment area, which includes Newcastle Emlyn to Lampeter. And I think, members of the Senedd, what is interesting here, and I quote from the report directly, testing of the water quality, the nutrient E. coli content was not encouraged, given the results would not be used or recognised by key authorities. This gives rise to many of my constituents as to whose agenda NRW are exactly working towards. It is not only our streams, estuaries and seas affected by pollution and the failings of Welsh water. Plaid Cymru have pledged to build 20,000 homes by the end of this government. In my constituency alone, we've had 3 housing developments effectively shelved due to concerns about the build runoff affecting water quality and the capacity of the sewer network to deal with the additional waste. This is more than 200 homes. This equates to 1% of the total 20,000 pledged by this government. This is reflected up and down the country, so rendering the pledge for homes unachievable. Given the importance of water quality to public health and environmental sustainability, there is a clear question here as to whether the timeline of up to the mid-2030s for changes to our water policy adequately reflects the urgency of this issue. We all have families, children and grandchildren. We have a responsibility. So I would ask you, members of this Senedd, is this the legacy that we really want to leave behind? Allowing the wheels of bureaucracy to grind slowly along while our children become ill because of dirty water? Should we not take this opportunity to prevent Armageddon on our waterways and within our outdated sewage infrastructure, we may be remembered as those who ignored all of the warning signs on our watch, and it will be to the detriment of our children's health? Or should we be remembered as those who tried to do something to stop the poisoning of our streams, rivers and seas and build a country for the future? Diolch.
Paul Rock.
Thank you.
Diolch, Deputy Llywyd. I'd like to thank Laura Rann for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important matter. There are merits in the original motion and in elements of the amendments. The motion itself critically mentions nutrient management, a really serious issue, as well as sewage discharges. The delete all approach to amendments is, I suppose, sometimes appropriate, but I think in this case it's a bit unnecessary. As Greens in the Senedd, we believe in the careful consideration of the merits of amendments on a case-to-case basis. So Amendment 1's main weakness, we see, is the loss of the nutrient management features of the original motion. Amendment 2 has got a number of points, so I'll take them one by one. On point A, I agree. All forms of pollution must be addressed. We're given to understand that the 2 main sources of pollution in Wales are industrialised agriculture and wastewater. So stronger regulation and enforcement is, of course, required across both. An expansion of the existing environmental and permitting regulations could already be used to monitor and address cumulative impacts more effectively. On point B, in the amendment, we would take this further. Yw'r Cymru Welsh water is not fit for purpose of tackling the problems that it has created, especially the scourge of sewage pollution. So nationalisation is an essential first step, which the amendment sadly misses. On point C, addressing agricultural pollution is paramount to delivering benefits for health, nature, climate and producing a more sustainable food and farming system. The government could address this by bringing forward water pollution targets under the Environment Principles, Governance and Biodiversity Targets Wales Act to deliver robust biodiversity targets, including a 50% reduction of excess nutrient loss by 2030, putting all water bodies under active annual monitoring by 2027, and putting in place catchment-specific action plans for all river catchments by 2027. On point D, an integrated systems approach needs to be taken to tackle all sources of nitrogen overuse and waste. Due to insufficient monitoring, we don't know enough about hazardous chemicals, pharmaceuticals and microplastics entering our water environment across Wales. For example, soil data collected already by farmers under the Sustainable Farming Scheme could be made available to Natural Resources Wales to focus actions on those catchments where nutrient runoff is a major factor in poor river quality. Funded citizen science can be a powerful tool and one we support, but it shouldn't be at the expense of statutory responsibilities to collect data and ensure that it's shared. So we expect action plans resulting from new data and insights to follow the principle we heard about earlier, that the polluter pays. So perhaps those multinationals whose products end up in our water across Wales should be held to account too.
Rivers, lakes and seas is one of the most pressing environmental challenges facing Wales today. Communities across the country have watched waterways deteriorate while confidence in the bodies responsible for protecting them has steadily eroded. Plaid Cymru has long argued that the current system is not delivering for the people of Wales. We have consistently called for the establishment of a new Wales-specific regulatory body for water, one that is capable of holding water companies properly to account, driving up environmental standards and ensuring better value for money for customers. The evidence before us demonstrates why that reform is urgently needed, and we've heard from other members this afternoon. After years of increasing water bills, well over 100,000 people in Wales live in water poverty. Customers pay more, Welsh waterways continue to suffer. Last year alone, there were more than 100,000 sewage discharges into Welsh rivers and waterways. yw'r Cymru has failed to buck that trend. We have a water company that is falling short on multiple fronts, while the public are left wondering why they're paying more and receiving less. At the same time, there are documented failings within Natural Resources Wales. While many dedicated staff work hard within the organisation, it is clear that the regulatory system is not functioning as effectively as it should. And as we've heard, too often, pollution incidents have come to public attention not because regulators identified and acted upon them, but because local campaigners and community groups carried out investigations themselves. For too long, the discharge of sewage into our rivers was only being exposed because local people were prepared to do the work that others should have been doing. It is therefore welcome that this government is proposing meaningful reform and is prepared to do the hard yards necessary to restore confidence in the system and protect our waterways. Last month, I met with a Peace for Nature and heard directly about the devastating impact pollution is having on local ecosystems. The situation at the Afon Cynffig in my constituency is a stark example. After repeated sewage discharges from the Marla sewage pumping station polluted the river, residents reported unpleasant odours, and that's a euphemism, discoloured waterways and damage to fish and wildlife in an area that runs through the Cynffig National Nature Reserve, one of Wales's most important conservation sites as a triple SSI. A Peace for Nature said it was one of the worst pollution incidents they have ever seen, and I witnessed it on site myself. No community should have to tolerate conditions like this, and no nationally important conservation site should be subjected to repeated pollution. The people of Wales are rightly frustrated. They are paying more, seeing sewage pollution continue, and questioning whether those responsible are being held to account. This government offers a path towards rebuilding trust and delivering the transformative change that our rivers and communities so desperately need. By protecting our rivers, by taking control of water in Wales, reforming regulatory oversight, strengthening accountability of water companies, and driving improvements in our environmental performance in our rivers, lakes and seas. Diolch.
Diolch. Ac yn olaf, James Evans.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. Although my committee has not met yet, I'd just like to say I'm speaking in a personal capacity, not that of the committee. The motion calls for a Welsh Rivers Act to address sewage discharge accountability and support catchment-wide nutrient management and reward measurable outcomes in water quality. And the evidence shows why this is needed. Natural Resources Wales water quality assessments showed that only 40% of water bodies in Wales are at good or better overall status. For rivers specifically, the figure is at 43%. That means the majority of river water bodies in Wales are still not meeting good overall status. We have seen some progress in some areas, and that should be acknowledged, but the overall picture is still not good enough. The position on protected rivers is also concerning. In Welsh special areas of conservation, only 40% of assessed water bodies pass phosphorus targets in the most recent assessments. There have been improvements in places, including parts of the Usk and Wye, but NRW also records the failures across a number of those SAC catchments. But we also need to be honest about sewerage discharges. Storm overflows are part of an old Victorian combined sewer system. They're designed to operate in certain circumstances, particularly during heavy rainfall, to present sewage backing up into people's homes and businesses. So this issue is not that every single discharge is automatically unlawful. The issue is frequency, duration, environmental harm, and whether water companies are being properly held to account when systems are not performing as they should. NRW storm overflow report says that there are over 2,000 permitted storm overflows in Wales, and NRW's own figures show that only 7% of permitted stormwater overflows in Wales did not spill at all in 2024, while 15% spill between 100 and 299 times. That is not a position that any of us should accept as normal. We also know that yw'r Cymru's performance has been a serious concern. NRW reported that the company was responsible for 155 pollution incidents, including 132 from sewerage assets. Those figures show why accountability has to be central to any Welsh Rivers Act. It should not be enough for companies to publish data after the event. There should be clear duties, clear reporting, independent auditing of discharge data, and clear consequences when performance falls short. The public should also be able to see not just how often overspills happen, but what is being done about it, when the improvements are being delivered, and whether those improvements are actually making a difference to water quality. But this motion also is right to go beyond sewerage. If we're serious about improving rivers, we have to look at the whole catchment. Pollution and nutrient pressures come from a range of sources: wastewater, urban runoff, highways, legacy mine pollution, septic tanks, development pressures, and land use across the catchment. If we only focus on one source, we will never solve the problem. That is why catchment-wide nutrient... Yes, I'll take an intervention, Mike.
I didn't realise you're going to go on from the sewage pollution. The River Tower, which runs through your constituency and acts as a border between your constituency and my constituency now, has very serious problems with the Trebanos pumping station and the fact that that continually releases raw sewage into the River Tower. Raw sewage you could actually see going into the River Tower, which has caused children to be ill. Do you agree with me that what we need is NRW to stop being nice to Welsh Water and start prosecuting them and making them pay a price for letting the raw sewage going out there, in which case they'll stop doing it?
Yes. This is why catchment nutrient-wide management matters. The Bolton Review into the control of agricultural pollution regulations is clear. It recognises the need for more evidence-based, proportionate and risk-focused approach. This is important because farmers should not be treated as a default problem whenever river quality is discussed. Many farmers are already working hard to improve soil health, manage nutrients carefully, protect watercourses and invest in better infrastructure. They live and work alongside these rivers, and that's why they want clean water as much as anybody else. And the Welsh Rivers Act should recognise that farmers and land managers are a part of the solution and are not the problem. And that means moving away from blanket approaches that punish many of them for their actions and don't actually deal anything with dealing with the polluters who sometimes base that into their profit and loss margins. They're the people who need to be addressed. Where there are genuine problems, they should be dealt with, but that should be based on evidence, local conditions, and a proper source of apportionate. I can't say that word. Not assumptions. My staff are putting words in here I can't spell. I can't even read. A Welsh Rivers Act could provide that framework, I think, going forward. So I think it's very, very important that all members across this chamber today support this motion. It needs cross-party support. I do not think there's any need to play party politics with this. Let's just get this done and let's start cleaning up our rivers.
Diolch. Galwaf ar Gweinidog Cabinet dros Wydnwch Gwledig a Chynaliadwyedd Lly'r Griffith.
Wel, diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Lywydd, a gael ddiolch I bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu i'r ddadl yma. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni'n wir I ddweud bod ni gyd yn siarad o'r galon pan I ni yn trafod y mater yma. Ac, chymod, does dim falle bod y geiriau yn gwahaniaethu'r pwyslais, dwi'n meddwl bod ni gyd eisiau gweld yr un canlyniad ar ddiwedd y dydd. Now, the Welsh Government will protect our rivers, but we will do that by taking control of water in Wales so that we can strengthen regulatory oversight, improve accountability of water companies, and drive better environmental performance across our rivers, lakes and seas. As I said, there's no disagreement, I think, about the scale of the challenge that we face. Water quality in Wales is not where we want it to be. And while progress has been made, only around, as we heard, 40% of water bodies in Wales currently meet good ecological status. Now, that underlines maybe both how far we have come, but certainly also how much further we need to go. Public concern is high, and people rightly expect urgent and visible action, and I agree with the public strength of feeling. We want clean water, we want a healthy environment, and we want a system that delivers for communities, not one that tolerates failure. And that is why the Welsh Government is taking forward a comprehensive programme of water reform, which is focused on three things: taking control of our water, strengthening regulatory oversight and company accountability, and improving environmental performance. Now, at the heart of our approach is a simple principle, and that is that decisions affecting Wales should be made in Wales. The First Minister has already made that case to the Prime Minister, because this is about ensuring that Wales has the capability to act decisively in the interests of our people and our environment. Now, a central part of this reform is ensuring that regulation reflects the reality of devolution and isn't stuck in the past. The current system, of course, is based on an outdated wholly or mainly model which no longer aligns with the way Wales is governed. So we're working with the UK Government to align water regulation with Wales's geographic border, and good progress has been made, and I hope to confirm more about that shortly, because this is about clear accountability, it's about coherent regulation, and, of course, for all of us here, it's about stronger democratic oversight for customers as well, on both sides of the border. So this government will reset how Wales manages water. We will create a clearer, more coherent system for Wales that supports long-term strategic decision-making, that directs investment to Welsh priorities, and strengthens regulatory oversight in Wales. This isn't just about structural change. We want to see better outcomes for Wales. Now, under a Welsh-focused regulatory framework, companies will be subject to clearer expectations, stronger performance oversight, and more direct consequences when they fail to meet standards. Now, this includes the ability to set price controls for Wales. It includes delivering value for money for Welsh customers and direct investment to priorities determined here in Wales. And we will honour our manifesto commitment that water company bosses should not receive bonuses where companies fail to meet the standards the public rightly expect. So let me be clear. Where companies fall short, they must face consequences. And customers must not bear the cost of putting things right. But in improving water quality, we have to be honest, of course, about the nature of the problem. Sewage discharges are a major concern, but they are not the only issue. And we know, as many have acknowledged in the debate, that agriculture and rural land use is part of the problem, so it needs to be part of the answer. But the point I'm making is that there is no single cause of it, so there is no single solution here. And that's where our approach will need to be a whole system approach. Now, we're working with water companies to reduce sewage spills and improve infrastructure, but we're also working in partnership with Natural Resources Wales, with farmers in Wales and the agricultural sector to deliver those sustainable solutions that reduce pollution at source, but whilst also support a resilient rural economy. And this includes moving towards a more science-led, outcomes-based and risk-proportionate approach, moving away, as we heard, from the blunt farming by calendar approach that's clearly not working. And we will replace rigid one-size-fits-all rules with a system that better targets high-risk activity. Yes, that needs to be targeted, but also better supports good practice. We are also strengthening catchment-based approaches through nutrient management boards and wider partnerships to bring together regulators, farmers, water companies and local authorities to deliver coordinated action on the ground, including, of course, through nature-based solutions. Because the reality is this: lasting improvements in water quality will only be achieved if everybody plays their part. Now, this is, a longer-term programme of reform, and it's essential that we deliver it in a way, of course, that maintains stability for customers, but also confidence for investors. The Welsh Government is working closely with the UK Government on the forthcoming Clean Water Bill, which is expected later this year, which will devolve powers to the Senedd to enable us to establish a new regulator. But we're also working with the UK Government to bring forward the necessary legislative consent motions in a timely way, making sure that decisions affecting Wales are subject to Senedd scrutiny here in this chamber. Now, alongside this, we're co-developing a transition plan with the UK Government to make sure that there are no gaps in regulation or any disruption to services as we move towards the new system in Wales. And that transition plan will provide stability through this period of change while sending clear signals to regulators and companies about all our expectations. So once we have the powers, we can bring forward legislation within this Senedd term, and that is exactly what I intend to do, and I look forward to all members here playing their part in scrutinising that legislation and making it the strongest legislation it can possibly be. Now, subject to these processes, we expect a new regulatory system to be established in the early 2030s, aligned with future price review cycles and designed to deliver long-term environmental and economic outcomes for Wales. But while reform progresses, we won't wait to act. We will continue to strengthen monitoring of pollution incidents, and I will seek assurances from yw'r Cymru, from Hafren Dyfrdwy, from Natural Resources Wales and Ofwat and others that robust action is taken where failures occur. This government's position is clear. We will take full control of water in Wales, we will strengthen accountability, and we will deliver a water system that protects our environment, that supports our communities and meets the expectations of the people of Wales now and for generations to come. And I therefore ask members to please support our amendment to this motion. Diolch.
Diolch. Galwaf ar Benjamin Hodge McKenna I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Dyfryn Llywydd. I'd like to thank everybody who contributed towards today's debate. There were a lot of really great contributions, some of them I think slightly better than others. But one key theme I think that we heard from a lot of the contributions was on the cross-party nature of this. We all agree that the quality of our rivers is hugely important. We heard about the River Dee, the River Usk, the Kenfig River in my constituency, the beaches in South Pembrokeshire, and indeed the Towie River as well. This is an issue that affects all of Wales, and I believe by supporting the reform motion today, we can show that we can activate some cross-party action to deliver something for the people of Wales that everybody is looking for. I do have to say, I found it interesting to hear Brexit being blamed for the quality of our rivers. I've heard it blamed for a lot of things, but water quality in Wales isn't one of them before. But what the Liberal Democrat member failed to mention in her comments was that by leaving the European Union, we regained the power to make our own legislation to clean the waters. That power is something that we are trying to utilise today with our motion. I'll take the intervention.
Would you also accept the fact, and it is a fact, that 60% of the EU laws have had to be put into the UK laws? So actually, we are not making our own laws.
What I would accept is that in regards to the legislative position today, we are trying to use the power to make our own laws in Wales to improve the quality of Welsh rivers. That's regardless of EU legislation. But rather than getting down that rabbit hole, I would also like to thank Sarah Evans for her intervention. We've both visited the Kenfig River with A Piece for Nature, and it was a river, when we visited it, that you could smell before you could see. It's absolutely horrendous, and the presence of fungus in the river indicated that sewage discharge had been going on for weeks, which is absolutely unacceptable in my opinion.
We both also attended a community briefing on Friday where residents expressed their concern about the sewage discharge in that area. And one clear thing that came out of that briefing was a call for legislation. Residents directly called on this chamber to legislate to improve the quality of the rivers in Wales. Now, I'll finish by just referring to the Minister's comments. He said that once we have the power, the legislative agenda will come forward to try and solve this issue. I say that we already do have the power to solve this. We have devolved power over water quality. I'll take the intervention, yeah.
Thank you, Ben. I think I recall from the last Friday evening that there was a call for nationalisation rather than legislation specifically.
Well, I don't recall anyone specifically talking about nationalisation, but I do specifically remember the question coming from a resident on when are we going to legislate on this issue. I know we had different comments and there were a lot of questions raised. So, but when it does come to legislating, we do have the power to do that. We have the devolved power over water quality. We have the devolved power over the environmental affairs in Wales. And so by today, by backing the reform motion, we can all use that power to good use and improve the quality of all of our rivers in Wales. So I'll finish by urging everybody to vote for the reform motion and show all of our constituents that this chamber can take action and improve the quality of our rivers in Wales. Thank you.
Diolch. Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio? A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaeth y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Oni bai fod 5 aelod yn dymuno i mi ganu'r gloch symudaf yn syth i'r cyfnod pleidleisio. Okay. Fy'n rho cyntaf, felly wish me luck. Galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies, Dadl y Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg, Gwasanaethau Ysbytai a Chai Ysbytai. Os gwrthodir y cynnig, byddwn yn pleidleisio ar y gwelliannau a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig. Agorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. Felly, o blaid, 7, yn ymatal, dim, ac yn erbyn, 79, cyfanswm 86. Mae'r cynnig wedi wrthod, felly galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Heledd Fychan. Os derbynir gwelliant 1, bydd gwelliant 2 yn cael ei ddad ddethol. Agorwch y bleidlais. Canlyniad y bleidlais o blaid 41, yn ymatal 0 ac yn erbyn 45, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 1 wedi ei wrthod, felly galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lyn Nigel. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 47, atal 0 yn erbyn 39, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 2 wedi ei dderbyn. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 3 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Llyr Powell. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 44, ymatal 0 yn erbyn 42, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 3 wedi ei dderbyn. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 4 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lyn Nigel. Agorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. O blaid 9, ymatal 7 ac yn erbyn 70, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 4 wedi ei wrthod. Mae gwelliant 4 wedi ei wrthod. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar y cynnig wedi'w ddiwygio. Agorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. O blaid 48, ymatal 0 yn erbyn 38, cyfanswm 86. Mae'r cynnig wedi'w ddiwygio wedi ei dderbyn. Ddadl Reform UK ddeddf afonydd i Gymru. Galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Llyr Powell. Os gweithodir y cynnig byddwn yn pleidleisio ar y gwelliannau a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 37, ymatal 0 ac yn erbyn 49, cyfanswm 86. Mae'r cynnig wedi wrthod, felly galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Heledd Fychan. Os derbynir gwelliant 1, bydd gwelliant 2 yn cael ei ddadfethol. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 40, ymatal 1 yn erbyn 45, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 1 wedi ei wrthod. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lyn Nigel. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 11, ymatal 0 ac yn erbyn 75, cyfanswm 86. Mae gwelliant 2 wedi ei wrthod. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 3 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies. Agorwch y bleidlais. O blaid 36, ymatal 0 ac yn erbyn 50, cyfanswm 36. Mae gwelliant 3 wedi ei wrthod. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar y cynnig wedi'w Ymddiheuriadau, dyma fi'n rhithro trwy'r llunell fesol llunell. Gan nad yw'r Senedd wedi derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio, nac wedi derbyn y gwelliannau a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig, ceiff y cynnig felly ei wrthod. Diolch am fod yn amyneddgar. Rydym yn symud ymlaen i'r dadl fer. Os mae'n nifer yn mynd allan o'r siambr, os byddwch chi'n gallu gwneud yn gyflym ac yn tawel, os gwelwch yn dda. If you are leaving, please can you leave swiftly and quietly so that we can move on to the short debate. Symudaf yn awr i ddadl fer heddiw a galwaf ar Zeynab Akbar, sydd yn fathu penblwydd, i siarad am y pwnc a ddewiswyd ganddi. When you're ready.
Diolch, Llywedd. Ahead of today's short debate, I proactively reached out to all political parties representing the City of Cardiff and had received confirmation from Anthony Slaughter, Shav Taj and Letitia Gonzalez, who wish to contribute, and I look forward to hearing their contributions. Members of the Senedd, a baby boy is born in Cardiff on the same night as another baby boy, only a few miles away. One is born in Adamsdown, within Cardiff's Southern Arc, and the other is born in Lisvane. They will grow up under the same National Health Service, the same City Council, the same education system. They will breathe the same air drifting in from the coast and walk streets under the same Welsh sky. And yet, the evidence before us shows that one of those boys can expect to live more than a decade longer than the other, and spend a significantly greater proportion of his life in good health. That is not fate, it is structure. I have chosen to bring forward this contribution on life expectancy inequalities in Cardiff's Southern Arc because it is here that the consequences of deprivation are most concentrated and where the gap between communities within the same city becomes most stark. The picture is not simple, and it is not driven by a single cause. Life expectancy trends in Cardiff over the past decade show only modest changes overall. Some measures have risen slightly and others have fallen. More recently, life expectancy has largely returned to pre-pandemic levels. And on the surface, that can appear like stability. But healthy life expectancy tells a very different and more troubling story. It has fallen over the past decade. In 2021 to 23, healthy life expectancy stood at 60.3 years for males and 59.6 years for females, both lower than a decade earlier. In other words, while some people are living longer, fewer of those years are being lived in good health. This matters because healthy life expectancy is a national indicator under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Wales Act, measuring not just how long we live, but how fairly and how well those years are shared. In Cardiff's Southern Arc, that inequality becomes visible in its most acute form. If the Southern Arc were a single local authority, it would be by some margin the most income deprived in the whole of Wales. Within it are communities in my constituency, such as Trowbridge, Llanrumney, Pentwyn, Rumney and Adamsdown, where deprivation is lived through income pressure, housing insecurity and poorer health. These consequences are seen in early mortality. Between 2015 and 2024, premature death rates for under 75s in parts of Plisnowedd were 6 times higher than in the least deprived parts of the city. And when we look at life expectancy itself, the gap within Cardiff reaches over a decade. So to take that, the gap in male life expectancy is 10.3 years between the most and least deprived areas of the city, and for women it is a gap of 13.2 years. And these inequalities begin long before adulthood. In Adamsdown, almost 40% of children live in low-income families after housing costs, in contrast to other parts of the city where that figure is below 10%. And that inequality then carries forward into daily life. Around 21% of people in Wales experience food insecurity, with almost 30% of those in Cardiff's most deprived communities reporting that they skip meals, reduce their portion sizes, or go without food completely. Fuel poverty, while reduced since its peak during the energy crisis, remains above pre-crisis levels, meaning that for many households, heating and eating are still competing necessities. These pressures accumulate into health outcomes that are visible across the life course. Of course, these inequalities are not produced by a single factor. They arise from a complex interaction of income, housing, education, employment, the environment, and access to services. Socio-economic conditions account for a large share of variation in premature mortality, though not all of it. Some will argue that such variation is inevitable in any city, that differences in health outcomes reflect individual behaviour or wider societal complexity, and that systems cannot fully equalise these outcomes. And there is truth in the complexity, but the pattern is still consistent and persistent. The gap in life expectancy within Cardiff is around 8 to 9 years, and the gap in healthy life expectancy is around 18 to 20 years. And this carries wider consequences. Poor health that prevents people working costs Wales an estimated £19.4 billion per year through lost output, lost tax revenue, increased welfare spending and pressure on our services. But the most profound cost is not the economy. It is the loss of healthy years on life, years lived with illness, limitation, or preventable poor health. This is why healthy life expectancy matters as a national indicator under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Wales Act. It is intended to show whether progress is real and whether it is shared. And on that measure, the direction of travel remains concerning. Healthy life expectancy has declined since 2011 to 2013 for both males and females, and the gap between the most and least deprived areas has widened again after periods of fluctuation. So the question becomes one of response, because health is not only created in our hospitals, it is shaped in homes, schools, workplaces and communities, in whether families can afford nutritious food, whether housing is secure, and whether prevention is prioritised. That is why approaches such as the Marmot Principles, early years investment through childcare support, and place-based community health models matter, because they focus on the wider determinants of health rather than only treating the consequences. And this is why current calls for action on food environments are relevant, improving access to affordable fresh fruit and vegetables for low-income households, strengthening nutrition in public settings, and reducing the presence and promotion of ultra-processed, high-fat, salt and sugar foods where public bodies have influence. Because if we are serious about narrowing the gap in healthy life expectancy, prevention must be practical, local and sustained. So I return where I began. 2 boys born in the same city on the same night, a few miles apart in geography, but worlds apart in lived experience. One will likely live more than a decade longer than the other and spend far more of his life in good health. The city does not change between them, but their chances in life do.
Anthony Slaughter.
Diolch. It is clear that health inequalities in my constituency, Cardiff, Penarth, and the rest of the Southern Arc are stark and on the rise, as they are in communities across Wales. Almost half, 48% of adults in Wales, live with a chronic health condition, and the prevalence of long-term illness is projected to rise, according to Public Health Wales. The causes of this are many, but they are the responsibility of government to address. Where poverty is rising, like here in Cardiff, it brings poorer health. With increasing food insecurity, parents are skipping meals. Now, this is being picked up by so many wonderful volunteer groups. Tomorrow morning, I'm visiting the Splot Community Volunteers for their breakfast club. But this shouldn't be the work of volunteers to address these stark inequalities. And where families live, whether it be in poor housing conditions or they're breathing polluted air, determines whether they spend up to 2 decades longer than necessary living in poor health. This geographic inequality within Cardiff paints a stark picture of what is a wider trend, and it says much about our ability to tackle the issue across Wales as a whole. It is, as always, the most vulnerable in our communities that bear the burden. The intersectional nature of the challenge means that those already under stress face multiple health and social risks, and these are often those with the least resilience to extreme heat and wider climate change impacts that we are experiencing right now here today. Wales already has a framework through which to view these challenges and identify cross-cutting solutions. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which at its inception put Wales on a leadership footing, is more pertinent now than ever before. A healthier Wales and a more equal Wales are key wellbeing goals. Cymru is uniquely placed to respond differently, to act today and make an immediate and long-term commitment to tackling health inequalities and social inequalities, as well as the structural and environmental inequalities that burden the southern Cardiff arc. The government needs to take bolder steps to tackle inequality, which will deliver cross-cutting benefits for more resilient communities now and for future generations.
Taj.
So you've heard all the stats, and we can talk about the socio-economic issues, but what we have to really address is what that future looks like for people in Wales. And I think that the fact that Cardiff Council took the decision to prioritise the Southern Arc is very clear. The fact that we have seen the 21st century school programme, for example, all the new schools that we've had in Wales, and I would say to the government now that they should really stick to that because it is genuinely bringing about changes. And of course, projects like the Cardiff Parkway, that's going to bring 6,000 new jobs to Wales. Now, the best way out of poverty is to know that you've got a future ahead of you, particularly for young people. And again, when it comes to social housing, when it comes to building affordable housing, the previous government started that work. We hope that the new government continues that work. Because people seem to think that when it comes to Cardiff, that the streets are paved with gold. They honestly aren't, because actually, as the Welsh Index of Multiple Deprivation tells us, in Cardiff East alone, 10 out of 23 neighbourhoods are ranked amongst the most deprived 10% in Wales, which again backs that up. Now, I'm someone who comes from a working class background. I was in receipt of free school meals before they were universal, where actually it was a bit embarrassing for you to have a ticket. It was a ticket system. And to be honest with you, many of us used to sell that ticket so we could get chips from the Chinese chippy across the road, right? Because that was what it was like back in the days. So yes, there are lots of things that we are doing, but the reality is, unless we actually really focus on the big issues that matter to the everyday person, put money back into people's pockets, we are not going to see any changes. We can say all the nice things and we can talk about the Michael Marmot review and all the other reviews, which honestly, I could get my list out. I've sat around so many different tables and conducted so many of these reviews myself, but no one is ever going to forgive us unless actually we see change on the ground. There's work that's already commenced. Let's keep going, and let's not get to a position where, unfortunately, we see funding taken out from a particular council that is doing a lot of good work in this area.
Leticia Gonzalez.
Thank you. And thank you, Member, for bringing to debate the sharp inequalities we face within our constituencies. As mentioned, the issue of inequalities in life expectancy is complex, but one significant contributor is often overlooked. Social isolation and loneliness remains mostly absent from how we measure and respond to health inequality, despite its significant contribution to premature mortality and shorter life expectancy. There is a strong evidence of an association between loneliness and reduced life expectancy. In the last National Survey for Wales, where data on loneliness was collected, more than 12% of people in Cardiff reported feeling lonely. If we are serious about tackling health inequalities, we must consider not only the individuals, but the health of our communities as a whole. Strong communities provide connection, support, and a sense of belonging, all of which play an important role in improving well-being and reducing health inequalities. Diolch.
Diolch. Galwaf ar y dirprwy weinidog dros iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol i ymateb i'r ddadl, Nerys Evans.
Diolch yn fawr, Dydd Prylywydd, a diolch yn fawr i'r aelod am gyflwyno'r dadl mor bwysig hon heddi ar ei phemblwydd, y phemblwydd hapus. Yn ôl pob ystadegyn ni wedi clywed am ystod yn y trafodaethau heddi, mae yna person, mae yna deulu a cymuned. Pobl yn byw gyda poen neu salwch y gellir ei atal. Ac mae plant ledled Caerdydd a Chymru yn tyfu fyny gyda ragolygon iechyd gwahanol iawn, nid oherwydd eu dywisiadau eu hunain, ond oherwydd eu amgylchiadau eu bywyd. A dyna pam mae'r ddadl yma mor bwysig. Mae nifer y blynyddoedd iach y gallwn disgwyl i byw yng Nghymru yn is na mewn gwledydd eraill ar draws y Deyrnas Unedig, ac mae'r sefyllfa yn gweithygu. Gall babi a anwyd rhywun 2022 a 2024 disgwyl byw dim ond 59 mlynedd mewn iechyd da. Mae hynny'n is na'n Lloegr ar gyfer dynion a menywod ac yn wath na unrhyw rhan arall o'r Deyrnas Unedig ar gyfer menwod. A mae Caerdydd wrth gwrs yn microcosm o beth ni'n gweld dros Gymru gyfan. Ond nid y ffigurau hun sy'n peri'r pryder mwyaf. Yr hyn mae'n tein ei olygu yw bod mwy o bobl yn treulio mwy o'i bywydau yn byw gyda salwch, cyfyngiadau a heriau iechyd. Mwy o amser yn dibynnu ar ein gwasanaethau iechyd a gofal, mwy o amser i ffwrdd o'r gwaith oddi wrth deuluodd ac oddi wrth y pethau sy'n rhoi ansawdd a phwrpas i fywyd. Ac mae'r duedd yn mynd i'r cyfeiriad anghywir. Ers 2017 i 2019, mae'r disgwyliad oes iach wedi gostwng dros 2 flynedd ar gyfer dynion a bron i 3 mlynedd a hanner ar gyfer menywod yng Nghymru. Nid newid graddol mae hwn. Mae'n rybydd clir fod iechyd y genedl yn dirywio. Ac mae'r diriwiad hwnnw'n taro rai cymunedau yn llawer caletach nag eraill fel ein ni wedi clywed. Mewn rhai o'n cymunedau mwyaf difreintiedig, mae dynion yn byw 18 mlynedd yn llai mewn iechyd da na rai o'n cymunedau mwyaf cefnog. Ar gyfer menwod, mae'r bwlch yn 19 mlynedd. Dyle hynna beri pryder i bob un ohono ni. Oherwydd nid jyst angreddoldeb iechyd yw hwn yn unig, mae'n angreddoldeb mewn cyfleoedd ac mewn ansawdd bywyd. Much of the ill health that blights lives across Wales is neither inevitable nor unavoidable. In many cases, it's predictable. In many cases, it is preventable. And that is why it is so troubling that healthy life expectancy is falling and health inequalities are widening. And when we talk about avoidable deaths, we're not talking about statistics on a page. We're talking about parents, partners, friends and neighbours whose lives could have been longer and healthier. We're talking about people spending years living with illness that could have been prevented. Years should have been spent working, caring for loved ones, pursuing opportunities or simply enjoying life. We know that around 23% of deaths are considered avoidable. We know around 40% of cancers could be prevented. And we know that without action, the number of people living with 4 or more long-term conditions could almost double by 2035. The question before us is not whether we can afford to act, it is whether we can afford not to. That is why this new government is taking a different approach. Ensuring that people across Wales have the means, the opportunity and the support to live healthier lives is at the heart of the work in this new government. Prevention is no longer something that sits at the margins of policy. It is at the centre of everything we do. And for the first time since devolution, Wales now has a minister with specific responsibility for preventative health, which is a significant step forward and a clear statement of intent from the First Minister that preventing ill health is a priority. But this role extends far beyond the boundaries of the health service because, as you mentioned, health does not begin in a hospital, a GP surgery or through a prescription. Health begins in homes people live in jobs they do and the food they can afford, the schools their children attend and the communities they are part of. My responsibilities reflect this government's understanding that improving health means tackling the factors that shape people's lives. It means creating healthier food systems. It means giving young people the knowledge and skills to make healthy choices. It means designing places that support active lives. It means reducing poverty, improving housing and creating the conditions for secure and rewarding work. For too long, we've accepted a false economy in the way we manage and fund our health services. Previous governments have prioritised responding to illness rather than preventing it. Too little has been invested in keeping people healthy and then paid a far greater price when people become unwell, require treatment or are forced out of work. That approach is neither sustainable nor fair. We are determined to correct that imbalance by placing greater emphasis on prevention and by ensuring that policy making across government addresses the social determinants of health, including housing, education, employment and poverty reduction. Because the greatest opportunity before us lies not simply in treating illness, but in preventing it from occurring in the first place. The benefits are profound: better health, greater independence, stronger communities, reduced pressure on public services and a fairer Wales where a person's health is not determined by the circumstances of their birth. But achieving that requires more than just good intentions. It requires sustained commitment from across government and across society. So what does that mean in practice? Well, within health and care, we recognise the need to shift services toward prevention, earlier intervention and care close to home, which is essential if our health and care services are to remain sustainable in the face of demographic change. As members will know, the First Minister convened a primary care summit last week to build understanding and support for this shift towards community-based care, and I will continue to work closely with the Cabinet Secretary for Health to drive this forward. But prevention does not stop at the NHS. We are working across government on a comprehensive food strategy. Our aim is simple: to make healthy food easier to access, more affordable and better understood. That means improving food literacy, supporting local food production and ensuring that every child leaves schools with the knowledge and confidence to prepare healthy meals. Because good health starts early. The experiences and opportunities available to children shape health outcomes for a lifetime. And that is why tackling poverty remains one of the key priorities of this government. We are expanding access to childcare, helping families with household costs and creating new opportunities for parents to enter or to return to work. We know that good jobs are good for health. Secure employment, fair wages and opportunities to develop skills support both physical and mental well-being. That is why this government is committed to building a stronger economy that delivers prosperity and opportunity in every part of Wales. At the same time, we recognise that warm, safe and affordable homes are not a luxury. They are one of the foundations of good health. Yet too many people in Wales continue to live in homes that are cold, damp and expensive to heat. At a time when around a quarter of households in Wales experience fuel poverty, that is unacceptable. We are committed to reducing energy costs, improving the quality and energy efficiency of homes, protecting support for those facing acute fuel poverty and reviewing the Warm Homes programme to ensure it delivers the support that people need. Because no one should have to choose between heating their home and protecting their health. We also recognise the vital role that culture, sport and the natural environment play in helping people live healthy and fulfilling lives. Participation in sport, creativity, culture and nature-based activities can improve mental well-being, reduce stress, strengthen social connections and support healthier lifestyles. These are not optional extras, as we've heard from the Cabinet Secretary for Culture and Sport. They are the part and fabric of healthy communities. Taken together, these examples demonstrate that prevention is not a single programme or a single intervention. It's a whole government commitment to fairness. It's about creating the conditions that allow people to live healthier lives wherever they live and whatever their circumstances. And alongside this work, we will develop a new public health strategy and framework for Wales, informed by a comprehensive review of current and future public health challenges. We will also introduce targeted plans for children and older people and roll out preventative programmes that help children become more active, including expanding access to initiatives such as the Daily Mile and school swimming within our 100-day programme. But government cannot do this alone. Communities understand better than anyone else the barriers they face and the changes that are needed. And there is good work happening across Cardiff which must be built on. We must listen to people's experiences, learn from their expertise and work alongside them to design solutions. And that's why partnership matters. Through Health Equity Wales, we're already working alongside local authorities such as Cardiff on this, and we will continue to put the internationally recognised Marmot principles into practice, strengthening partnerships, listening to communities, sharing learning and driving the long-term cultural and systematic changes needed to reduce health inequalities. Because ultimately, as you eloquently mentioned, health inequalities are not inevitable. They are a result of choices, systems and circumstances. And if they've been created, then they can be changed. and that is the work we are committed to delivering. Am rhy hir, ni wedi adeiladu system sy'n ymateb pan fydd pobl yn mynd yn sal, yn hytrach na gwneud popeth o fewn ein gallu i helpu pobl aros yn iach, a mae rhaid i hynny newid. Ni allwn dderbyn Cymru le mae 2 blentyn yn cael ei eni ychydig filltirodd oddi wrth ei gilydd yng Nghaerdydd ac mewn mannau eraill o Gymru ac yn gwynebu dyfodol hollol wahanol o ran iechyd, hapusrwydd a chyfle. Ni ddyle iechyd da fod yn fraint. A'r gwir syml yw hwn, ni fyddwn nhw'n cael bwlch mewn disgwyliad oes, ond i bai ein bod hefyd yn cael bylchau mewn clodi, mewn tai, addysg a chyfle. Dyna pam mae atal salwch yn fwy na polisi iechyd. Mae'n fater o gyfiawnder cymdeithasol. Mae'r her yn fawr, ond mae'r achosion yn hysbys. Ac os ydym yn ddigon dewr i fynd ar afael ar achosion hynny, yn hytrach na dim ond 3 yn y canlyniadau, gallwn adeiladu Cymru lle mae pawb ym mhob cymuned yn cael y cyfle i byw bywyd hirach, iachach a gwell. A dyna bwriad y Llywodraeth newydd yma. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, a diolch chi am y cyfraniadau heddiw. Daw hynny a thrafodion i ben.